The annual sales volume of the Synthes Group company was already approaching more than $20 billion. Electronics, cars, communications, heavy industry, clothing, food, these are not all the industries that the company owned. For many years now, the Synthes Group company has been considered one of the richest and most developed in the country. Jack Brown was finally approved to work for this company. He was from a rural area and had a college education. On this occasion, my father organized a small party and invited guests. Jack proudly told guests that he had been assigned to the strategic planning department, and no matter what, he was just a janitor. But the specifics of the work differed from garbage removal, cleaning of premises, and other nonsense. Jack did tedious and naturally dirty work, but this no longer suited him. So he began to learn English, became familiar with drawing up business plans, and gritting his teeth, gave it his all. And one fine moment, everything changed. In the Wilson family that owned the company, there was no one who did not know the name Jack Brown. When they had to deal with any kind of incident, including dirty cases, they turned to him only. After 13 years at the company, no one knew the hidden truth about the Wilson family better than Jack. As a result, Jack received the full trust of the company and the Wilson family. They could easily deposit huge sums of money into his personal account without worrying about the consequences. The financial director called Jack and said that he needed to temporarily leave for another country, and for this purpose, $700 million would be transferred to his account. Jack replied that this was a huge amount, but the director said that he trusted Jack more than his own wife. Jack received complete trust and knew that his life was just beginning. While at the airport, Jack looked at the plane departures board and looked for the line with his flight. Having arrived safely, Jack was already leaving the airport when two strangers in suits approached him. They greeted him and said that it must not be easy, because the path is not close. Jack looked at the strangers in disbelief. He didn't know them, but they knew his name. He asked what they were doing here, since his arrival was supposed to remain a secret. The strangers replied that they were tasked with meeting Jack and helping him upon his arrival. Suddenly, Jack felt something hard poke into his back. It was the barrel of a gun. The fat man said menacingly that they were assigned to help, and Jack must silently follow them. The second stranger added that it was better to do as they told and not to escalate the situation. Jack wondered if this was the company's way of getting rid of him. Sitting in the car, they had already left the city, and Jack thought why this was happening to him. Because he worked like a dog and was devoted to the company for 13 years. He didn't understand what he could have done that they were doing this to him now. Jack asked the fat man to call the chairman of the company, but he refused. Then Jack sharply told them to call themselves and say that they had done everything that was required of them, and he would remain silent. And he would hide somewhere in Europe and not show his face until his death. The second one, who was driving, said that Jack should not talk nonsense and would rather think about his parents and wife. Jack was alarmed by this statement. He did not understand what his wife and his parents had to do with it. The fat man explained that the chairman told Jack not to worry about his family. They would be given good financial assistance, and his wife would be sent to America, where she could live in abundance and without problems. Jack became even more worried. He was involved in the corrupt practices of the company and did not believe that the family would receive any benefits. In addition, they would not even give them his severance pay. It is likely that the company will file a claim for damages, confiscate the property, and leave you without a penny. The car stopped in some forest clearing near a lake, and he was ordered to get out of the car. Jack walked to the shore of a lake whose name he didn't even know, but he felt only one thing: this lake would become his grave. Jack heard the sound of a cocked gun from behind and turned around. The fat man had already pointed the muzzle of a pistol at him. The boy woke up from his own scream and opened his eyes in fear. 3 months have passed since Jack woke up in this body, but he was constantly haunted by a dream from a past life. A pleasant young woman sitting in the front seat of the car turned and asked if Lucas was okay. In this body, his name was Lucas, and he looked at the woman. It was his mother. She is an actress, although she only starred in one film. It is said that after receiving a passionate courtship from her father, Lucas, who was a fan of hers, she disappeared from the screens. Brother Jimmy, playing on the phone, said that Lucas was sleeping and then suddenly jumped up. Mom asked if Lucas had a nightmare, but he replied that he was just a little surprised and not to worry. Mom said that Lucas has suddenly become so mature lately that she is confused. Jack understood her perfectly, because he himself was confused by this whole situation. He looked out the window and thought that today was exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months had passed since he woke up as Lucas, the youngest grandson of Richard Wilson, the founder of Synthes Group, about whom there were many legends. Lucas was the 10-year-old grandson of the family that ordered his death on the lake 30 years ago, and why he returned in Lucas's body. Jack did not find an answer. While working at Synthes Group, Jack did not remember meeting these people, who were his parents, because they were removed from the affairs of the family company. They couldn't even get close to the company office, and it all happened because of their wedding. Synthesis Group chairman Richard Wilson was angry with his son, who decided to marry a celebrity against his will. But due to Martha's pregnancy, they had to legalize their relationship, and later they were completely expelled from the company. The other siblings fought constantly to get the largest share of the company, but Lucas's parents shunned all this and just wanted to protect their family. Finally, the car arrived at the gate of Wilson's residence. Jack looked out the window, who knew he would end up here again. The residence consisted of 3 huge estates with an area of more than 3,000 kilometers. A huge castle with 3 ground floors and 2 underground, as well as parking for 50 cars. The guards greeted Heinrich and let him into the estate. Sitting in the car, Jack looked at the green lawn and remembered how he got rid of weeds as his first job. While Richard Wilson was still alive, Jack visited this estate more often than at home, but later this place was taken by Philip Wilson, Henry's older brother. Today was the birthday of the head of the company and family, Richard Wilson. In connection with this, a large number of important people were invited. That is why Henry had to come to the estate with his family and congratulate his father. Disapproving whispers were heard from all sides, and hostility towards the arriving family was felt. Jack thought so. Everyone completely ignored their arrival. After passing through this entire crowd, the family entered the main doors of the estate. Trying to show respect, Heinrich greeted loudly, but there was no answer. They entered the living room. The whole Wilson family was sitting at the table. These were Lucas's uncles and aunts. One of the relatives turned around with a dissatisfied look and said that they had finally arrived. They all dreamed of getting a tasty piece of meat called Synthesis Group, and each of them was the embodiment of greed, awaiting the death of their father. And then the red-haired woman, angry at their lateness, shouted that it was time to get rid of the habits of stormy youth and be on time. Jack looked at the woman and got the impression that he had seen her often. Heinrich apologized for being late and said that they could not arrive on time. The woman replied that all this was starting to irritate her. Jack remembered her. She was almost 70, but she constantly changed and brought her young lovers here. Caroline's character did not change. Jack remembered that he had suffered a lot from her. The woman flushed with anger and said sharply how dare the boy laugh at her. The family members sat and looked at Henry's family reproachfully. Jack tried to justify himself by saying that it was not laughter, he just coughed. Caroline couldn't stand it and jumped out of her chair, screaming. How dare this boy lie to her? One of those present tried to calm Caroline down, saying that they had not gathered here to sort things out and have hysterics. She tried to object, but saw everyone turn to the door. It was Richard Wilson, the head of the Synthesis Group family and company. Caroline immediately fell silent and bowed her head a little. The rest of the relatives also meekly lowered their heads and were afraid to look him in the eyes. When Henry's family saw Richard, they did the same. Jack looked at Richard. Now this was his grandfather, the head of Synthesis Group and a living legend. Richard almost went down the stairs, and everyone immediately stood up. Not only his employees, but also his own children were afraid of him. Working for Synthesis Group and the Wilson family, Jack had never met him in person, and now he saw who Richard Wilson was. To somehow break this uncomfortable pause, Heinrich said that they had also come. Richard looked silently towards their family. He looked at Jimmy, his grandson, who was shyly hiding behind his mother's skirt. It was Jimmy who was the reason that Henry and Martha had to get married, and which Richard Wilson could not completely resist. The next minute, Richard looked at Lucas, his youngest grandson. Jack forgot how to breathe for a second. His throat was dry and his palms became damp. Richard came almost close to his grandson, and Jack's legs began to shake. And suddenly Richard changed. He smiled, and said that he was glad to see his grandchildren. He was disappointed that they rarely see each other. He put his hand on Lucas's head, stroked it, and said that he had something for the baby. Jack looked at Richard and could not understand why the head of the family was so kind to him. The family members looked at their father with bewilderment and with envy at Lucas, because Richard was always harsh with them. Caroline struggled to contain her indignation. The boy's parents were also in amazement, looking at how the grandfather admired his grandson. Bring a birthday cake into the room. Richard Wilson turned 66 today. The birthday boy slowly leaned over and blew out the candles. Enthusiastic screams and loud applause were heard all around in honor of the head of the family. The chairman smiled and listened to congratulations and wishes addressed to him. Heinrich and Martha also joined in the congratulations and wished their father health and longevity. The children present at the celebration also pleased their grandfather with their congratulations. Lucas's brother Jimmy remained silent and constrained. He felt awkward in this company of his rich aunt and uncle. Jack stood among the guests and closely observed the behavior of his relatives. Suddenly, he heard someone ask his mother to bring water, but did not attach much importance to it. Jack looked back and saw Martha carrying a tray of glasses and alcoholic drinks to the next table. She was very kind, and compared to Caroline, never made trouble. At that moment, Caroline called out to her and ordered her to bring a glass of water with ice. And from the opposite side, a fat relative was already shouting at Martha, who told her to immediately remove the dirty dishes. The third relative scolded her rudely for moving slowly. There was anger lurking inside Jack. His relatives openly forced his mother to work when a dozen service personnel were present even without her. But Martha did not disagree. She collected the dirty dishes and took them into the house. His heart sank from what he saw, but he could not do anything, because for everyone present, Jack was a simple child and 10-year-old grandson Lucas. Mom noticed Lucas standing nearby, walked up to him and sat down on her knees. She carefully buttoned the button on his jacket and looked at her son. Then, gently stroking his cheek, she said that her son was the most handsome. Jack looked at Martha, who was now his mother, and realized that being in this body was incredibly unusual. But thanks to the warmth she gave to Lucas, she helped Jack adapt quickly. Suddenly, she quickly jumped up, hearing comments about unwashed dishes, and began collecting plates from the tables. Jack clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He promised that one day he would make sure that his mother received the proper treatment. He noticed how coldly his grandfather behaved towards his parents, and all his relatives and friends tried to be like him. Hence, the general hostility towards their family. Richard Wilson was thanking the guests for their visit when he noticed Lucas standing nearby. He leaned over to his grandson again and said that he wanted to show Lucas the gift he had promised. Jack broke out in a cold sweat, if only his grandfather wouldn't ask if Lucas remembered what he was talking about, because Jack didn't know the answer to this question. Entering the children's room, Jack saw what Lucas wanted to see. It was a toy horse. It was brand new and probably very expensive. Richard smiled at his grandson and asked if he liked the gift. Jack tried to understand where this excessive care and kindness came from. Maybe he was tormented by his conscience for driving his father out of the company or for not once recognizing his mother as his son's wife. But since he ended up in this body, he will definitely check to what extent Richard Wilson's kindness will last. Jack smiled at his grandfather and said that he liked a real horse better than a plastic one. Richard thought it was a joke and decided to play along, saying that a real car was also cooler than a toy one. Jack decided to go even further and said that he would like a real boat that floats on the sea, and not a small boat for the bathroom. The smile immediately disappeared from Richard's face, and at that second Jack thought that he seemed to have gone too far. The grandfather looked at his grandson and asked what he meant by the word real. Jack had to answer as a child would answer, without hesitation, and he said, "The real thing is what Grandpa made. After all, Grandpa creates real ships and cars. That's all Lucas likes." Having given such an answer, Jack was worried about how the chairman took these words, and whether he passed the test. But, Richard replied, to have real cars and ships, you need to work a lot, experience a lot of things, and go through a lot of difficulties. Jack thought to himself, he was used. He did the dirtiest and hardest work, and then he died altogether, so Jack would not be frightened by these difficulties. But suddenly the chairman said that if he finished this school year with excellent grades in all subjects, then Grandfather would buy Lucas a real horse for his birthday. Jack had a university degree under his belt, and naturally, getting excellent grades in elementary school would be a piece of cake. Richard looked at Lucas and said he didn't seem sure he could handle it. Jack replied that he would try very hard to receive such a gift. Jack decided that he would change everything, just not right away and a little bit at a time, and you, dear and beloved YouTube viewer, also have a great opportunity to change something. For example, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and like. It will be very nice because I tried for you. Have a nice day. In the clearing where the festive buffet was taking place, Grandfather's assistant approached the boys and said that they had been ordered to be taken to the children's playroom. Jack looked at the assistant and his heart began to beat wildly. He recognized him. He would have recognized him from 1,000 other faces. This was the same man who organized Jack's murder. It was he who called him into his office, offered him money, and ordered him to secretly leave the country. On the way to the children's room, Jack could not calm down, but he understood that he needed to pull himself together. After all, now he's not Jack Brown, but Lucas Wilson. Entering the playroom, Bobby was the first to notice the toy horse and, pushing aside everyone in the aisle, ran towards it. Having climbed onto it, the boy said that he was the first to see it, the first to sit on it, which means he will ride alone. Jack's sense of injustice awoke again, even as a child. But Jimmy's older brother noticed Lucas's changed behavior and stopped him. It seems that Jimmy is used to the fact that no one puts him in anything, and the whole family is used to it. Jack smiled at Jimmy. He wasn't going to get used to it. He walked over to Bobby, who was swinging on his horse. First, we need to teach him not to be rude in the future and make a strong impression on his grandfather. Jack abruptly told the boy that it was his horse. Then he ordered the guy to get off the horse. But the boy said that he would do whatever he wanted and nothing would happen to him for it. The children laughed together. This horse cannot be Lucas's property. Jack kicked the horse hard and it began to rock violently. Bobby held on and shouted that he still wouldn't get off and would ride as long as he wanted. Jack calmly kicked again and the horse flew off the stand. Having fallen to the floor, the heavy toy crushed the boy's leg and he screamed in pain. One of the children shouted that he would call the adults now. Jack stood over the guy writhing in pain and said that he shouldn't touch what belongs to him. Bobby's mother ran in at the scream and was dumbfounded by what she saw. Next, Lucas's relatives appeared at the door. Jack looked at his mother, who also came running in response to the screams. Judging by her expression, Mom was very surprised, probably. Her son Lucas had never behaved like that. And the next second, Jack clearly felt a slap on his face. The enraged mother slapped Jack on the cheeks and could not calm down. Lucas's mother instantly ran up to her son and protected him from another blow from the injured boy. Holding her son tightly, she just repeated, "Sorry, sorry." Mom whispered that he should not be afraid of anything. She was there and would protect him. At that moment, the door to the game room opened, and Richard Wilson walked in. He looked sternly at those present and said that there were guests outside, and they were making noise here. He told Bobby's mother to pick up her son and go to the hospital. Richard told everyone to leave, everyone except Lucas. Jack told his mom that everything would be fine and they would see each other a little later. Left alone, the grandfather asked his grandson if he had done it. Jack replied that he was the one who broke the horse. Richard asked another question. Why did he break it and do this to the boy? Jack replied that the horse was his gift and Bobby wanted to take it away, so he broke it. It's better that no one gets it than him. He didn't want to give it to anyone. Richard smiled. Jack knew that the chairman would like this cruelty. The cruelty of the leader of an empire who does not want to lose an inch of land. Richard said that although Lucas didn't mean to hurt Bobby, he did get hurt, so his grandson will be punished. The grandfather turned to the door and told his grandson to follow him. Jack followed Richard into the Great Hall and the door closed behind him. Although the office of the chairman of Synthes Group was located on the 27th floor of the company's official office, all important decisions were made here, in the mansion. Only the richest and most influential members of the corporation could enter here. Jack was a member of this corporation for more than 10 years, but he never managed to get here. And now he is here. Grandpa pointed out a place where Lucas could wait while the meeting was going on. Jack noticed that in the place where his father Heinrich should sit, Kevin, his uncle's eldest son, was now sitting, but he was only 20 years old. Perhaps he has already been appointed as grandfather's successor. Richard looked at everyone and asked what they thought about the problem and how it could all turn out. One of those present said that this aristocrat is stubborn. The end of his term is approaching, but he does not give up. The only hope is that he will not act recklessly. The chairman expressed his concern the possibility cannot be ruled out that the rival could recruit his own army. Jack tried to analyze what was said. Tenure, suppression, the army. It seemed that the conversation was not about the company, but about the country. The employees suggested that we consider other methods. More than 1 million people from all over the country have already gathered. And if the military gets involved, perhaps 2. Now a flame of anger has broken out in the ranks of the rebels. If it is extinguished, they will be afraid. But if the army comes to help, then it is like pouring oil on the fire. Even the current government understood this. Richard menacingly asked if he wanted to say that we must prepare for an attack by the government, and next year the president will be in opposition. The employee replied that he did not completely rule out such a possibility. The chairman got mad and shouted that it could be the other way around, and in general, he was not going to waste his time listening to different assumptions. He shouted at the deputy why he was silent and told him to express his point of view. The deputy stood up and said that the government would not collapse, and the successor was already known, and these rallies and demonstrations had been going on for 7 years since the advent of the new government, but now it had become more serious. Jack thought that all this was very strange. In 3 days there would be a statement about the president's surrender. The Blue House should already begin to take shape around this time, and Synthes Group does not know about this information. He was in amazement. This was a meeting from the 80s, but no matter how chaotic the situation was, all they could say was who was in line behind whom. Jack expected to see the development of an effective strategy to respond to the changes taking place, as well as any predictions about how society and the world as a whole will develop in the future. Well, or at least hear adequate information that ordinary office workers would not have thought of. And in the end, they argued until the very end about who was behind whom. The chairman announced that the meeting was over and told everyone to gather information and listen carefully. The employee stood up from the table, bowed respectfully, and left the office. Richard turned to his grandson and said Lucas could get up. But Jack sat on his knees for so long that his legs went numb and he couldn't get up. The chairman said it was great that Lucas had sat in an awkward position for so long without showing that he was in pain or uncomfortable. Richard added that not every adult could show such patience and perseverance, but Lucas overcame these difficulties. Jack realized that the chairman liked his behavior, and he replied that he listened and did not notice how time flew by, so he did not feel tired in his legs. Richard said that he had recently noticed significant changes in Lucas's behavior and asked what was causing it. Jack decided that he would no longer remain silent and endure. He would now say everything he wanted to say. He plucked up courage and said that he had to endure only because his father and mother did not act. Jack added that he is very angry now and is not going to hold back any longer. He decided to add some acting and decided that some tears would be right on point. And the next second the grandfather knelt in front of his grandson and hugged him tightly. Jack managed to evoke the chairman's sympathy, a reaction he could not even imagine. He decided that now was the time to shock Richard once again. Jack quietly asked the chairman to have Grandpa make friends with all three. Richard said that he doesn't quite understand what they are talking about, and who the three grandson is asking him to be friends with. Jack replied that he meant exactly what his grandfather had said earlier at the meeting. He added that if it is known who will become the next president, then why not make friends with all three candidates? Jack continued to say that they were all so powerful that any one of them could easily take this position. The chairman said that this was a good idea, because the more friends, the better. He laughed loudly and added that they had a great conversation. Jack was delighted with himself. He smiled back at the chairman. Richard suggested that Lucas play somewhere while his grandfather worked. Then he looked back to his grandson and said if he saw Kevin, he should tell him to come into the office. Jack said that he would call Kevin, and satisfied went out into the corridor. Left alone, the chairman called someone and told him to take care of all three and treat them like VIPs. Richard added that they should not forget to say that they hope for a successful resolution of this situation. After hanging up the phone, the chairman remembered the conversation with his grandson, and could not believe that a 10-year-old grandson was saying such serious things. At that moment, Kevin looked into the office and asked the chairman if he could come in. Richard replied that now he is not a chairman for him, but just a grandfather. Richard said that Kevin not only listened in the meeting today, but perhaps also thought. He clarified that now he is asking this not as a chairman, but as a grandfather, so he can answer and not be afraid. Kevin said that the protesters are at their peak right now, and he thinks if the president sends in the military, it will become much quieter and calmer. This means that the current government will continue to govern, and the friend and successor of the current government will become the next president. Richard was expecting this answer and said that Kevin should join him in line. Kevin looked at his grandfather in bewilderment. He did not fully understand what kind of game the chairman was playing. Richard said that was all, returned to his desk, and told Kevin to leave. He sat down in a chair and closed his eyes, resolving issues and making decisions. Both business and political took too much energy. Jack stood around the corner and watched Kevin, who had left the chairman's office and was now standing in the hallway. It would be nice if he was the eldest grandson. Returning home, Martha asked Heinrich what she and her father were talking about. Heinrich replied that the chairman advised him to focus on educating his sons well. His father looked in the rearview mirror and said that he did not intend to scold him for what happened at his grandfather's estate today. Lucas asked for an apology, and his father said that he had already received his punishment, and most importantly, that he understood his mistake. The father added that the grandfather was going to send him and his brother Jimmy to a personal teacher. Jimmy exclaimed dissatisfiedly he didn't really like this idea. The father replied that it was okay if he didn't want to, and then asked Lucas if he liked his grandfather's proposal. Jack thought that the teacher should have learned from him, but since the chairman decided so, he would not resist. He answered his father that he agreed to have a personal teacher, and his father said that he would prepare everything for this. Jimmy leaned over to Jack and said that Lucas was great today for making idiot Bobby cry. Then he turned away and stared out the window, dreaming about something. It seems he also had a lot accumulated. There was a report on TV from some politician about how we are now in an era when deeply rooted conflicts and antagonisms between people have resulted in a national crisis. And the announcement of the declaration adopted by the president on June 29th, 1987 became the official declaration of the government. There was also news on another channel, where another politician continued to say that a new era of supreme power races was beginning. Jack listened, drank juice from a straw, and wondered what Richard Wilson should do now. Jack was returning from school and noticed a very familiar car at the entrance of their house. On the territory, he met a gardener who told him that his grandfather had come to visit them. And suddenly, Jack heard conversations in the house. The conversation took place in a raised voice. Martha sat opposite Richard and repeated once again that neither she nor Heinrich asked for a share in the Synthes Group company. Richard was angry. He personally came with such a proposal, and now he is being refused. And Martha continued to say that she understood the chairman's intentions to raise Lucas so that he could succeed in the Synthes Group company. But he is only 10 years old, and she would like him to decide for himself what to do when he grows up. Richard said that doesn't she understand what it means to give away a share of the company? Besides, he was going to take them back as children. But she refuses the last chance that Richard gives them. Martha apologized, but replied that she and Heinrich were trying to raise Lucas so that he could make his own decisions. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Martha and Richard turned around. Lucas stood on the threshold. The chairman quickly stood up, walked up to his grandson, picked him up and said that he had returned early from school. Although grandfather was no longer young, Jack felt that he was very strong. He looked at his mother, who usually remained silent in the presence of her grandfather, but now she boldly decided to speak out about her son's problems. It was very unusual and at the same time touching. Jack asked why his grandfather was angry, but he replied that his grandson only thought so because he raised his voice a little. But Mom said that everything was fine and she and Grandpa were just talking. Well, of course, they think he's small and think that Lucas doesn't understand anything. Lucas asked his mother and grandfather not to fight over him. He would really do what he wanted when he grew up. Richard silently sat back on the sofa and thought about something. The grandfather, who was not afraid of anything, must have been excited now to hear this from his own grandson. Jack decided it was time to bring them back to reality and said that when he grew up, he would become the boss of a big company, like his grandfather. Grandfather came to his senses and, having dispersed, said that, in the end, you can't deceive the blood. It happens that this manifests itself even after a generation. Richard turned to Martha and asked what she could now say to his grandson's statement. Tears appeared in Martha's eyes. Did her son really want to become a leader and connect his life with lies and corruption? She said that she wanted to make tea, and the grandfather asked her to bring it to his grandson's room. Richard added that he had a story he wanted to tell Lucas. Jack noticed that his mother was crying. He wanted to hope that it was because his grandfather treated her like a real legal daughter-in-law, and not the way other relatives treated her. Having settled down in the children's room, Grandfather asked if Lucas remembered the conversation that took place in his office. Jack said that that day he proposed to become friends with those 3 influential people. Richard replied that he followed his advice, sent them gifts, and was very friendly to them. Jack thought how quickly his grandfather acted. He had already managed to pay a bribe. The chairman continued by saying that starting today, events have taken a strange turn. Grandpa wanted everyone to get along, but he started arguing. The second and third places decided to team up to win the first. And now he also needs to choose a side. And each of those 3 who dream of taking the place of president wants to become something like a headman. Jack decided to clarify. That is, if the second and third places team up and win, then they will become the headman and deputy. But Grandfather replied that there is no deputy in running the country, only the headman. Jack asked if there is no deputy, then what is the point of them uniting? Because only one will become the headman. The chairman was struck by the idea that this was false information, and they had not united. The grandson replied that the grandfather was right, because the third is unlikely to help the second without receiving anything in return. The grandfather patted his grandson on the head and asked in surprise how he could be so smart. The car was racing along a country highway and moving further and further away from the house where Jack lived. Jack became more and more worried about what he had to do. He told his parents that he really wanted to look at the coast of the Western Sea, because as the geography teacher said, this is the only place where it connects with the northern one. In fact, the reason lay elsewhere. He urgently needed to check something. Jack wanted to see with his own eyes what he looked like now in Jack Brown's body. And now, after a short time, he was already standing in front of a familiar sign. This was Jack's house, and he wondered what he would say when he saw his parents. Jack automatically covered his mouth with his hand. The main thing was not to call them Mom and Dad. Jack looked out the window and saw his parents. He stood on the street and looked at them, tears rolling down from his eyes. Jack couldn't calm down. They really existed. Suddenly, his mother appeared in front of him. She asked the baby what happened to him. Next, Jack's father came out with the same question, and his mother said that the boy was standing in front of their house and crying. The parents worriedly asked if he was lost, but Jack lied, saying that he was looking for his friend's house. They didn't recognize him, and he said he was looking for a boy named Jack. The parents looked at the baby in surprise and said that there seemed to be no boy with that name nearby. But Mom said that you can ask Liliana. Maybe she has classmates or friends with that name. Jack asked in surprise who Liliana was. He didn't know any girls with that name. The parents said that Liliana was their daughter. Jack was even more surprised in his previous life. In their house, he did not have a sister named Liliana, and his parents do not know him. He was horrified because he realized that a man named Jack Brown did not exist. Richard Wilson sat in his office and looked at an article that published the results of the past elections. A few months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, all the conglomerates of the financial group began to help Yang and Kim. It was certain that one of them would become the next president. But the chairman listened to his grandson, sending an expensive gift to the candidate from the ruling party and made small gifts to Yang and Kim. Richard was now convinced of how useful his grandson's advice was to him. Jack read the same newspaper and thought that nothing was still different from what it was in his previous life. Having met his real parents, Jack could not find a place for himself and could not calm down. Because Jack does not exist in the past, and his daughter took his place. This meant that the details of the future recorded in his memory until now might differ. Jack also did not exclude the possibility that the future began to change due to changes in the soul of Chairman Richard Wilson, who was beginning to like Jack. And if it changes, then Jack's most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, may become useless. By the time Jack is 20 years old, he must prepare the groundwork to absorb Synthesis Group. Within 10 years, Richard Wilson will be lying in a hospital bed awaiting death. This means that before that, he must take possession of as many shares as possible for himself and his father. If everything goes well, then Jack will be able to start fighting with his uncle, Philip Wilson. In addition, he must try to prevent his death in a car accident that occurred on his 20th birthday. He lived like Jack Brown, cleaning up after everyone in this company, so there is no one more worthy than him. In addition, all members of the Wilson family would have to die in a car accident. He had not looked into this before, which was a pity. After analyzing his entire plan, Jack decided that he first needed to avoid his own death. And then one thought occurred to Jack how much the future would change if he helped Richard Wilson live longer. Suddenly, his mother looked into the room and told Lucas that it was time for him to get ready. His grandfather was waiting for him. The only thing left to do now was to check the results of your actions and act very carefully. Lucas arrived at the Wilson estate and joyfully ran towards his grandfather. Jack still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't help but do it either. Grandfather said that there would be no one here except them, and ordered them to sit down at the table. Jack was not at all surprised that his grandfather wanted to be alone with his grandson. He looked at Richard and realized that he was incredibly happy that his bet in the presidential election had worked. But Jack did not show that he understood this. He only asked why his grandfather was in such a good mood. Richard replied that he was very glad to see Lucas and would buy him anything he wanted. Jack asked the chairman that his generosity was most likely due to the fact that his grandfather found out about his grades. But Richard replied that he had already forgotten about their agreement. Jack behaved as little boys usually brag and said that he got excellent marks in all subjects. The chairman was surprised by this, and the grandson added that he was the only one in the class who received 100 points. Grandfather laughed and said that it was too late now and he wouldn't be able to buy him a real horse right now. Jack chuckled quietly. He didn't need the horse, it was just a cover to get more. He told his grandfather that everything was fine because he doesn't even know how to ride a horse yet, but when he learns, then he can buy. Jack then asked Richard a question. If not because of the promise, then why did he invite him to visit? The chairman replied that thanks to Lucas, grandfather's company had become even bigger, which meant he would earn even more money. Then Jack asked if his grandfather could give him even more than he promised. The chairman replied that not only was it bigger, but it was better. But what could be bigger and better than a horse? And Jack replied that if they bought a horse, it would be kept on his grandfather's ranch on the island, and Lucas would not be able to ride there every day. At that moment, there was a knock and the servants entered the room. They delivered a delicious dinner for the grandfather and grandson. While they were setting the table, grandfather said that the horse option was really not rational and they would think about it during the meal. At dinner, grandfather said that we could build another ranch, then we could ride horses every day. This was exactly the answer Jack wanted to hear. Jack pretended to be a joyful child and rushed to hug his grandfather for such a generous gift. Now the most important thing is where this ranch will be located. Filled with joyful emotions, Lucas asked where this ranch was, to which his grandfather replied that he would build it on the northern side of Seoul. But this was not at all the place that Jack needed. He made a sad expression on his face and said that they live in a completely different area and it is far away. Grandfather smiled and replied that there was no ranch nearby that could be purchased. And the resourceful grandson suggested that it could be simply built because his grandfather could do it. Jack once again made his grandfather laugh, but he didn't understand what he said so funny. Finally, the chairman calmed down and said that out of 48 branches, he had created only 19, and the rest were captured. Most of the companies to which he had a hand were created in the early days of the existence of Synthis Group at first. Everything had to be done by oneself, and then persistence and the desire to develop appeared. Jack was looking forward to his grandfather finishing the story about the history of the company, and finally making his decision. The chairman replied that this is why he really liked the idea of building a ranch. Richard shouted to one of his assistants and ordered him to bring him a map. A minute later, the card was already in the office. All that remained was to make sure that the decisions of Jack and the chairman coincided. The chairman laid out the map on the table and said that now he will see how good Lucas has an eye. The grandfather handed his grandson a red marker and told him to mark on the map the place where he wanted to build a ranch. The ranches were also just a cover. Jack was going to secure the land in advance, the price of which would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, and this would be a good help in the battle for the share of Synthis Group. Richard kept a close eye on Lucas and advised him to choose wisely, preferably not in the city center. And when Jack circled the area he needed, the chairman said with surprise that it was a little far from Lucas's house. But he respected his grandson's opinion and agreed. The chairman again called the assistant and, handing him the map, ordered to urgently find out everything about the condition of this land. After the doors closed, grandfather said that we could start eating. At dinner, the chairman asked how Lucas was doing at school and how many friends he had. Jack answered positively, but in fact he had no friends. How could he be friends with children when he was already 40? Then the assistant entered the room again and said that he had brought information about the selected lands. He explained that the area is called the South Bank and has a limited development area. It is a rural area with cucumber and melon fields. There are poor transport links and a poor population of residents, so the likelihood of development is very low. The president thought, "This means there is no competition there and building a ranch will not be difficult." Jack watched as the chairman tapped his finger on the table and waited impatiently to see what decision Richard would ultimately make. Finally, Wilson gave orders to find out what land could be purchased there with an area of at least 150,000 square meters. Jack sighed imperceptibly. He managed to force the chairman to do what he had in mind. When the assistant left again, Richard turned to his grandson and said that if he were in his place, he would not buy this land. It was a meager dirt hole. It will take a lot of effort and time for it to generate income, and perhaps this will not happen at all. Perhaps it is not worth buying this particular plot. To which Jack replied that no one knows the future, much less how the country's infrastructure will develop. Grandfather agreed that he did not exclude the possibility that in 20 to 30 years, this land would have great value, which Lucas would see. Jack replied that he would try to maintain and increase these investments. But Jack wasn't going to wait that long. He knew that within 2 years a new city would stand on this land. The chairman could not even imagine that he had just given Jack 150,000 square meters in the center of the future new city of Bundon. One of the following days, his daughter Caroline and her husband Oliver stood in the president's office, who announced that he wanted to run for deputies of the National Assembly. Caroline said that he had good support among the middle class and could become an additional force for his father. Richard replied that he already had a deputy ready to come running at a moment's notice, and his son-in-law should be content with what he now had. Caroline got angry and asked if her father meant that he felt sorry for using the money for his husband. The chairman reminded them that it was he who helped Oliver get a job in the prosecutor general's office, and he now wants to repay him by running for deputies. Oliver felt awkward and began muttering apologies under his breath. But Katrina immediately shut his mouth and continued to put pressure on her father, saying that her husband did not deserve such treatment. He was from a family of the best lawyers in the country. Richard smiled evilly and reminded him that it was he, using his strength, power, and money, who made his father the chief prosecutor and Oliver his deputy. All these actions were done in order to turn them into loyal dogs and protect Cyntha's group. Oliver stood red as a lobster. He already regretted that he had agreed to his wife's idea. The chairman told Oliver to get rid of this nonsense in his head and just continue to live as he lives now, without knowing worries and hardships. Richard then reminded them that vain greed and greed often lead to ruin. Caroline looked at her father with bewilderment. If he agreed, she made big plans for her husband's career and planned to get a big income from it. And then the chairman turned to her and said that she owned a department store and still dared to remain dissatisfied. Carolina realized that her father had figured out her plan to put her husband into politics and gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and take over the Cyntha's group. She humbly lowered her head and asked her father for forgiveness. And the chairman told them to be content with what they had, and if the efficiency of the department store management decreased, then he would take it away too. All this time, Jack was in the office. He sat quietly on the sofa in the corner of the office and saw everything that was happening. He knew very well the imperious character of Caroline, who was ready to go over her head to achieve her goal. It must be very disappointing for her to watch how her older brothers, one after another, take over, and she herself was removed from the list of heirs. Jack understood that if they did not have the support of the chairman, then getting rid of them would not be difficult. When Caroline and her husband left the office, Richard approached his grandson and asked if he was bored, to which Jack replied that he was reading a book. And then the chairman put some kind of envelope in front of Jack. He explained that these are the documents for the land that they spoke about earlier. Jack saw the numbers and said that the acquired area was much larger than what they agreed on. Richard praised his grandson for having an excellent memory and being good at math. Jack knew the chairman would like this, since memorizing accurate numbers in business is probably the basis of the basics. And Richard explained that there were several owners there with small plots, so he bought several. Jack immediately calculated in his head that in 2 or 3 years the compensation for the land would be more than $12 million. The current market value of an apartment in the city center was so much that in the future Jack could buy 200 such apartments with this money. The grandson ran up to his grandfather and, hugging him tightly, said that they would build the biggest ranch and buy many beautiful horses. Jack thought he might as well be a little nice since he received a gift of $16 billion. The following year was truly incredible as a directly elected president took office. He released a declaration that included proposals for cooperation and improvement of relations between several countries. All these political actions had a beneficial effect on the development of the country, where people began to move, and therefore housing prices soared several times. The government could no longer cope with such rising property prices and announced a plan to build 2 million houses. But prices continued to rise, and therefore a decision was made to build an entire city. Richard closely followed everything that was happening in the country and in the city, and when he learned about this news, he was completely shocked. The chairman asked the assistant if he remembered the day Richard gave Lucas the ranch property. He pointed to the map and showed his assistant that this was exactly the place where the new city would be built. Richard thought that childish naivety worked wonders. But in any case, the baby seemed to have thought through everything 100 steps ahead, and all this in just a year. But Richard was against buying this land. But his grandson insisted on this particular site on the map. The chairman told the assistant that Lucas would grow up to be a worthy leader and ordered him to take care of him. Because if Richard separated 3 or 4 companies and handed them over to him, then others would try to take them away. The assistant had to prevent this. Jack looked at the documents about the profit from the sale of part of the real estate, and the amount was staggering. He got rid of a small part of the land, and the profit was already 14 billion. He remembered the words of the chairman, who said that Lucas himself earned this money, so he can dispose of it at his own discretion. Further calculations predicted that in 30 years, this amount would increase and reach 100 billion. The next minute, there was a knock on the door, and Lucas's parents appeared on the threshold. They said that they wanted to talk to their son. They asked what Lucas was going to do with that money. Jack replied that he told his grandfather that he would keep the money in the bank. It seems they were worried that such a small boy could get a huge amount, and Jack decided to calm them down. Mom asked if Lucas might want to buy something, but Jack replied that he had everything he needed. Jack then added that what was more important was what they wanted to do with the money. And then an awkward moment came. Jack didn't understand why they were looking at him so surprised. Suddenly, the father stood up and silently walked towards the exit. Mom sat down with Lucas and said that Dad was very surprised, and added that they would talk about it later. Left alone in the room, Jack felt perplexed. Perhaps he had said something wrong. Martha found Heinrich in the courtyard of the house and decided to continue the conversation with him. She reassured her husband, saying that there was no need to worry about it. These were just the words of an immature child, and he clearly had good intentions. Heinrich replied that he was not angry, he just felt very ashamed at some point. He added that when Lucas said this, Heinrich's heart began to beat faster, and he thought that this was an opportunity that needed to be seized. Now he considered himself a pathetic father, drooling over his child's money. Martha reassured Heinrich, saying that this was really a lot of money, and it was the same with her. She thought that with such a sum, they could go abroad and live there together. Jack managed to overhear this conversation between his parents, and he realized that they really loved him very much. A little later, Jack chose the right moment and approached his father, saying that he wanted to ask him for forgiveness for making him angry. The father replied that he was not angry, but simply very surprised at that moment, then asked his son what he intended to do now. Jack looked seriously into Henry's eyes and replied that he would be the owner of a company that would become much stronger and more powerful than his grandfather's. The father listened carefully to his son and then suddenly burst out laughing. Of course, at that moment it seemed ridiculous. Syntez Group is the richest company in the country, and some child claims that he will build a larger company. The father said that he approved of his son's grandiose dreams and was making plans for the future. But Jack looked seriously at Heinrich and said that he needed his father's help. Heinrich replied that he was not at all interested in the affairs of the company. He had once studied business in England, but he was always interested in cinema. The son replied that his father said exactly what was needed, and, since he studied in England, perhaps he still had contacts of his classmates. The vice chairman of the company and eldest son, Philip Wilson, called Kevin, the eldest son of Uncle Lucas, and told him that this kid had already received 14 billion in compensation for the land, and when he dealt with the rest of the land, he would add another 10. Kevin replied that even if he just put this money in the bank, the interest would be about 1 billion and he could buy 20 apartments every month. Philip angrily shouted that Richard, who wouldn't give even 100 cents just like that, had given his grandson a whole ranch. In addition, he transferred these lands to him and gave Lucas the opportunity to dispose of them at his own discretion, and this was already a problem. Philip asked Kevin if the chairman had ever given him a meter of land or a bank book. This shows how much his grandfather devalues Kevin as a partner. Hearing this truth, Kevin lowered his head and felt like a pathetic idiot. When Philip calmed down a little, he told Kevin to keep a close eye on Henry's house and report on everything that happened there. At Lucas's house, everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of their guest. A pleasant young man came into the room, and my father introduced him. It was Larry Baker, my father's classmate in England. Larry held the position of chairman of the Invest Group company and came to their house at the invitation of Heinrich. Jack knew that in 30 years Invest Group would become a super asset management company with huge annual income. It's strange that he was his father's friend. Larry asked his parents for permission to talk to Lucas in person. The father introduced his son to his classmate and told Lucas to listen carefully to his uncle's advice. Larry put his briefcase on the floor and, sitting down on the sofa, said that he heard from his father that Lucas allegedly wants to become a businessman and create a company like his grandfather. Lucas replied that Larry didn't quite understand correctly. He wanted to lead the company more than his grandfather. The man said that the Synthes Group company is now the largest in the country, and to have a company larger than this is incredible greed. Jack again decided to correct Larry and replied that this was not greed, but his dream. The man said that Lucas was like his grandfather in his insatiability, and like his father in his dreams. Lucas wanted to clarify who Larry was, and he replied that he was the head of a large company, Invest Group, which was different from his grandfather's company. Larry explained that their company is in the business of making rich people even richer. And then Jack asked if it means that the Invest Group company will also be able to increase Lucas's money. Larry replied that only rich people can become clients of his company, and he is unlikely to be able to help Lucas with anything. Lucas replied, "It's strange that his father didn't say anything about his money, because now he has 14 billion in his account, and after the sale of the remaining land, 10 more will be added." In his past life, Jack met a lot of rich miners, but it was thanks to shares or a rich parent. But here the situation is completely different. Larry is probably now thinking about where a 12-year-old child gets such money, which will rise in value in 30 years and will already amount to hundreds of billions. Larry had been staring at one point for a couple of minutes, and, judging by his facial expression, comments here would be inappropriate. Jack decided to finally finish off Larry and handed him his own investment plan. Larry took the notebook and began silently studying the notes, graphs, and tables. At first there was attentiveness on his face, which gradually began to develop into surprise and shock. On the page with the plan for investing in company shares, he drew special attention. Jack took the juice and carefully observed what the final reaction would be from the head of the Invest Group company. Finally, Larry closed the notebook, looked carefully at Lucas, and asked with undisguised surprise how he knew all this at that age. Jack replied that he was simply smart beyond his years, and smiled childishly. Larry said that he might be smart, but not that smart no one would believe that this business plan was drawn up by a 12-year-old child. Larry asked a question that interested him regarding the fact that the plan included a clause about creating a company in America and then investing it back in Korea. Even experienced financiers could not think of this. Jack replied that they simply weren't Richard Wilson's grandchildren and didn't have the same big dreams as Lucas. Jack said that he has been visiting his grandfather's house every week for 3 years and even stays with him during school holidays to understand what they are talking about. Larry suggested that Lucas's grandfather, Richard Wilson, influenced the drawing up of this plan. Jack mentally felt relieved. He managed to get out of it, blaming everything on his grandfather and diverting suspicions from himself, and then added that he was always close to his grandfather, who said a lot of important things. Larry, having analyzed the conversation and, understanding the content of Lucas's business plan, made the appropriate conclusions for himself. Heinrich was standing in the yard when his friend Larry came out of the house and walked towards him. Larry asked why Henry did not say 14 billion. Henry responded that he didn't want Larry to be prejudiced because of money. Now Larry wanted to talk about Lucas. He said that his son is an unusual child, he is a genius. Henry agreed with Larry, saying that Lucas was doing very well in school, but his friend replied that that was not what he meant. At the end of the conversation, Larry said that he needed to think everything over carefully, and saying goodbye went to his car. After watching his friend go, Henry turned around, raised his head and looked out the window. He saw an ordinary 12-year-old boy looking at his father and making faces at him. A few days later, Larry visited Heinrich Wilson's house again to communicate with Lucas again. Jack politely greeted him and was ready for a new upcoming conversation. The main thing was not to get confused and stick to one version. Henry decided to organize the information in his head, and asked Lucas again whether he really used it in his business plan after finding out the information from his grandfather, to which he received the same answer. Larry took the business plan and said that in this case he did not need a book on investments. Jack had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force him to follow his concocted plan. Putting the documents away in his briefcase, Larry said that by the end of the year, they would have an investment company ready in America, and Lucas would own it 100%. In addition, he could keep his funds there as long as he wanted. Jack replied that they could decide such issues on their own, but he would have one request to Larry. Settling down on the sofa in the living room, Larry sighed and told Heinrich that Lucas was only going to invest 10 billion. And with the remaining 4 billion, he wants to create a film production company. After a short silence, Larry said that the first candidate for the post of general director of the film company was Heinrich. Heinrich asked in amazement whether what he had just heard about the film business was true. Larry informed Heinrich about the cost of creating one movie in Korea, and, after doing the math, said that at least 10 high-budget quality films could be created with 4 billion. Heinrich fell silent and thought about it, and Larry continued, "If you also invest, the amount will be many times larger." He added that if you simply offer money to Heinrich, he will definitely refuse, so Lucas asked Larry to create a film company for him. Larry continued to say that Lucas said that in the future, he would force his father to take the place of CEO in this company by any means. One of the following days, an assistant stood in the office of Chairman Richard Wilson. He said that in front of him was the personal file of Mr. Larry Baker. Richard knew very well about the Invest Group company, but the fact that Larry was a friend of Heinrich Wilson, his son, was news to the chairman. The assistant explained that they studied together in England and were classmates. He then expressed his opinion that this was very strange. Lucas was expected to simply put the money in the bank and receive interest on it. But it turned out that he decided to start an investment company. Richard instructed the assistant to meet with Larry personally to avoid suspicions that he had a desire to take Lucas's money. The assistant left, and the chairman thought that his grandson was quite smart. Having made an investment in an investment company, only interest was not enough for him, and in this he was very similar to his grandfather. In the summer of 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the controlled republics of the Soviet Union, creating a 600-kilometer human chain called the Baltic Way. And in the fall of that year, the Hungarian government opened its western borders, which created a mass exodus of East German lords. And while the whole world was paying attention to the changes taking place in Eastern Europe, Jack focused on creating an investment company in New York. Jack had 98% of the shares, and the remaining 2% belonged to Larry Baker and his colleagues. And at the end of November of the same year, Jack and Larry arrived in New York. Jack stood in front of his company office and looked at the high-rise building. Larry said that the building looked a little shabby. He bought it inexpensively so as not to waste money on something useless. Seeing the name of the fantasy entertainment company, Larry smiled and said that it sounded a little naive and childish, and Jack thought that, starting with this company, he would still show everyone a real miracle. Jack was delighted. Everything inside was done modernly and tastefully. The office premises were light and spacious. He knew that it was here that he would grow into a giant monster, which would soon completely devour Synthesis Group. A team of office workers was already walking towards them. They smiled friendlily. When Larry said that he was ready to give them the CEO of the company, everyone turned towards Jack. Larry told Jack that these were the people with whom they would work together and asked the boy to introduce himself to them. Jack introduced himself as Lucas Wilson and said that he was also glad to meet everyone. Larry was surprised and said that Jack knew English very well and spoke like a local. Naturally, Jack knew English very well. It was necessary when working at Synthesis Group. Jack wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it thoroughly, tirelessly. He said that although it was wrong to talk about work immediately after the meeting, he asked to find out information about one company. Larry said he approved of Lucas's enthusiasm and asked what company he was talking about. Jack said that we were talking about the Bill Market Company. The office employees began asking if they had heard something, and if Lucas really needed information about the Bill Market Company. Jack said that this is where the first investment will be made. At the age of 12, Bill Martin started his own business selling postage stamps, selling them directly, then opened several businesses, achieving success in marketing. Soon, using his acquired business skills, he founded the world-class computer company Bill Market. Larry asked in surprise how Lucas knew about this company at that age. Jack added that in addition to Bill making $2,000 from stamp sales, he made a lot of money from newspaper subscriptions in high school. Larry asked if Lucas was going to spend a fortune just for a story about Bill's childhood. But Jack replied that if he could earn that much as a child without having a rich grandfather, then that says something. After all, it is quite obvious that a person like Bill Martin will earn a lot in the future. Larry ordered the employees to urgently find all the information about Bill Martin and his company Bill Market. A few days later, Jack stood in front of the burger shop and did not understand why Larry had brought him here. Larry explained that Bill Market's investment potential was too low, and Bill agreed to meet him informally over a simple lunch. Larry added that Bill received $30 million, and last year he might have wanted to meet Lucas. Jack understood that in investing the main thing is to catch the right moment and understand when to enter a project and when to get out of it. Larry said that perhaps they were late with the meeting, and Bill most likely would not accept their offer since he had difficulty getting this meeting. They entered the burger shop. Jack looked around naturally. There was a middle-class contingent here. At the very end of the hall, Bill was sitting by the window. He waved his hand at them from afar. Jack looked at Bill for a few seconds. At 27, he was the youngest among the 500 richest people in the world, and at 34, he would claim 5th place in America with a fortune of more than $20 billion. Larry noticed how surprised Bill was looking at Lucas, and explained that the boy was his fan. Jack and Larry sat down at the table and Bill shook Larry's hand. Bill immediately asked to get down to business. In 15 minutes he had to return to the company. Larry didn't hesitate and immediately said that they represent the Fantasy Entertainment Company and want to invest in the Bill Market Company. Bill continued to chew his burger, and when Larry was about to take the documents out of his briefcase, he stopped him. Bill replied that he did not need any investments, and the amount that he now had was just right for him. Jack thought that, naturally, $30 million was enough for him to live a carefree life and prosper his company. Larry added that he is aware of the financial situation of Bill Market. But if the proposed conditions are exceptional, is there really no opportunity to reconsider his decision? Bill told Larry that he only needed funds to expand the company, and besides, Bill had the perfect plan. Bill continued that he doesn't do stupid things like increase company stock to make money. Jack and Larry looked at each other. It seemed that the conversation was not going well, and the deal might not take place. Jack asked to speak and said that Bill's past is Lucas's present, and Bill's present is Lucas's future. Bill replied that the guy dreamed too much, then added that as a child he was slightly different from others. Jack replied that he was also not like other children his age, and was even different from Bill. Bill stopped eating his burger, looked closely at Lucas, and asked what was so special about him. Jack replied that Bill, at 12 years old, had $2,000 billion on hand from the sale of stamps. Lucas now has the same amount and has $15 billion from the sale of land. Bill put down his burger and asked about the amount Lucas owned. Jack continued by saying that he doesn't know where Bill spent his $2 billion, but he, Lucas, knows how he uses his 15. Jack said that he was going to become a major shareholder of the Bill Market Company. Bill was surprised to ask Larry, having such ambitions, if Lucas was his son. Larry's answer threw Bill into a real shock. Larry replied that Lucas was his boss. Bill asked Lucas a direct question. How did he know that he sold stamps at the age of 12 and thus made money? At that second, Jack thought that he had seriously screwed up, had the story of Bill's childhood not yet been published, but he had to somehow get out of it. He looked at Bill slyly and said if he had not found out everything about Bill, would he have acted and invested such a huge amount? Then Bill asked the question, if Lucas is going to become a major shareholder and Bill is not accepting investments now, then how does the guy think about achieving this? He slyly added that regarding the composition of the board of directors, he has more votes, so his opinion will be decisive. Jack replied that, most likely, next year the Bill Market would register on the investment exchange, and Lucas would immediately buy back the outstanding shares. He would instantly become a major shareholder with $15 billion, and by the end of this year, Lucas would have 10 more. Bill became thoughtful when Lucas told him that he would become a board member and actively manage the company. Bill listened, and Jack continued to say that, having accepted his own investment, he, as a shareholder, would transfer his votes to them until he decided to sell them again. Jack assured Bill that he would have the right to buy back the shares first, and at the market price. At this point, Larry interrupted Lucas and told Bill that he and Lucas needed to talk for a minute. He told Lucas that this was not an issue that could be resolved so easily because the preferred right to purchase shares on the market was more expensive. Larry added that this is correct from the point of view of protecting management rights and the ability to dispose of votes. Bill saw the way Larry acted with Lucas and said that he didn't believe the guy was the boss, but now he doesn't doubt it. He turned to the guy and asked his name. Jack lied and said his name was Howard Wilson. Bill looked at the guy and suggested discussing the situation in more detail. The plane was flying from New York to Seoul, on which Jack and Larry were returning. On the plane, Larry said that he would be busy with investment negotiations, but Bill refused all $15 million. Something needed to be done with the remaining funds. Jack replied that Larry should consult with the staff and offer him options that Lucas could consider. Larry said that he was very surprised by his conversation with Bill. It seemed to him that Lucas was just a smart child, but Larry's adult brain refuses to understand this. Jack replied that he was born again. He was from the future, which would come 30 years from now. So the knowledge of a 40-year-old man remained in his head. Larry seemed offended and said that he shouldn't joke so stupidly. He's not a fan of science fiction. Although at about this age you begin to understand where the past is, where the present is, and where the future is. Larry added that there is no need to doubt the intellectual level of a 40-year-old person who is engaged in economic activities. The chairman of Synthesis Group sat and read the aide's report, who said that Lucas had gone to New York with Larry Baker, and that the trip was more like a business trip than sightseeing and shopping. He then added that Lucas Wilson is currently spending money to create a film company. Richard instantly looked away from studying the report received from the New York branch and looked at his assistant in surprise. He clarified that the design is almost completed, and production is already planned to begin next year. That is, Lucas is putting together 2 projects at the same time. The chairman looked menacingly at the assistant and asked if he understood correctly that the film company was being created with Lucas's money. The assistant replied that it was true. Lucas had allocated $4 billion for this. Richard was angry. He believed that his grandson had screwed up by failing to spend his money wisely. The chairman added that it seemed that he had not trained Lucas enough if he was able to spend $4 billion so recklessly. Even if Lucas did it for the sake of his father. Still, if you feel that there is no hope of profit, you should not spend the funds. The assistant dared to object, answering that it was quite possible that Heinrich's films would become profitable. The chairman replied that Heinrich had been a slacker all his life. There was no question of a company. And besides, the film business is not easy to promote, because then where do failed films come from? The assistant thought that if any of the films were successful, the chairman would decide that Lucas's ability to invest correctly was incredible. Already at home, Jack looked through the documents relating to his investment plan. He invested about $9 billion in the bill market, and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining $6 billion. Now Jack was getting acquainted with the constituent documents of the Nanosoft company, whose director was Chris Knight. Larry said he doesn't know much about the computer industry, but they say it's a little dangerous to invest in. Jack asked what the danger was, and Larry replied that the company was trying to release new computer systems, but the market reaction was not very favorable. This year, their third version is being released, and it is possible that it will fail in addition. Their customer is preparing to develop their own operating system, and may terminate the contract with Nanosoft. Jack said that next year drones will be released in 2 versions, or it's not so important, the difference is only a year or 2. Larry thought about it and said that he would choose Nanosoft. Jack wondered how Larry planned to invest in an area he wasn't particularly familiar with. Jack said that he would do it, he was lucky, so everything would work out for them. A minute later, Jack turned to Larry and asked him to sell the remaining lands, to which Larry replied that he could wait a little until the price for them reached its peak. But Jack replied that he needed more funds for the company in New York, because having already invested existing funds in 2 companies, Fantasy Entertainment needed additional capital for investment. Jack told Larry to use half of the remaining land after selling it, and hold the rest for now. Larry replied that he would do everything as Lucas said and left the room. Jack understood that he was using only fragmentary information about the future, and in fact he didn't really know anything. He had never been a stockbroker, but just an office worker. Jack couldn't remember exactly when and which company became a good place to invest. But the one thing that would make his firm invincible over the next 30 years was movies. He knew most of the Hollywood films that brought huge profits to film companies, and also film investors who have never suffered financial failure. This alone will make you call yourself Hollywood Midas, who, according to legend, could turn everything into gold. A few days later, Larry was again at Lucas's house. He said that he had brought something interesting. He said he got it in New York, and Lucas should take a look at it. The folder was called Hollywood Production, Investments, and the Real State of Affairs. After looking at the documents, Jack said that he wanted to show this to his father and convince him that he could really make money from this. And then Jack came across a project for one of the films, which was almost at the stage of approval for distribution. He thought that if his father's company was responsible for adapting and distributing the film domestically, he could put pressure on theater owners to push it into release. Jack jumped up and asked Larry if this movie was actually in the making. Larry looked and replied that it was so. The film was now in the production workshop, but it was a small family film in which both the director and the actors were new. After reading a few more pages, Larry realized that the main role was played by a child, the same age as Lucas. Putting the documents on the table, Larry said that it was better to exclude this idea from the options. To Lucas's questioning look, Larry replied that the film Warrior was originally supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget grew, and the film was transferred to Wolf's company, where it is under consideration. Larry added that he doesn't know much about it, but since the film's production is stalled at the initial stage, he doesn't think anything good will come of it. Jack shouted that he definitely wanted to invest in this film as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Larry sternly answered that investments in cinema are 2 different things. If shares fall in price, then you simply suffer small losses. And if the film does not turn out to be a box office success, then it is just money thrown away. In cinema, there is no timing in which you need to jump out. Larry sharply said that this time he is categorically against this idea. This is not an investment, but a gambling game. Jack continued to insist on his own. He asked to try such investments once, and in the future he would remain silent about investments. He saw Larry's look. His reaction was completely understandable to Jack, but he had to seize this chance. Jack did not want to miss the opportunity to establish himself in Hollywood as an investment company. Even if something goes wrong, it is his money, and he promised his parents to use it as he wants. He told Larry that he didn't see a problem even if all of Fantasy Entertainment's money disappeared, because the richest man in this country was his grandfather. It was clear that Larry was angry, but he remained silent. In the end, he said he would do as Lucas wanted. Jack told him to get the rights to distribute the film and adapt it in Korea. Larry replied that it would not be difficult, because they were the only investors who decided to invest. He added that he would try to organize everything as quickly as possible. Larry headed for the exit, but Lucas stopped him and invited him to have dinner with his family. Larry refused, saying that he was not in the mood to sit at the same table with them right now. At that moment, Jack thought that he had made Larry very angry, but his anger would disappear as soon as he saw the box office revenue from the film. And then the day came when Jack held in his hands the necessary founding documents for a film called Home Alone. As soon as Nanosoft released a new operating system, the price of their shares immediately increased. Larry, who had previously been angry with Lucas, now smiled in surprise and said that the $8 million invested in the film would pay off within a few years. This film earned 6 times its cost, and that's just in America. Larry understood that Lucas was now the richest kid in the world. Lucas told Larry that he was already starting high school, and the semester was starting in March. At that moment, the father entered the room. It was clear that he was very dissatisfied. Heinrich said that he was busy, and asked him to quickly explain the essence of the matter. Larry asked him if this unrest was due to the fact that the film created by Heinrich still could not find time for distribution. The father replied that before the new year, all the cinemas were cleared, and last year during the Christmas season this film was a hit, and this year the premiere will be released in Korea. Larry smiled. Is this film really so good that all the cinemas have been cleared and are waiting for the Home Alone film to appear? The father added that this family film is what is needed during the new year. It is already breaking all records for the distribution of comedy films, so there is no place for his film at the box office. My father sadly said that as soon as Home Alone starts showing in all cinemas, they won't even remember about his film. Larry and Lucas looked at each other and listened that this film has some rich investor, but now everything is in such a mess and he doesn't know who he is. Heinrich said that he needed to meet with that guy so that he knew the dates and could adjust. Larry put his hand on Heinrich's shoulder and said that first he should bow to him, because he knows who the distributor of this film is. Heinrich jumped up and shouted. He demanded that he urgently be told the name of this man. Jack called out to his father and told him to start by releasing his film during the holidays. The father looked at his son in surprise, and Larry said that from now on Heinrich should listen carefully to Lucas and do what he says. Then there will definitely be no failure. Larry took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Heinrich. Heinrich tried to understand the contents of the document, and Larry said that you just need to sign and Heinrich will become the owner of the film Home Alone. The son explained to him about the conditions, which stated that only those cinemas that would show Heinrich's film would receive the right to distribute the film. Heinrich did not fully understand what kind of plan came up with Larry and Lucas. He took the documents and, leaving the room, said that he would talk more later. First, he needed to deal with this. When Heinrich came out, Larry openly laughed, calling him a fool because he didn't even ask where they got it from. Jack asked Larry to prepare a list of films that would be shot this year. He wanted to invest another $200 million. Larry replied that maybe once was enough. Perhaps it was just a lucky chance that they turned out to be profitable. Jack asked Larry what percentage of the profits fantasy entertainment employees receive, and Larry replied that it was 22%. Jack calculated something on a piece of paper and showed his calculations to Larry. He looked carefully and said that he would prepare everything and contact Lucas. As Jack watched Larry go, he thought that until he graduated from high school, he needed to focus more on his studies. He lay down on the bed and thought that he had to maintain good academic performance in order to meet the expectations of the chairman of Synthesis Group, his grandfather. Over the next 3 years, he will only choose films that were successful at the box office, but for now he can relax a little. At that moment, my mother looked into the room and asked if they had finished their business. Lucas told his mother that he was free and very hungry. Mom replied that this is exactly what she came for, to call Lucas to dinner. One of the following days, Jack was sitting in the room and saw Dad in a hurry somewhere and looking at his watch. The father happily said that today his film was released in theaters and he personally wanted to check how things were going. Suddenly, he saw articles in newspapers that were lying on the table. All the newspapers attacked the Motors Group company. Jack didn't remember that this happened in 91 and 97. The wave of the financial crisis hit the Motors Group, and the Prestige company absorbed it already in 98. Has the future really changed that much because of Jack's intervention, or is this just a one-time act of criticism of the company? Jack knew that tomorrow they had to go to his grandfather, but he asked his mother to let him go today. Mom replied that she didn't mind letting her son go after breakfast. She hoped that grandfather would like it. Jack asked why his mother did not go to the premiere with his father, to which she replied that if there were no spectators there, she would embarrass his father. It was so long ago that Jack could not remember anything about his father's film, and perhaps that the film did not exist at all. Jack simply gave his father a chance, and how his life will turn out depends only on him. Arriving at his grandfather's house, he was informed that he was receiving guests. Jack said that he would wait for him in the living room. Jack, remembering the articles in today's newspapers and comparing it with the morning meeting at his grandfather's, wondered if they were connected. Jack really wanted to know what kind of discussions were currently going on in the office of the chairman of Synthesis Group. There was actually a lot to listen to. The chairman listened carefully, thought a little, and asked if Philip could intercept Motors Group. Philip replied that, as the chairman said, the best way to achieve second place in the industry, and if they take over the Motors Group, then he will do everything to get first place in the country. Richard said that he was entrusting this matter to him. It was necessary at all costs to get this company within a year. The chairman then added by saying that if he succeeded, Richard would hand over the entire automobile industry to him. Assistant Michael thought that handing over this part of the industry to Philip was tantamount to handing over the entire corporation, had the chairman found a successor. Richard advised Philip not to make mistakes and take care of everything. In addition, he could not attend meetings for now, but spend time completing the assigned task. As Philip left the office, the aide asked the chairman if now was the best time to announce his successor. Richard replied that he was not going to give the Synthes Group to Philip, but only the automotive industry. The chairman then added that by giving away the shares to the automobile industry, there would be no problem in protecting the management right. Michael replied that, naturally, he would have more money now, but he would still be disappointed not to get what he wanted. The chairman said that he noticed how Philip rushed to carry out the assignment. Seeing the light, he thought the same way as the assistant suggested, about complete power over Synthes Group. Jack waited until everyone left the office, leaving the chairman alone, and said that grandfather works even on holidays. Richard replied that there was nothing to be done. Running a company is not easy. But he had already finished everything and was free. Approaching the table, Jack noticed the same newspaper with the same articles and realized that the state of affairs of the Motors Group was discussed at the meeting. Jack then said that he noticed Uncle Philip was in a good mood as he had just left his grandfather's office, to which Richard replied that perhaps it was because of the upcoming holidays. Jack realized that there must be some important information for him, and he told his grandfather that he was curious about something. He noticed a brown folder on the table, on which was written the need to restructure the auto industry and government support measures. His grandfather really behind all this. Jack told the chairman that he had read in the newspapers about the current commotion about the Motors Group, and he thought it was strange. Richard asked why he thought this was strange. Jack replied that when Synthes Group appears in the newspapers, grandfather usually gets angry and asks to find out whose hands it was. The chairman replied that Lucas had clearly noticed this, but newspapers make money by selling their articles. And articles that seem to have nothing to do with money, such as traffic jams, provide information for highway expansion and construction projects. Jack said that companies that build roads would make money from such an article. Grandfather laughed and said that was so. Then Jack asked who benefits from articles about Motors Group. The chairman replied that perhaps this would be beneficial to a competitor who would like to greatly undermine the economy of the Motors Group. Jack said that it might be the Auto Prestige Company, but he thought that perhaps it would benefit Grandpa too. The chairman remained silent, only stroked his grandson on the head. And then Jack realized, the company he started drooling over, who could have known that Richard would target Motors Group first. But as far as Jack remembered, the Motors Group was supposed to be absorbed by the Auto Prestige Company. Would grandfather really fail? The next day, Richard Wilson decided to gather the whole family at his residence. The chairman's son Heinrich and his family were also invited to this dinner. Jack watched the family members. They were probably all eating in silence and wondering why the head of Synthes Group had invited them and gathered them at one table. After some time, Kevin turned to Heinrich and said that he had heard that his film had been released. Heinrich replied that this was indeed the case, and the cinemas were completely sold out at the premiere. He added that this is only the first day, and it is unknown what will happen by the end of the film release. And then the chairman's daughter-in-law turned to Martha, calling her not by name, but simply her brother's wife, and ordered her to bring more soup for her. Martha immediately stood up and was going to fulfill her request. Jack looked at his aunt with hatred. She was already used to communicating with his mother this way, and now she was again giving her instructions. He looked at Heinrich. His father was sitting with his head down, although he was in pain, but he did not dare to make a scandal, and it seemed was also accustomed to such treatment. And at that moment, the chairman handed his plate to his daughter-in-law and menacingly ordered her to bring him a bowl of soup. She asked if he was really addressing her. The chairman became angry and asked if she, being so young, had trouble hearing. The daughter-in-law immediately ran up to the chairman to pour him some soup. Heinrich and Martha looked at the chairman in amazement, and complete silence reigned in the room. Having received more soup, Richard simply dug into the contents of the plate. He did not want to eat. He simply put his daughter in her place. Jack looked at the chairman. He had just officially and publicly recognized his father and mother as part of the entire family. Finally, its members would no longer bother his parents. Of course, Jack was immensely grateful to his grandfather for such an act. But what can you do? He had to stab him in the back in the near future. He quickly finished his plate, left the table, and taking advantage of the fact that the whole family was in the dining room, headed to his grandfather's office. Jack needs to look at the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. To stop the chairman from carrying out his plan, Jack needs to find out all the details. He took the folder and sat down on the floor to carefully examine its contents. Jack tried to understand everything that was written in the documents as quickly as possible. because Richard could enter the office at any minute. The next moment, Jack realized that this was not a report on the acquisition strategy of the Motors Group. This was a plan for the need to consolidate the automobile industry and support measures, which is government policy. Jack was beginning to understand that if Auto Prestige absorbed Motors Group, there were concerns about a monopoly in the automobile market, and this method would make his grandfather's company, Wilson Motors, the most suitable buyer. All this said that grandfather was developing a policy that would benefit him and would present all these documents to the government, which would implement this policy. Jack understood that then he would not be able to use it, and he did not know what to do next. The next second, he heard footsteps in the corridor, which were quickly approaching the office. There was nowhere to run. The chairman was already standing in front of his grandson, who was sitting on the floor, and was interested in what he was doing here. Jack sat in front of Richard, and documents from his folder were treacherously scattered on the floor. He felt like a complete fool, and if he said something wrong now, the trust his grandfather had built over the years would be lost in an instant. Jack decided that in this situation it was better to tell the truth, distorting it a little. It would be better than a ridiculous lie. He made a guilty face and replied that he was just curious. It was clear that the chairman was angry. He asked what exactly interested Lucas in his documents. Jack replied that after reading articles about the Motors Group at home and coming to his grandfather and seeing this folder on the table, he decided that it was all somehow connected. He apologized to his grandfather for looking at them without permission. The chairman was silent, and Jack waited to see how Richard would react to his words, because this is the head of Synthesis Group, and he should have liked his grandson's excuse. Richard said that Lucas is so small, but he is already interested in the economic situation by reading newspaper articles. Grandfather praised Lucas for his eagerness to find answers to his questions by trying to use relevant materials. When asked by the chairman whether Lucas had satisfied his curiosity, Jack replied that he had looked just a little and had not yet understood anything. Richard replied that he was sorry that his grandson did not have time to find the answers he needed. But from now on, he should not enter the office without his grandfather's permission. Jack apologized again and put the folder on the table. He managed to resolve this situation, but the future is a problem. Leaving the chairman's office, Jack realized that he thought that in the folder with documents, he would find a plan for the acquisition of Motors Group. But it turned out that this is not so. We need to find another way to change this situation. Jack needed to confront not his grandfather, but the government. This means that it is necessary to ensure that the government is not interested in the presented Synthesis Group project regarding the automotive industry. A few days later, Richard received information that the chairman of the auto concern company, Claude Johnson, had bought the land in advance, and the politicians had received bribes. The chairman's assistant advised that for now we should refrain from contacts with the Blue House and postpone the purchase of shares in Motors Group. Richard was angry that the government had told him not to speculate on land, and he agreed with Michael that he should abandon his plan. Jack was drinking juice and thought that it would take some time for chaos to begin, but the information he posted anonymously in the media would attract public attention. This was enough for the government to reject the proposal of the chairman of Synthesis Group. Of course, the political circles will be shaken for a while. They will not have time to worry about anything else. But the most important thing is that Jack managed to save the Motors Group. Larry Baker was sitting in his office working with some documents when Jack walked in on him. He invited Larry to leave Invest Group and join Fantasy Entertainment. Larry replied that Lucas makes decisions on his own that have positive results, and he does not see the point of moving to Lucas's company, although he has 2% of the shares in it. Jack suggested that Larry create a branch in Korea, leave some of the funds there and manage them. Larry continued to work and did not want to discuss this issue. Jack said that he knew about a secret fund that Richard entrusted to Lucas, considering him very capable. Larry looked at Lucas in surprise. Is it possible that the chairman shares such things with this child, and Lucas receives important information from his grandfather? And Jack continued, saying that he would only take the money that he invested in the bill market, and Larry could manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Larry immediately looked up from his papers and asked if Lucas was really going to take money out of the bill market. Jack responded positively and added that he plans to do it next year. Then Larry could not stand it and jumped up, shouting that Lucas had gone crazy, because bill market is a golden duck that brings high profits every day. The decision to sell shares that have never fallen since entering the stock exchange is the height of madness. Lucas replied that they would talk about the shares later, but now he asked for his answer to his proposal. Larry got up from the table and went to the window. Now he considered Lucas a disgusting kid. After a minute, Larry turned to Lucas and replied that he had something to finish, and they would talk about it later. Jack thought that he would accept any conditions. He now needed an adult like Larry, who did not treat him like a child. In addition, he is smart and experienced. Most importantly, he has a career that is unmatched in the world. Until Jack became an adult, Larry was the only person who could replace him. Larry asked what Lucas was going to spend the money from the bill market on. Jack gave a simple and clear answer. He wants to invest it in Japan. Larry was angry again, he said. Lucas reads newspapers and knows what the greatest crisis Japan is facing. To which Jack replied that the best opportunities always come in the greatest crisis, and Larry knows this. Larry said that this is what successful people say, and only 1 in a million can take advantage of an opportunity in a crisis. Everyone else simply perishes. Jack told Larry not to rule out the possibility that Lucas was the man in a million. Philip called his son to him and asked him how his meeting with his grandfather went. The son replied that his grandfather advised him to go to Europe and stay there until he was 30. Philip asked if his son had flared up after such words from his grandfather. The guy replied that he was no longer an idiot. He simply said that he would try hard and left his grandfather's office. One day, Philip decided to gather the children together and discuss very important issues regarding their future. Now that they were adults, he told them to remember his words. Grandfather would definitely watch their every move. If unpleasant rumors reach him, this will definitely affect not only themselves, but also other people. Philip then turned to his eldest daughter, saying that as soon as she graduated from university, he would introduce her to a decent guy. She would have to get married. Rosalina decided to object that now no one gets married immediately after university unless after a few years. Philip answered sharply. All they did was be born with the blood of their grandfather. Thanks to this, they can live in such prosperity and well-being. And if it comes to the grandfather's mind to abandon them, then they will no longer be able to enjoy half of how they live now. The son replied that he did not fully understand where his father was going with this conversation. Philip replied, "Haven't they noticed how their grandfather has changed lately? And now his favor is focused on their younger uncle Heinrich and cousin Lucas." The son agreed that his grandfather was kind to Lucas, but he was not the person to change his attitude towards his son just for the sake of his grandson. Philip said he had heard that despite his busy schedule, their grandfather found time to watch a film made by his son Heinrich. After a short silence, Philip invited the children to draw their own conclusions and compare how their grandfather treated them and how he treated Lucas. Then he reminded them of their grandfather's age, and no one knows how much longer he has left. Philip ordered the children to visit the chairman's house more often and not create problems for him, and when Cyntha's group falls into his hands, they will be able to behave as they please. He said that the conversation was over, and the children obediently left their father's office. Philip recalled that last year he was supposed to get the Motors Group. Since then, the remaining problems were resolved by his father without his knowledge, and the unresolved issues of the new branches, which Philip was dealing with, were resolved personally by his father. There were rumors within the company that the succession structure would change. Branch directors began to argue with Philip more often and report to the chairman about his actions. Philip was clearly aware that Richard Wilson had changed a lot, and he was vaguely aware of the reason. And the nephew, who was never perceived as a threat, is now turning the whole house upside down. Philip understood that in such a situation, even if the children work hard, they will not be able to become owners of Cyntha's Group. Fantasy Entertainment Company established a company in Korea, and Larry Baker was appointed as a representative of both companies. Jack didn't feel much change in their relationship, but Larry stopped immediately objecting when Jack expressed his opinion. He began to listen more, and when Jack expressed his opinion, which was different from Larry's, he objected reasonably based on data. Larry sat opposite Jack and advised him not on part, but on all of the bill market stocks. Jack replied that they received a profit of 100 times more than their investment. This is quite enough, and there is no reason to be greedy. Larry took documents out of his briefcase and, putting them on the table, said that this is information about a company in which he can invest. But he is not entirely sure. Starting to look through the documents, Jack said that last year they had quite a profit, and this is a large and well-established company. Larry explained that they are developing IT technologies, and as this area grows, so does the company. Jack, seeing the name of the company, Power Group, had already identified a company for investment, but out of respect for Larry, asked to prepare a list. Larry replied that he would do everything he could not even imagine that they would choose the same company. Jack asked Larry what he meant when he said he wasn't entirely sure about the company he'd chosen. Larry replied that this is a stable company and is unlikely to need investment, and its founder is a third-generation Japanese-Korean. Jack knew that the third-generation Japanese-Korean was Mr. Kim, the man who wrote myths about success. Jack asked Larry if they planned to go public, to which Larry replied that there was no information about this. Jack decided that there was still a chance. He had only seen a few articles about the internet, so he did not know the exact timing. Jack remembered his grandfather's words that everything in the world has its price. However, the price is individual for each person, and if the conditions are right, they will sell anything. Larry asked Jack how much money he was willing to give in the end, and Jack replied that he would like to hear it from Larry. Larry offered to pay 5 times more for the shares than their nominal price with such data. After the shares were listed on the stock exchange, the profit could be 30%. Jack replied that he was not sure that the company would be interested in such an offer. Larry said that this is why he doubts it, because there are many investors who are ready to offer the same conditions. Jack replied that in this case, it is necessary to offer not 5, but 10 times more, and in case of competition, raise it to 50. Larry wanted to object harshly, but the next second he covered his mouth with his hand to remain silent. Jack told Larry that the Bill Market company has already grown 100 times. Why can't this happen with Power Group? Larry replied that Power Group is not a manufacturer like Bill Market. It is just a distributor. They can lose money. It is like gambling. Jack replied that they could not leave their opponents in the game and leave themselves. There is no poker in which you can play alone. You just need to wait until the end. Larry smiled and said that since Lucas had such deep knowledge and luck in gambling, he should try to join this game. He added that Lucas must remember that more often than not, the end of such games is ruin, but he will raise the stakes. Jack replied that this would be the last time until he became an adult. A few days later, there was a package of documents on Jack's desk. Larry purchased 5 million shares of the Power Group company, paying for each 35 times its original cost. Larry said that now all that remains is to wait and hope for Lucas's luck, to which the guy replied that everything will be fine. While Jack was opening his juice, Larry asked if he had changed his mind about selling all the Bill Market shares. Jack handed a jar of juice to Larry and replied that they had already increased their investment 100 times and there was no point in holding on to it. They needed to buy more shares with the money from the sale of Bill Market. Opening the second bottle of juice, Jack announced that he was starting high school next year and would have to focus on his studies. Larry praised him for his diligence and asked if Jack intended to enroll in the future to study business administration and economics. Jack replied that he wanted to go to law school. He explained that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and Larry studied economics in England. Both are nearby, so why does he need a university? Larry asked in surprise if Lucas was really going to become a judge in the future. Jack replied that he just wanted to show that Wilson, the third generation, was good at school. Because until now, students at the prestigious university from wealthy families were not good enough to get into law school. Jack was sitting in his grandfather's living room drinking tea when the chairman asked if Lucas had chosen a school to attend for his senior year. Jack replied that he would go to a regular school. He did not need to study abroad. The grandfather criticized Henry for not caring about his son's future and added that he would find out about a prestigious school in Switzerland. But Jack objected, saying that he would study at the local university. Jack explained that the most points required are for the faculties of law and medicine, and since Lucas is more of a humanities student, he chooses the first. The chairman excitedly asked if his grandson was going to become a judge or prosecutor, and Lucas laughed and replied that he would be a businessman and corporate owner. Grandfather asked why then enroll in law school. Jack replied that few rich children went to law school at a prestigious university in Seoul, and his grandfather would be proud of him. Richard remembered how proud the president of Prestige was at the meeting of large corporations. It was a day when one of the main topics was the admission of his eldest grandson to that same university. But Richard knew what tricks he had resorted to. According to rumors, not only the Secretariat, but also a dozen correspondents from the university and the Ministry of Economics were mobilized for admission. The faculty where it was required to score the fewest points was chosen. It was either the faculty of philosophy or history. If this was an honest admission, then his grandson would not be able to score points even for these faculties. But law school is a completely different matter. All that remained was to recognize a person's mental abilities. And now Lucas wants to prove that he is one of those capable people, just so that his grandfather can be proud of his grandson. There were many people who brought riches to Richard, but no one brought him happiness. And now the youngest Wilson makes him happy. The chairman said that if Lucas enters this university at the most prestigious faculty, he will buy his grandson everything he wants. Jack thought that Richard should remember his promise because he didn't want some foreign car. He wanted the power of the chairman of Synthis Group. In '94, the shares of the Power Group company became public, and the price per share was the highest on the stock exchange. Mr. Kim, the president of the company, announced that he is going to implement the takeover of one of the companies, but is still making a suitable choice. By this time, Jack's investment of $230 million had turned into $850 million, generating a profit of $620 million. The game worked because Jack managed to get out of the game in time before the Power Group's financial bubble burst, and he devoted all 3 years to his studies. He invested in Hollywood films as a hobby from time to time. Lucas's brother Jimmy graduated from school without major incident, and since he did not have enough credits to get into a decent university, he was sent to America to study. Jimmy received little attention from his family and no expectations were placed on him. And now all attention was focused on Lucas, the only Wilson High School student. Some people watched his grades with curiosity. Only his parents and grandfather looked at him with hope. The chairman was bragging to someone on the phone that his youngest grandson was ranked 39th in the country in the natural sciences, and in 10th place in the humanities. The official results at the university had not yet been announced, and the grandfather had already received a note with his grandson's scores. Richard flipped through the address book on his phone and thought about who else could boast about his grandson's successes. The chairman invited the head of the PR group into the office, showed him a note, and ordered him to quietly leak this information to the media. The manager inquired about the purpose of this assignment, to which Richard replied that everyone thinks that managers use money and power to ensure that their children study in prestigious institutions. And now photographers and reporters will know that Wilson Jr. achieved everything on his own, without the financial support of the chairman of Synthesis Group. And this idea worked out in Heinrich's house. There was always a large number of reporters who constantly followed the life and successes of Lucas. Throughout the year, Jack prepared with teachers individually for each subject. The money spent on teachers would be enough to pay the salaries of these journalists for 10 years in advance. Reporters were discussing that Lucas was only 6 points short of first place, which now belonged to a student from Jeju Island. Jack told them that they could go to this island and do a report there, and just write about it what grandfather would like. Jack added that grandfather would be pleased to know that Lucas studied mainly from textbooks, and all sorts of reference books helped him. On January 1st, 1997, the chairman gave a big reception in one of his own hotels. Everyone who talked to Richard noticed that he was in high spirits. Jack was also among those invited. He perfectly noticed that most of the attention of those around him was focused on him. Kevin approached him and decided to congratulate him on a good interview. He named Jack as a future prosecutor and added that in the future he plans to entrust him with the transfer of inheritance. Jack replied that he did not intend to be a prosecutor, but to become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Kevin asked in surprise where Lucas got such confidence, and Jack replied that his grandfather decided so. It was hard not to notice Kevin's smile, who was glad that his grandfather saw Lucas only as a lawyer and not as the head of Synthesis Group. Kevin asked what Lucas himself thought, whether he wanted to become a lawyer himself. Jack understood that the most useful of the relatives was his cousin, who had a good head and got a good score in the national examinations. Jack could become his competitor in the future, but now he specifically said that his grandfather sees him only as a lawyer. Now, having calmed down, Kevin wanted to make him his ally. Kevin listened to the fact that Jack is not interested in the judicial chair. He needs to apply first, and then we'll see. Kevin agreed with Jack that this is a matter of the future. He just finished school, and there is no need to make decisions now. He finally calmed down and added that as soon as he got tired of delving into the codes of laws, Kevin would give him one of the convenient places in Synthesis Group. Kevin added that he would make his little nerd brother happy and asked Jack to stick around after the event was over. Jack listened as Kevin taught him how good the world was and how pleasant life was. Jack watched Kevin retreat and thought that everything was right. Let him enjoy life and this wonderful world, because in the future he will only have memories from all this. At that moment, Caroline and her husband approached him and said that it would be wonderful if their children studied as well as Lucas, and her husband Oliver added that if there were questions about their studies, Lucas could safely contact him. Jack asked if Oliver had graduated from a prestigious university or had accumulated a large number of points to offer his services, but he replied that he only meant to practice in justice. Caroline added that Lucas could take his uncle as a tutor because he failed in the elections and is not doing anything now. Jack was well aware of Oliver's failure when he took money from Carolina's department store without his grandfather's knowledge, but it wasn't enough to run for Seoul District. Jack saw Caroline's anger at the failure of the boundary and decided to ask Oliver if he was going to run next time. He replied that he was not allowed to stop at the second convocation of the congressman, and he must get into the National Assembly and the Cabinet of Ministers. Jack replied, Oliver should definitely try next year, and besides, Grandpa's in a good mood for this. He added that if they want and are not against it, Lucas will help them and finance the electoral process. Oliver exclaimed joyfully, and Caroline clapped her hands and said that Lucas was very kind and smart. Jack said that even if Grandfather refuses to finance them, he will do it himself, because now Oliver is his teacher. But Oliver asked how Lucas was going to finance it. Lucas reminded him that he had sold the ranch given by his grandfather and put the money in the bank. A lot of interest had accrued on the untouched savings. It was beneficial for Jack that Oliver would get into the National Assembly, because then he would start luring congressmen to his side. Jack, as promised to Kevin, stayed with him after the event and was now sitting next to him in the car. When he asked where they were going, Kevin replied that his uncle wanted to have a drink with him. Getting out of the car, Jack saw a huge house, and Kevin explained that only friends and cousins gather here from time to time. His father almost never comes here. He added that Lucas can also come here whenever he wants. It's quiet and nice here. This villa belonged to Philip Wilson, vice chairman of Synthesis Group, and Jack could not even imagine that he would end up here in this way. The butler ran out of the house to meet Kevin. Kevin asked if those whom he had invited today had arrived. The out-of-breath butler reported that Miss Angelina suddenly had a night shoot and said that she could not come today. Jack understood who he was talking about. Angelina, the actress of the drama, who is now breaking all records for the highest ratings. Kevin got angry, hit the butler, and asked if he didn't say that today was a very important day. Kevin kicked the butler and said that he should have dragged her here by the hair or kidnapped her, but he would definitely bring her. He yelled that if he performed his duties so negligently, it was unlikely that he would receive his next salary. Jack decided to intervene and said that they only came here for this. If Kevin is in a bad mood, then they can just go home. Kevin left the butler alone and said that he had forgotten that Lucas had a good character. And besides, today Lucas is the main hero. He told the butler to leave and added that he was only lucky because Lucas intervened. The butler was already getting into the car and about to leave the house when Lucas called out to him. Jack told him that he would not stay here for long and asked him to wait and take him back. Kevin tried to persuade Lucas to stay until tomorrow and have a blast and then go home together. But Jack replied that he would not stay here for long. Today he was very tired of all the guests who approached him at the party. Suddenly Jack thought that now there was an opportunity that he had never even thought of, so there was no time to waste here. Entering the house, Jack looked with interest at assistant Kevin, who was sitting in the car. He needed to make him his man. Jack and Kevin entered a room with a variety of alcoholic drinks on the table. Kevin suggested they make themselves at home. Kevin took the bottle, opened it, and said that they were starting with light drinks, beer. Jack took a full glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. Then, without pouring into the glass, he took the whole bottle. Kevin chuckled and said that Lucas was a great drinker and probably knew alcohol etiquette. Jack, pouring beer into Kevin's glass, decided to ask him for advice. He hoped that he would like it. Jack put down the bottle and asked Kevin what he thought would be better for Lucas to become, a prosecutor or a lawyer. After emptying another glass, Kevin replied that his grandfather and his father already had similar people with legal degrees. But they are all strangers, and Kevin and Lucas are brothers, although they are cousins. He said that after living in Europe, he realized that no matter how loyal his subordinates may seem, the truth is that they are not, and everyone thinks about their own. Jack thought, Kevin does the same thing and also blames others because of his distrustful personality. Kevin continued. He was well aware that there was a deep gap between those who give and those who receive money, which is difficult to bridge, but cronyism is a different matter. The relationship with my brother is not a take-and-give relationship, but a sharing of finances. Jack drank beer and thought that the real Lucas might have believed this nonsense. But not Jack. Kevin was not going to share anything with anyone, and even sent his little brother Martin to prison. Kevin decided to answer Lucas's question. Who should he become? He said that he doesn't care whether his brother becomes a judge or a prosecutor. He added that Lucas just needs to always be there, and then he will make him the second person in the Synthesis Group company. Kevin said that Lucas is the only one among the brothers who behaves like a person. The rest are useless. They will not have the opportunity to run the company even when they grow up. He saw great potential in Lucas and therefore invites him to join him. Jack wondered if Kevin really believed him that much and wanted to make him his right-hand man, or if this was just a test of him. At that moment, two pleasantly beautiful girls appeared at the door laughing. One of them cheerfully told Kevin that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jack often saw the faces of these famous girls in dramas and various music programs. When one of the girls said it was their first time seeing a new guest, Kevin liked that they showed interest in Lucas and flirted with him. Jack had to disappoint this company by saying that he was tired of the party today and was leaving. He clearly saw that Kevin was not happy with his brother leaving, but he only said that they would see each other later. Jack walked out onto the porch of the house and sighed with relief. It was the first time he'd tried alcohol in Lucas's body and he'd gotten drunk straight away. But now that he'd gotten some fresh air, he felt better. Jack walked up to the car and saw Kevin's assistant dozing. He knocked softly on the closed window to wake him up. Getting into the car, he apologized for keeping himself waiting for a long time, and the assistant replied that Lucas could have sat in the back. It was more comfortable there. Jack replied that he was not his boss, so the seat in the back was uncomfortable for him. The car had left the grounds of Philip Wilson's country house and was now racing along the highway in the direction of Lucas's house. Jack decided to start a conversation and asked if the assistant really worked in the strategic office of the Synthesis Group company. The man looked at the road but was surprised to ask how Lucas knew about this. Jack replied that he often communicates with his grandfather, the chairman of the company, and knows that the strategy department is divided into two parts. The first consists of talented workers graduated from prestigious universities who develop strategic plans. The second consisted of people from second-rate educational institutions who were at the beck and call of immature idiots and cleaned up their shit. Jack said that based on what Kevin's assistant does, he might be in the second group. The man squeezed the steering wheel of the car with force. He felt shame, contempt, and disgrace. But when Jack said that he was luckier than the employees from the first group, the assistant looked at Lucas with bewilderment and incomprehension. Richard Wilson is already 80 after his death. Lucas will have 3 uncles and an aunt who will begin to tear Cyntha's group apart. And Vice Chairman Philip will smear his sword and try to monopolize the company. Then he will be able to sell the family secrets that are known to the assistant for huge amounts of money. The assistant got angry and said that it was all nonsense. He didn't understand what Lucas was trying to say. Jack decided that there was no point in saying anything else. He just closed his eyes and asked them to wake him up when they arrived at Lucas's house. In 1997, the company Stalinvest, which built the steel mill, went bankrupt and burst like a soap bubble, and the battle of animals began, aimed at the mortally wounded prey. In this regard, the chairman of Cyntha's group called an urgent meeting and, having familiarized himself with the sale price of the collapsed enterprise, asked whether this was the correct price. Richard Wilson's vice chairman and eldest son, Philip Wilson, replied that it was. Richard suggested that the Prestige company would also want to get Stalinvest, offering the same amount as Cyntha's group. And since Prestige has already accumulated experience in the field of steel, it will probably get more votes during the purchase than their company. The chairman asked those present how much, in their opinion, could be offered to buy out the Stalinvest company. But everyone was silent. Kevin dared to speak out first and offered an amount slightly less than $2 trillion. Seeing the questioning look of the chairman, he explained that this is the maximum amount that the Cyntha's group company can offer. Richard said that then the Prestige company would win, to which Kevin replied that this is not something for which it is worth taking out a loan and turning the purchase of a company into a struggle for money. The chairman decided to object and said that the sale of Stalinvest is taking place at an open auction, since Kevin is going to fight, if not with money. Kevin considered it necessary to emphasize the fact that in the event of the acquisition of Stalinvest, the Cyntha's group company will undergo an increase in operational efficiency and the development of a new industry. The chairman ordered to study this issue and prepare an appropriate report so that after taking possession of the acquired company, the judges would be impressed. Richard appointed Vice Chairman Philip to be responsible for this process and gave him a period of 1 week. The chairman then asked those present if there would be any other proposals besides what Kevin had voiced. And suddenly he heard an amount that was not much, but exceeded the cost of selling the company Stalinvest. Richard looked carefully at the head of one of his companies and asked him to justify the announced amount. Barry Barton replied that it makes no difference to creditors who acquires this company, and the government will give its approval in any case. Richard said that if Barry offered such an amount, then where to get the missing part to what Kevin offered, to which he replied that their land intended for the construction of residential buildings could be mortgaged. The chairman replied that it was impossible to build and sell apartments on the mortgaged land, besides how he was going to return this amount received from the mortgage. Barton responded that he could figure it out during construction, and the chairman shouldn't worry about it. Richard assumed that if Barry acted illegally, he would take full responsibility, and the chairman would have nothing to do with it. He grinned and said it looked like Barry had privatized a lot of his money if he spoke so confidently about it. Soon the chairman had information about the amount Prestige was offering for the purchase of Stalinvest. It was more than Kevin's amount, but less than the amount offered by Barton. Philip stood in front of his father and asked if he was really going to spend the amount that Barry Barton had announced. He warned the chairman that their company's fund management would be disrupted for some time. Richard looked at his grandson and asked what Lucas thought. Was there really any other way but money? Jack really wanted to know what was in the head of this insidious man, and he asked for a hint. The chairman said that when a person sells a tree, he wants it to go into the hands of someone who has taken good care of it and raised it, and not someone who will cut it down and sell it as firewood. Philip interrupted their conversation and asked if the chairman really assumed that the company Prestige was buying Stalinvest for subsequent resale. Richard replied that no matter what the chairman of Prestige wants to do, it should be taken care of by the person who grew and sold the tree. He looked at his grandson and asked if such a hint was enough for him. Jack responded that once Prestige took over, it would build and sell apartments on the Stalinvest land and then sell the steel mill's equipment to foreign countries. In this situation, Stalinvest will completely disappear. And if Cyntha's group acquires this company and joins the Steel group, it will do everything possible to revive and preserve Stalinvest. Grandfather smiled and replied that perhaps he had given too easy a clue. Jack will think about whether this will work, because Prestige has quite strong connections. Even if their goal is to resell, there will be many people who will support Prestige's decision. Jack looked at the chairman and asked how much Grandfather plans to finance to get the Stalinvest company. Hearing the amount that the chairman named, Philip was horrified, and said that this was unthinkably more than what they had planned and what Prestige could offer. Richard replied that he would give more if he had such an amount. You need to distribute the fish bait correctly for the fishing to be successful. And then Jack came up with a brilliant idea. He needed to involve the media. By using the press and broadcasting, it is possible to put pressure on the judges by saying that the metallurgy industry, which is an important industry in the country, must be saved and preserved. Jack remembered the chairman's words. He told Lucas to keep his eyes open and look closely at what his grandfather was doing, and how to use the civil servants he has cultivated over the past few decades. The chairman checked with Lucas about tomorrow's commencement ceremony, and said that he had already contacted the principal and dean of the university. He gave Lucas useful advice. Sometimes have a drink with useful people, and make sure that later they can help him if necessary. The chairman then added that there was a person waiting for Lucas outside who would henceforth carry out his receipts. The grandson thanked his grandfather and went outside. Jack saw a car parked near the porch and a tall, dark-haired young man who bowed politely when he saw Lucas. He handed over his business card and introduced himself as Thomas Grieg, assistant head of the strategic group department. Thomas walked up to the car, opened the rear passenger door, and said he would take Lucas home. A few minutes into the ride, Jack asked Thomas if Philip Wilson had hired him. Thomas replied that he was working on the orders of the personal assistant to the chairman of Synthesis Group. Jack knew this man. He was his grandfather's close assistant who served him until the very end. When Jack asked who Thomas would send reports to, the head of the strategy department or his grandfather, he was surprised. Jack continued, he said that Thomas wasn't tasked with reporting Lucas's every move, because it was a known fact. Thomas replied that he would inform grandfather's close aide personally, and then asked if there was anything Thomas needed to be more careful with. Jack replied that Thomas should report everything as it is. Now it is his job, and he needs to follow the orders of the boss. One of the following days, Jack invited Laurie and stated that they would also participate in the takeover of the Stalinvest company, but Laurie replied that they could not handle it. Even if he succeeds in winning her, Lucas will not take over her management, and in any case, he will have to break everything down and sell it, and there is no time for that now. Jack replied that he did not say that he wanted to take over the Stalinvest company. He would just heat up the takeover battle a little. Larry replied that he did not know what Lucas was up to, but this was a confrontation between Synthesis Group and Stalinvest, and they should not interfere. And Jack replied that he would just help his grandfather a little, and Synthesis Group would definitely receive Stalinvest. Larry said that since the shareholder wants it that way, the hired boss has no choice but to comply. Information leaked to the media that the Fantasy Entertainment Company had also entered the race to take over the Stalinvest company. In connection with this, Larry, as CEO, gave an interview on television. He stated that many companies appear and disappear. Stalinvest is only one of them. There is no obligation to keep it forever. Larry said that they have determined the exact price of Stalinvest and are confident in its acquisition. Journalists asked what they were going to do with the company if they won the auction. Larry replied that Fantasy Entertainment is an investment company, not managers, and the steel mill will be given to whoever wants to take it, and their land will be sold to a construction company. And then one of the journalists said that Larry's words sounded like speculation. Larry replied that he would not call it speculation. The important thing is that the bank, which is the lender to Stalinvest, must itself select the bidder who offers the highest value. After watching Larry's interview, Philip did not understand why the Fantasy Entertainment Company got involved in this race, and invited him to join him. Upon entering the office, Larry openly expressed his dissatisfaction with being disturbed while he was busy. Philip got mad and shouted, "Don't they know who they are trying to interfere with?" Larry calmly advised that Philip watch the interview again and calm down. He added that this idea came to him after he found out that it was Lucas who wanted to help his grandfather in this way. Lucas explained that Synthesis Group will only benefit, despite the fact that it will have to spend more money. Larry headed for the exit, saying that he was expected at the shareholders' meeting. This information about Lucas's actions was big news for Philip. Fantasy Entertainment was a competitor who intervened, but Larry understood the intentions of the chairman of Synthesis Group, which means this should play a solid role in strengthening public opinion. Philip sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. He considered himself an undiscerning fool, and then his phone rang. It was Richard who called. He also watched the interview, and now said that there is no need to be angry at this. This whole situation will become a good fire. Philip replied that he had just spoken with Larry and his intentions were just firewood. He added that it was a collaboration that Lucas created to help the chairman win the bidding. Richard asked in surprise whether his grandson Lucas had come up with this to help his grandfather. While the idiot descendants are busy taking the chairman's money, his grandson creates an investment company to help his grandfather. Philip said that he is now working to ensure that articles criticizing Fantasy Entertainment appear in the media tomorrow. He added that he would send his people to the discussion programs of each television company, and be sure to mention the Prestige company there. This company has already taken over enough steel mills, and the takeover of Steel Invest will be seen as a desire for its land. Their hidden goal will be to build apartments there for sale. The rating will decrease. Their offer will be rejected. Richard replied that it was difficult to compete with the Prestige company from the very beginning, But Lucas and Larry opened the doors and gave Cyntha's group a chance. One of the following days, Jack was already approaching the doors of the university, where the welcoming ceremony for freshmen was taking place. Jack entered a large spacious hall and saw a large number of students and tables set with a variety of dishes and drinks. But as soon as he appeared on the threshold, all eyes immediately turned in his direction. Jack walked into the hall and sat down on the edge of the table. He wondered how Lucas would feel now, being here, whether he was comfortable with this attention from others. A few minutes later, professors and teachers appeared on stage. They welcomed the new students and invited them to get to know each other. One of the guys stood up and said that he came from the village. The second replied that he was going to defend the law for the sake of the future of the country. One of the teachers said that it is very good that most of the students are from the provinces, and this is not a world where children from rich families monopolize prestigious universities. At some point, it was Jack's turn, and the guy sitting next to him handed him the microphone. Most of the students turned in his direction. They were very interested in listening to the student's speech. Jack stood up and asked permission to take a little more time than the other students. The rector responded positively, saying that everyone can speak at their own discretion. Jack said that most people here know who he is. His name is Lucas, and he was born into a wealthy family, and he is proud to be here now. Someone smiled, someone looked with passion, but everyone understood one thing: there was no way to get here using even a large amount of money. Jack continued. He said that he understood that making friends with teachers and students would not be so easy, but if he gave each of those present small gifts, wouldn't it be considered a bribe? The rector replied that the bribe must carry some price, and the students at the moment can give him their warm relationship in return. Jack asked if he gave expensive gifts to teachers, would it be considered a bribe? One of the teachers laughed and replied, "It's a pity, but this is already a bribe." At that moment, Jack's assistants wheeled carts filled with many boxes into the hall. Jack adopted this talent for buying favor with gifts from his grandfather. One by one, the students received gifts and opened the boxes. These were the latest model laptops. Jack put down the microphone. Everyone was busy with gifts and did not listen to what the characteristics of the laptops were. A few days earlier, Jack was sitting in the office of the chairman, who was surprised by his grandson's decision to give expensive gifts to university students. Jack replied that he had calculated everything. For 200 laptops, he would pay a little more than $2,000. He told his grandfather that this was the only way to ingratiate himself with the students and win them over to his side. Jack said that this would also be an advertisement. The chairman asked the grandson to explain how the distribution of laptops to students could be related to advertising. Jack replied that if not only office workers or teachers had expensive laptops, then this would raise the prestige of the university in the eyes of the public. Richard sipped his tea and listened as Lucas suggested that they next launch a special event with discounts for students and film an advert with the university in the background. Noticing his grandfather's silence, Jack said that if he was sorry for the money for all this, then he was able to pay all the expenses himself. Richard replied that he was just wondering why there were only 200 laptops when there were 400 freshmen enrolled. Jack replied that only half of the students were at the welcome party and he was only going to give gifts to them. He saw the question in the grandfather's eyes and explained that those who were present and those who were not cannot be the same. The reward will make it clear that only those who follow him can receive it. Richard laughed and said a proverb: "A carrot is much more effective than a stick in making a horse walk." The freshmen looked at their gifts, completely forgetting about food and drinks. At that moment, Thomas approached Jack and handed him a note. Jack unfolded a piece of paper. It was a list of those who refused his gift. Jack thought that either these students were stupid or they wanted something more. In any case, he needed to take a closer look at them. Since that day, the atmosphere at the university has changed a lot. Not only first-year students, but also seniors greeted him. Jack walked into the classroom, and one of his classmates said that the laptop was just great. It was suitable not only for studying, but also for games. In response, Jack decided to joke, saying that this was a hidden goal to distract students from studying. The students who did not receive gifts stayed away from Jack and looked in his direction with contempt. He thought of giving out more gifts in May at the festival. In the hall of the first floor of the university, one of the students was standing near the drink machine. Jack came closer to him. This was one of those students who refused his gifts. He decided to talk to the guy and asked why he didn't take the laptop. Maybe he just forgot. The student angrily replied that he did not need handouts from the rich major. Jack replied that he had no intention and thought that it must be his pride. The student replied that he knew that Lucas was from a wealthy family in the third generation and would not be surprised if he gave money to students. Jack replied that maybe then the guy wouldn't refuse if Lucas bought him a plate of rice or coffee from this machine in the cafeteria. The student was furious. He was angry that Lucas could equate a plate of rice with a laptop, to which Jack replied that for him it was the same thing. He listened to the guy's screams and thought he was funny and his pride was misplaced. Jack told him that what the guy considers to be tens, hundreds, and thousands, Lucas considers to be millions and billions. Everything that costs less than 100 million is just pocket money for him. A laptop or a cup of coffee is the same thing. Jack thought, even if this is too much, but if you're going to crush him, then you need to do it for sure, so that in the future he cannot even look in his direction. Jack said that if he treats a student in the cafeteria, he will thank him and eat it. If he finds a coin on the street, he will pick it up, and at that moment, pride disappears somewhere. But when he is offered an expensive gift, pride comes from somewhere. Finally, Jack said that it was very stupid to have such pride, and leaving the student in bewilderment, he left. Jack was sitting in the university park when a student approached him and said that it was definitely a bribe. This guy was also on the reject list, and Jack asked why he thought that. The student sat down next to him and said that a bribe is something that is given in advance, but doing someone a favor and receiving gratitude for it is a gift. Jack objected, saying that the guy was not a government employee and Lucas didn't need anything from him. But the guy stood his ground and said that a bribe is always given. Before asking for something, it often happens when it is given several years in advance. The student said that in a few years he will become a prosecutor. It turns out that this is a bribe. He then asked if it was his grandfather who put him up to it. Jack replied that his grandfather had nothing to do with it. Perhaps he taught it to Lucas's older cousins. Then the student said that since his grandfather does not share his experience with him, it means that Lucas is the most backward in their family. Jack decided to agree with him and added that his father was also removed from business, and he was simply involved in the production of the film. Then the guy said that Lucas was only technically the third-generation heir, and Jack replied that he was. Here the student scratched his head and said in disappointment that he should have accepted his gift. The guy asked if Lucas could give him the laptop now, and Jack thought it was funny. Jack asked the student if maybe he also passed the entrance exam the first time. It was clear that this hurt the student very much, and Jack said if he gave him a laptop, then maybe the guy would forgive him. The student replied that he was forgiving for the first time, but got up and walked away. Surprised that the guy again refused the gift, Jack asked him how old he was. The student told him to shut up and made an obscene middle finger gesture. Jack was sitting in the classroom before the start of classes, and his gaze fell on one of the students who studied with him in the same group. A student sitting next to her noticed this and said that her name was Olivia, the most beautiful girl in the university. Jack couldn't take his eyes off her. She really was a very sweet girl. The student advised Lucas not to interfere with her and leave this chance to others. He said that Lucas is from a wealthy third-generation family and can even afford to date celebrities. Jack said that he didn't see her at the welcome ceremony, and the student replied that she was there, but not for long. Olivia left before the gifts began to be handed out. Jack plucked up his courage, stood up from his seat, and walked over to Olivia. The girl asked what he had to do with her, and apparently she knew who Lucas was. Jack asked why she didn't take the laptop that he gave at the ceremony. He asked to voice the reason. Olivia was a little confused, but decided to answer honestly that she didn't know how to use it. She was apparently ashamed of this, but she answered whether there was any point in taking something that you couldn't use. Jack was very surprised. He could not even imagine that this could be the reason. Olivia decided to change the awkward topic and asked Lucas not to look at him like that. Her heart flutters when a handsome guy like Lucas looks at her. One of the following days, a meeting was to take place at the chairman's residence concerning the future grandson of Lucas. Standing in front of Richard was a plump but pleasant woman who said that this time she had carefully approached the search. The woman took out the questionnaires and, placing them in front of the chairman, said that this was the first candidate. She was 27 years old, currently working in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The second candidate is the granddaughter of the chairman of the famous Daily News newspaper. She is 26 years old. The chairman said that these were excellent candidates and ordered to set a date for a meeting with them. Richard added that everything needs to be organized in such a way that rumors do not spread that they are choosing a bride like in a store. At this point, the woman reached into her bag and said that this was exactly what the chairman asked for, but this information was extremely difficult to find. The woman said that this third candidate is the only daughter of the person appointed to the post on the Constitutional Court. She added that this is the granddaughter of the same chief judge who died last year. The chairman said, "It means that this is the girl from the family who declared that she would not practice law after the expiration of her term of office." The woman added that this is a very respected family of lawyers who gather in the Supreme Court more often than at home. She continued by saying that the most interesting thing was that this year she was admitted to the same university for law school as his grandson. Richard was delighted at this news and said that they could easily be brought together without arousing suspicion. The woman confirmed that the current heirs do not like it when they are brought together in coffee shops and hotels against their will. She will make it look like true love, and they will not notice the interference. The chairman asked what her family thought. to which she replied that no one would refuse the position of daughter-in-law of the Wilson family. Richard took another look at the personal file of the third applicant and ordered to get down to business. Philip said that the time for the meeting has been determined. This is at lunchtime and in the evening, and in between they can drink tea. Kevin was surprised. He didn't like the idea of having to meet 3 people in one day. Philip replied that he should see and get to know the bride before marriage. In any case, whoever he chooses, all 3 will be useful. He added that this was his grandfather's order and these were his candidates, and Philip personally liked the daughter of the bank president better. Kevin replied that this was too much. How can you decide like this in one day, as if we were talking about crossing dogs? The father replied that his son should not talk nonsense. Kevin will choose, live together, and then they will get used to it. Kevin understood that he was unlikely to be able to influence their decision, and he would have to live not with the one he loved, but with the one who would give him the opportunity to manage the Synthesis Group. Philip said that when his grandfather passes away, the heirs will not sit quietly. They will prepare to attack and target the subsidiaries. By this time, the largest number of shares must be secured, but this costs a lot of money. Kevin replied that in the end, the father is not looking for a bride, but for collateral for a large loan. The father said that marriage was the best choice anyway, and asked his son if he knew why among ordinary people the most prestigious profession for wives is that of a teacher or lecturer. They are civil servants and have a decent salary, a pension upon completion of work, vacation, and sick pay. But this is among ordinary people, and in their case there is no difference. Since after Philip receives Synthesis Group, the company will definitely pass to Kevin. The son said that he was not very sure about this because he has brothers, to which Philip replied that Kevin would also tell his son to marry the daughter of the bank president. Classes were in full swing at the university, and the teacher said that he wanted to try something new this year. He announced that various incidents that caused public outcry would be divided between the groups. Many opinions were expressed on them, including those that contradict constitutional values. We need to find new points of view. The deadline is until the end of the semester. Jack carefully studied the assignment and did not understand how this could be given to freshmen. The teacher added that the task was difficult, so the students were divided into groups of 5. Jack turned to the last page and saw that he and Olivia were placed in the same group. When Thomas picked Lucas up from university, Jack asked him to find out about 2 people he was interested in. The assistant took the note with the names and asked if he could contact the information department. Jack asked not to do this, to which Thomas replied that if you only need general information, then he can handle it. The assistant asked if he should exclude Lucas's request from the daily report. Jack wanted to know if Thomas was sucking up or if he wanted to show that he was loyal to Lucas. Jack replied that Thomas himself could decide this at his own discretion. He couldn't completely trust Thomas yet, because the assistant had only recently started working with him. Loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or request. It must be sincere and come from the heart. There was a live broadcast on television of the final bidding, in which the companies Synthesis Group, Prestige, and Fantasy Entertainment participated, submitting an application to purchase Stalinvest. The management of the Prestige company was assembled in full force and eagerly awaited the announcement of the results. And then Matthew Lee, the chairman of the Prestige company, heard that the Synthesis Group company had won, and now Stalinvest would belong to it. One of those present looked anxiously at the chairman, afraid to see his disappointment. But to everyone's surprise, Matthew Lee broke out into a wide smile. Some of those who were in the know began to say that what they had planned had turned out, and congratulated the chairman. Finally, Matthew said that the company Stalinvest was a good target for purchase, and thanks to the victory of Synthesis Group, they are now experiencing a serious financial crisis, having spent all the funds to acquire it. One of the subordinates said that Synthesis Group did not lose anything in any case. They wanted to get a steel company. But Chairman Lee was tormented by the question, what kind of fantasy entertainment was it, because of which they became villains in the eyes of those around them? The second said that all this was for the best, because it gave the judges a reason to exclude the Prestige company. The chairman was provided with information on fantasy entertainment. At first glance, nothing special. I invest in cinema and pour money into Japan, but the identity of the main investor is kept secret. Matthew ordered to find out who this secret investor was, and his subordinates replied that they would do it as quickly as possible. Matthew Lee looked around at everyone present and said that the game was beginning. He took a folder from the table and said, if in the 91st year someone had not reported corruption, then Synthesis Group would have absorbed the Motors Group company. Matthew opened the folder and said that Richard Wilson had even developed this plan called the need to restructure the auto industry and the government support plan. Matthew imagined Richard tearing his hair out as he saw Prestige swallow up his coveted Motors Group. One of the assistants correctly noted that Synthesis Group was raising money and taking out a loan to buy Stalinvest. After these words, ridicule against the Synthesis Group company began to flow around the office. The chairman of Prestige said that he congratulated everyone on the successful outcome of the case and ordered tomorrow to begin putting their plan into reality. The phone rang at Richard Wilson's residence, and he answered, saying that only a few days had passed since their official meeting. It was Andrew Klaus, chairman of the editorial board of the Daily News, who called congratulating Richard on the acquisition of Stalinvest. The chairman replied that all the credit for the victory belonged to his son Philip and grandson Kevin. Andrew replied that he had recently studied business abroad and had already taken on such a big deal. Then he covered the receiver with his hand and quietly said that lately there have been strange rumors about a certain company. Richard, who had been surprised by few things lately, was this time interested in information. Andrew told him that news suddenly began to appear regarding the Motors Group company, exactly like 6 years ago. The chairman asked if this meant that someone was targeting the car company again. Andrew replied that this is not yet certain, but the situation then and now are suspiciously similar. Richard asked if Andrew's editors were going to release articles on this matter, but he replied that he had blocked the release for now, and Richard should check everything himself. The chairman shouted, hoping that there was someone in the corridor who would bring him a bottle of water. At his cry, the secretary quickly entered the office. She was holding a glass of water on a tray. The chairman shouted even louder. He ordered a bottle of water, not a glass. He emptied the plastic water bottle in one gulp and placed it on the table with a thud. He then returned to the conversation and asked the chairman of the Daily News to delay the publication of the articles. Andrew agreed, and Richard said that the wedding had not yet taken place, and he was already asking the matchmaker to do him a favor. Andrew replied that it was okay. He would have done it anyway. He added that he would try to find out who became the source of the dissemination of this information. After hanging up, Andrew thought, if he does everything as the chairman of Synthesis Group asks, then he will take care of his granddaughter, who will become his daughter-in-law. Early in the morning, Larry was already entering the office of his company, Invest Group. Suddenly he saw Lucas, who had arrived before him and was already asking if he had heard the news about the Motors Group. When asked why he was not at the university, Jack replied that when the country is unsettled, where will the time for university and reading books come from? Larry asked whether Lucas was more interested in the financial crisis or whether he wanted to use this opportunity to exchange local currency for dollars. When Jack replied that he was not interested in the exchange, Larry suggested that the issue was, after all, a currency crisis. It seemed like Larry wasn't in the know, so Jack decided to give him a hint and see how he took it. But then Jack decided not to waste time and asked directly if he had heard about the rumors that the Prestige company was targeting Motors Group. Larry replied that Motors Group's finances are now at rock bottom, and if a few powerful people put pressure on it, it will suffocate. History has not changed. 6 years ago, his grandfather was unable to take over the Motors Group, but now Jack must change that. Jack looked seriously at the lorry and said, maybe they will absorb the Motors Group. Richard Wilson called an emergency meeting at which he announced that Prestige was using the same strategy that they had developed 6 years ago. They desperately wanted to get Stalinvest and got it. But now there is no money, and Motors Group is an unaffordable luxury for them. The chairman crumpled the document and said that all this was part of the Prestige company's plan. Having calmed down a little, he said, since this happened, nothing could be done. He asked to make assumptions. If Prestige absorbs Motors Group, what will happen to Synthes Group? CEO Wilson Motors said their market share would plummet. The chairman said that they should have taken some action by tomorrow. When everyone left, only Chairman Richard and Vice Chairman Philip remained in the office. Philip asked whether it was now worth urgently resell the 7% of Motors Group shares acquired in other people's names. Richard was not happy with this question, and asked if he really didn't even want to try to resist. Philip replied that if Prestige takes over the leadership of the Motors Group company, then the bankruptcy of the latter is only a matter of time. Seeing the silent question on his father's face, Philip explained that all this is because Prestige is doing everything according to their developed plan. Richard replied that if the corruption incident had not happened 6 years ago, they would have absorbed the Motors Group. And then the chairman suggested how his son views using these shares and causing a little fuss because you can't just do nothing. Richard looked closely at Philip and said that there was one person who could take everything into his own hands, Larry Baker. The chairman ordered to give him all the shares and make Larry their representative. The next day, Jack and Larry met again in the office, and Larry said that his grandfather seemed seriously angry. Jack assumed that it was all because of the Prestige company. Larry said that the chairman has 7% of the shares of Moto Roz Group, and he wants to sell them in order to slightly improve the financial situation of Synthes Group. He added that their company, Fantasy Entertainment, had part of the fund's money, and the chairman told Larry to buy shares with it and begin to defend the rights of the main shareholder. Jack hoped that Larry had said no, because there was no reason to buy a stock that would fail. Larry asked if Lucas really wanted to take over the Motors Group, and Jack responded positively. Larry explained that the acquisition of Motors Group as a parent company means the acquisition of Prestige, And if you manage to get the Motors Group, what is Lucas going to do next? Jack asked him the same question. Larry replied that if you think rationally, then you should close all 28 branches, throw away the unusable, evaluate and sell scrap metal and sell the good at cost. And if you act irrationally, then try to save Motors Group, cut off the damaged part and apply medicine. But even in this case, Larry is not sure that they will be able to manage all this. Jack said that you can try to get at least to this point, and then calmly think about everything. Larry replied that even if they burst into this fight, their chances are small, or rather, they are non-existent. Jack asked why Larry was interested in this then, since he is one of those who is not interested in playing with low odds. Larry replied that if they had shares of the Motors Group company in their hands, they would be able to look inside. He added that the purchase price of Motors Group shares could be covered by Lucas's own money. But this is not a game that can be played only with bets. Power is needed to guide judges, creditors, and politicians. There is hardly anyone other than Syntez Group capable of resisting Prestige. Jack looked at Larry and realized that he agreed to Lucas's proposal. 28 subsidiaries, 50,000 employees. This is a huge bet, where the winner takes everything. This is a war where money will be shed instead of blood, and tens of thousands of people will lose their livelihood. Grandpa asked why Lucas wasn't in class, to which Jack replied that his goal was to get in, not to graduate. He added that up to this point, he had only been learning, but now it was time to play a little. Grandpa said Lucas didn't have full attendance, and he had to give the university some money so they could turn a blind eye to it for a little while. Jack was already considering taking a sabbatical after his first semester. Grandpa asked what Lucas was constantly doing at Larry's Invest Group office, and Jack thought that Thomas was doing a great job of giving Grandpa daily reports. He replied that he was learning a lot from Larry, and was currently studying the situation of the Motors Group company. Jack said that no matter how you looked at it, they were going to go bankrupt soon, and Grandpa asked why Lucas thought that. Jack replied that the financial sector had changed. Motors Group sales had decreased due to good sales from another company. Naturally, the liquidity of assets dried up, which is why Prestige began to strangle them. And if Motors Group goes bankrupt, someone will quickly grab it. Grandfather said that Lucas's answer was worth 80 points, and if he guessed who exactly wanted to grab it, he would get a full 100. Jack replied that there were many times when the situation only worsened, and the winner failed. It was difficult to be sure that Prestige would take control until the Motor Group was in his hands. The chairman replied that Lucas himself knows that the situation is alarming now. There is a currency crisis, and it may be that there will simply be no one to buy Motors Group. He added that they also need to take care of themselves. Several concerns have already fallen. Everyone does not have enough money, and if they have it, they save it. The grandfather added that Motors Group could only afford to buy Prestige or Syntez Group, but he had already spent money on Stahl Invest. Jack asked if the chairman thought someone else might be hiding their financial abilities, and he meant himself. Richard looked at Lucas in surprise and turned pale. Having come to his senses, the chairman ordered Lucas to repeat what he had said a minute ago. Jack looked closely at his grandfather and said seriously that he could take over the Prestige company. Suddenly, the chairman felt ill, and Jack said that he could bring him some water or medicine. The grandfather stopped his grandson, saying that he was not weak enough to swallow pills. When the chairman felt better, he asked if Lucas meant that instead of a car, he wanted to get Motors Group as a gift for admission. Jack replied that he would buy it with his own money. Grandpa looked Lucas straight in the eye and asked him what he thought the company was worth. Jack asked a counter-question if the chairman wanted to absorb Prestige. How much would he be willing to give? The grandfather suddenly laughed. He realized what the catch was, because it was he who taught his grandson to first listen to the opinion of his opponent. And this is a special privilege of the ruler. He said that this trick would not work on him, and Lucas should answer his question. Jack said they don't know all the variables, so they first need to analyze the state of Motors Group to know for sure. Jack named the amount for which he could purchase Motors Group, and this was not all of Jack's funds. The chairman thought about the proposed amount, but it seemed that he was not at all interested in where Lucas got such funds from. When asked why grandfather was not surprised, he answered what Lucas expected, the question of where such money came from, or praise from his grandfather. Jack replied that the praise could be delayed and that he actually now had more funds than Synthes Group. The chairman replied that he knew that Lucas wanted to boast that he had surpassed his company, but if his grandson wanted to get the Motors Group, he should have much more than the announced amount. Jack asked his grandfather what amount he was thinking about. The chairman replied that he had no intention of acquiring Motors Group. He had not learned anything about it, so he could not name the amount. Jack asked if his grandfather could help him, and the chairman asked why Lucas wanted to acquire Motors Group and whether it would help Synthes Group if he could pull it off. Jack looked at Richard and tried to understand what and how he was thinking, like a grandfather who loves his grandson, or like a chairman who gives priority to Synthesis Group. A few minutes later, the chairman said, "Let's say the grandson will become the owner of Motors Group. And then the grandfather's company, Wilson Motors and Motors Group, will undergo a merger, merging these two companies into one. Jack thought that Richard was thinking in the right direction, because the acquisition of Motors Group was only a step towards the absorption of Wilson Motors. The chairman said he would like to hear Lucas's views on the proposal. Jack asked why Grandpa thought Lucas was planning such a merger, and the chairman replied that it was unlikely to be possible to save the Motors Group on his own. Prestige would crush him within a year, or Lucas would still be able to manage it properly. Jack replied that Grandpa doesn't have to worry about management. He has someone to trust with it. The chairman said that, in this case, either cancel the merger or find a solution that would suit everyone. If the conditions are not suitable, then there is always the opportunity to adjust them. So he asked Lucas what he thought the merger percentage was and how much the chairman should put on the scale. Jack answered briefly, 20%. The chairman began to get angry, and Jack said that taking into account market share, brand value, development of new cars, technologies, etc., Wilson Motors is now at no more than 20% of the Motors Group. He added that this was just the opinion of automotive experts, not Lucas. Richard replied that he was well aware of this, but reminded Lucas that there was still hidden value. The price of Wilson Motors shares was twice the value, because the shares of Synthesis Group subsidiaries belong to Wilson Motors. When Jack gains control of Wilson Motors, he will be able to control half of Synthesis Group, which is why he needed the Motors Group company. Jack clarified that the chairman wants to put this hidden value on the scale. He replied that it all depends on Lucas. Jack revealed many secrets, one of which was to take over the Motors Group, but Grandfather also showed his desire to unite the companies. Of course, this was not the answer Jack wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. Finally, the chairman decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked where Lucas got such money. The grandson replied that, having sold the land, he invested in an IT company, the shares of which rose to the skies. The grandfather replied that judging by the fact that they had increased 100 times, Laurie has excellent instincts, and the grandson replied that he was simply very lucky. The chairman asked where Lucas fit into fantasy entertainment. Jack replied that he was the largest shareholder and had 98% of the company's shares. And without allowing the chairman to ask another question, he immediately answered that Larry has 2% and he is the CEO of the company. Richard looked at his grandson in surprise. He had no more questions. The chairman reminded his grandson that a certain amount of Synthesis Group was in Lucas's company. Jack replied that the money that his grandfather entrusted to him earlier also brought considerable profit, and the grandson intends to return it with interest on the investment in exchange for those 7% shares of the Motors Group. Grandpa agreed, but Jack changed tack and said that he was hoping Grandpa would just give them as an admissions gift. The chairman replied that if the grandson wants an island worth $100 billion as a gift, then he will get it. If he asks for a private jet, he will have it, but he cannot give money just like that. Jack asked if this was because then he could have everything he wanted. Richard replied that that was why. The chairman said that if Lucas's subordinates work well, then they need to be rewarded, but not with money, but say, with good drinks. This can make the employee think that he is paying for the drink with his hard-earned money. Jack said it meant giving them hope that if they did their job well, they would get paid for their drinks. Jack had been through this before. He was praised for his good work and allowed to spend millions on booze. Then he thought many times whether it would be better if he were paid in money. The chairman advised Lucas not to reveal himself to anyone until he received the Motors Group, to hide carefully so that only Laurie would be in sight. Jack replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. The chairman asked, after Lucas received the Motors Group, how much money he would have left. Jack tactfully avoided answering, saying that you shouldn't pry into someone else's wallet so openly, but if Grandpa needs money, Lucas can lend it to him. The chairman abruptly stood up from his chair. His face instantly changed. Jack thought he had gone too far and clenched his teeth tightly. The next second, he became his old self again, put his hand on his grandson's shoulder, and said that his grandson had grown up completely and had given the correct answer. Before the next meeting at the Wilson residence, the chairman told Philip to gather smart guys so that they carefully study the books of the Motors Group. Philip said that the Prestige Company will definitely send its person to the extraordinary meeting of shareholders, and Synthesis Group will also take measures to counter this. At the meeting, the chairman gave orders to collect data on Motors Group, as he did 6 years ago. Those present recalled that they had no funds if the chairman decided to acquire this company. Richard replied that they would simply prevent Prestige from doing this. One of those present asked if they prevent Prestige from doing this, then who will receive Motors Group in this case? The chairman became angry and shouted that they were not here to guess, but to focus on his instructions, and the deadline was a week. When everyone left, the chairman told Philip to arrange a meeting with the chairman of Motors Group. Richard had something to tell him. Philip replied that he would contact Mark Twinton immediately and asked where to make an appointment. The chairman replied that he would come to him himself. Philip was suspicious. The chairman, who never acted for the sake of others, was going to personally visit Chairman Twinton. He wondered what they would talk about. While in his office, Larry asked Lucas if the conversation with the chairman had gone well. Jack opened the juice can and said that Grandpa would give his full support, and Larry could take over the shares and meet with the officials. Lucas responded that it sounded like Lucas wouldn't be involved. Jack said that this is so because in the eyes of others he's still a child and cannot be trusted. He added that many eyes are always on their family. There are also many enemies within the family. Larry agreed with Lucas. If he showed up, everyone with a brain would think it was his grandfather's money. Jack said that they have little time, and they must finish everything before the final bankruptcy of the Motors Group. He noticed that Larry was more excited than usual. Jack was also restless. The trillions of dollars he earned were enough to live like an emperor. But the nightmare that he had every night constrained him. Jack did all this not only because of nightmares. He used to dream about life, in pursuit of which he dreamed of money that would never run out. And in this body, he craves more for a life in which he fiercely wins every hour, destroying his enemies and building his own empire. Jack wanted to see the end of it all. Even if this end is just futility. Jack came to his senses when Larry asked why he was so quiet. He replied that he simply remembered the words of his grandfather. He asked to give his money from Fantasy Entertainment after they received shares of Motors Group. Larry replied that you can give not everything, but only half. Jack apologized to Larry and said that he promised to give him everything, because Grandpa would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Larry asked if the chairman knew that Lucas was the main shareholder of Fantasy Entertainment, and Jack replied that he told him. Larry was surprised that, despite this, the chairman asked to give all his money, because this would be an excellent opportunity to legally inherit a certain amount. Jack replied that if his grandfather had been the person who would have given away the secret fund in this way, Synthesis Group would have long been in the hands of Philip Wilson, his eldest son. And inside this whole family snake den, Jack must stay alive. Having learned of the slow progress of the plan, Matthew Lee, chairman of the Prestige Company, was angry why his subordinates were so calm. He shouted that it was just a witness subpoena and that it was difficult to obtain it. One of those present replied that it is not difficult for an ordinary person, but this is a valuable witness. Matthew didn't seem to hear them. He asked why the press was putting so little pressure on him when Lee had told him to press it as if it were a celebrity drug scandal. The assistant replied that it seems that someone is helping to patronize the Motors Group company. Every newspaper published an article, but it looks weak and sluggish. The second confirmed this, saying that everyone knows how much influence the daily news editors have. Matthew became even more angry and was surprised that there was not a single article about this in their newspapers. The chairman sat down in his chair and suggested that the rumors about the reunion of Synthesis Group and the Daily News through the wedding of their children may be true. Those present expressed the opinion that if they absorb Motors Group, Synthesis Group will suffer severe damage. Matthew knew that Richard Wilson was capable of a lot, and now it turns out that he could easily sell his own grandson to stop the media campaign. In April 1997, according to the president of Prestige, Motors Group became the subject of a bankruptcy deferment agreement, adopted under the direction of the government, to prevent bankruptcies of insolvent companies. To this end, Motors Group provided a memorandum of relinquishment of management, an agreement on wages and reduction of employees, as well as an agreement to close the management of the fund. During the 2-month grace period, the company began stealing hidden bribery funds. All this was secretly managed by 3 people. One of them was the chairman of the Motors Group, Mark Twinton. The second was Larry Baker from Fantasy Entertainment. And of course, the chairman of Synthesis Group, Richard Wilson. Early in the morning, Richard invited Larry to his place to discuss current events. The chairman said that he had heard a lot about him, because it was he who increased his grandson's capital 100 times. Larry realized that Lucas did not tell his grandfather everything. Firstly, not 100 times, but more. And secondly, this was not only his merit. He replied to the chairman that he was just lucky Larry always feels relieved when he manages to save the original amount. Richard replied that Larry is very modest, and it would be good if he used his abilities while working for Synthesis Group. Studying the documents provided by Larry, the chairman asked whether it was still possible to salvage these funds. Larry replied that only $270 billion. As soon as the bankruptcy deferment period expires, the rights will come into force, and this money needs to be extracted before that. And if this becomes known, then not only the chairman of Motors Group, but also other managers will not escape arrest. Richard asked if this meant that Larry was asking him to launder the money. Larry was silent for a moment, then apologized and replied that it was so. Jack intervened, saying that the money should be used as a pension fund for the Motors Group executives. Grandfather smiled and asked why Lucas should worry about their old age. The chairman handed the documents to Larry and asked why not invest all this money in Fantasy Entertainment in America. Looking at the surprised Larry, Richard said that everything could be reinverted into the Motors Group. They would simply pay salaries, bonuses and incentives to those who would like to receive them. Larry assumed that all these people would want to receive these amounts in one go, since most would have to retire and therefore they would demand a share. But in response, he heard that he could come up with many excuses to postpone payments. If we assume that they will be settled immediately, then from that moment they will become strangers. And it is possible that they may even join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes they will be the villains who stole the Motors Group and deprived them of their jobs. Larry, who had dealt only with numbers all his life, now, more than ever, saw the cowardly side of a man who ran from side to side. And the chairman continued that money is a carrot and a stick. As soon as you manage to tame people, you need to feed them a little money. And as soon as they find out that all these funds have been reinverted into the Motors Group, they will lick their feet. Jack understood that Larry must find out the true face of his grandfather, because in the future they will see each other more often. And Jack decided to ask his grandfather a question because they are not really going to give this money away. His grandson made him laugh a lot, turning the chairman into a money-greedy and unscrupulous old man. Richard asked Larry if he was really going to give this money away, or was he just showing off about it? Larry replied that if there was such an opportunity, he would never give them away. The chairman replied that this was correct. There is no person in the world who would give away the money that he could keep for himself with impunity. Richard told Larry to try to convince Chairman Mark Twinton that this was the only way, and he would take care of the Motors Group's hidden money. The chairman said that he would launder this money clean before entering legal rights and put it in fantasy entertainment. Jack asked permission to leave the office if they were finished, but his grandfather told him to stay. He had something to tell his grandson. When Larry left, the chairman said that he had heard that Lucas was taking a leave of absence. Jack tried to smile and replied that he applied this morning. To the grandfather's questioning glance, he replied that there was a big deal coming up, and now there was no time to attend the university. The chairman angrily replied that no one forced Lucas to diligently attend all classes, and he withdrew his grandson's application. Jack tried to object, but his grandfather strictly told Lucas to do as the chairman says. He added that he knows what Lucas is worried about. Jack listened as his grandfather said that he needed to avoid rumors and remain a student for everyone. Sooner or later, Lucas will have to face this, and he can't delay it any longer. The chairman continued that there would come a time when being a student would play a negative role, but not now. Jack asked why he said that, because isn't he holding the handle of the knife? Grandfather replied that Synthes Group is not a supermarket, and even his knife cannot be reached everywhere. If the majority of presidents vote for Vice Chairman Philip, Synthes Group will immediately split into two parts. Jack realized that his grandfather was right. After all, when the company's investigation begins, the managers will see in Lucas just a child with a student ID. This will mean that Richard has passed away. At that moment, power will pass not to Lucas, but to his uncle Philip. Jack lowered his head guiltily and said that he would do everything as the chairman says. Jack thought that this was what was needed. His grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. Getting into the car, Jack told Thomas to follow to Larry Baker's office at the Invest Group. After some time, Thomas said that his suspicion was confirmed that a suspicious car was constantly following them. Thomas added that he noticed this a few days ago. Jack ordered to tell him everything he knows and thinks about it. Thomas replied that he had not seen any people, and that perhaps they only needed their route. Jack remembered that Thomas said that he worked in the guest room, so how did he have the experience to determine surveillance? Thomas said that the group commander warned that there had been quite a few surveillances being carried out lately and that perhaps they were just reporters. Jack wondered if perhaps his uncle had assigned someone to him. Thomas turned to Lucas and said that the car was still following them, and if he was not in a hurry, Thomas would check it out. Jack grinned and replied that he wouldn't mind a ride. Thomas told Lucas to buckle up and said they would speed up a bit. The assistant pressed on the gas with all his might, and the car immediately began to pick up speed. They were already racing along the highway, but the car behind was not far behind. An informal meeting was taking place in the office of Andrew Klaus, the chairman of the editorial board of the Daily News, and a projector was even installed for this purpose. The employee responsible for the report said that there is no need to worry too much about the third son, Nick, and the fourth, Henry. Nick constantly hangs around the elder like a dog, and Heinrich is focused on making films and has no interest in his father's company. Andrew asked that perhaps the problem was with the second son, Eric Wilson. The assistant replied that it was quite possible that it was Eric who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and his reputation was good. Although he lags behind in the ranking of heirs, he has an excellent reputation from his subordinates. He will be able to take over the heavy and chemical industries. The chairman asked what about Caroline's only daughter. Caroline is quite greedy and wants a lot, but lacks ability and will most likely take department stores, golf courses, and cultural foundations. Olivia sharply objected that no one would allow her to do this, but her grandfather asked her to remain quiet. The employee said that while investigating, he discovered an unexpected competitor. This chairman's grandson is Lucas, who is the son of Henry, Richard's fourth son. Andrew asked what was wrong with him. an ordinary nerd student at Seoul University Law School. The assistant replied that his visiting days can be counted on one hand, but he often visits the Invest Group company and the chairman's house. He appears to have had a close relationship with Fantasy Entertainment, a foreign investment company, and is quite wealthy. The chairman heard a large sum from the assistant and became interested in it. He was surprised that Richard Wilson entrusted such large funds to a young guy. Olivia also listened attentively to the fact that the chairman gave his grandson Lucas land for a ranch, which later ended up in the program for the future of the new city. Andrew replied that it was strange, incredible luck to buy land for pennies and sell it for billions. Then Lucas entrusted this money to the company Fantasy Entertainment and appointed Larry Baker, a classmate of his father, with whom Heinrich studied abroad, as general director. The chairman concluded that Lucas was simply an incredibly lucky child. The assistant replied that Lucas is the only one who can visit the chairman's office, and during the holidays, he even lives in his residence, which means there is a special attachment. Olivia said that according to Kevin Phillips' son, it's not easy for even him to get there. It's not just an office, but the control tower of Synthesis Group. The chairman receives the rest of the grandchildren in the living room, and only Lucas is allowed to be in his office. Therefore, they can be there alone. The assistant confirmed Olivia's words and said that even Vice Chairman Philip was in his father's office along with the chairman's personal assistant. Until now, only Assistant Michael could be alone with the chairman. Andrew turned to his granddaughter Olivia and told her to ask her fiancé Kevin to check on the position of grandson Lucas in the Wilson family. Olivia said she would do as Grandpa said. Finally, Andrew said that there wouldn't be another chance until Richard puts everything in Kevin's hands, so there's no point in relaxing. Jack asked Thomas if he was convinced that this was indeed surveillance. The assistant replied that it was so. It was the same car as at the chairman's house, but still no one got out of the car. Jack thought that if they hired a person to keep an eye on him, it must be someone powerful from his family, most likely Uncle Philip. He looked carefully at the cautious Thomas and thought that the capture of Synthesis Group was really expected in the near future. Jack took an envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket and, handing it to Thomas, told him to use it as needed. The assistant opened the envelope and saw a thick stack of bills. Jack saw the surprised face and added that if there was no need, Thomas could spend it at his own discretion. He told the assistant that there are many people who do what they are told. Many of them are smart and educated. Thomas looked into his glass of coffee, and Jack asked when he came to Synthesis Group if from that moment he did anything on his own. Having not heard an answer, Jack said that he wanted Thomas to choose what he wanted to do, choose his occupation and the necessary people. Jack threw the empty cup into the trash and said they had to go. The secretary entered the office and said that Mr. Larry had a guest. Larry didn't immediately understand why she was so excited. The girl was embarrassed and replied that Matthew Lee, the chairman of the prestige company, wanted to see him. Jack and Larry quickly looked at each other. Neither of them expected this. Larry told her to ask Lee to wait a little. Jack said he would be next door in the conference room and asked Larry to turn on the microphone there so he could hear what they were talking about. Larry advised Jack to pull his hood tighter over his face in order to pass Matthew unnoticed. Stepping out into the hallway, Jack came face to face with the chairman of Prestige, but quickly lowered his head. Matthew couldn't help but turn around as the hooded guy walked away. The chairman entered the office, and Larry politely greeted him with a bow. Matthew extended his hand to Larry and said he was grateful to be greeted so warmly, asking if he was in the way. Larry replied that there is no place in Korea where the chairman would be treated like an uninvited guest. He said that his office was a little plain and pointed to a chair by the window. But Matthew sat down on the edge of the sofa and answered how a company claiming to be Motors Group could be simple. At the first moment, Larry was speechless, and the chairman replied that there was no point in humiliating himself, because now they were sitting at the same table. Larry calmly asked if rumors really spread so quickly, or if Prestige has strong informants. Matthew looked closely at Larry. Even if it was true, he hoped that he would try to hide it, but he was confident. The chairman turned to the assistant and ordered him to leave. Matthew turned to Larry and said that since he was not hiding anything, the conversation would go faster, and then asked what he wanted. Larry gave a simple and laconic answer. Naturally, Motors Group. Matthew asked if he didn't have an investment company, and its purpose was to invest and reap. He just wanted to know how much Larry wanted so they could avoid a futile fight. Larry clarified, that is, Matthew wants to pay him for his way out of this fight. Matthew responded that a fight in which prices go up for no reason is onerous. Larry replied that the chairman had it all wrong. His investors had enough money and wanted to have fun. They are all car enthusiasts, so they are only interested in car manufacturers. Matthew turned purple with rage. Buying a company as entertainment, it seems that Larry is not going to negotiate if he talks such nonsense. He said out loud that if one small article appeared about the outflow of national wealth at the expense of foreign capital, Larry would have nothing to defend himself with. He added that Koreans' sense of patriotism is unparalleled. Larry replied that looking at the price of the auction, all Koreans will understand who is more patriotic. Matthew frowned and asked what Larry wanted. Larry suggests that he plug all the gaps with public funds and compete only on the acquisition price. This will be beneficial to both parties. No matter who wins, the damage will be minimal. The chairman asked again, which means they can unite, agree on the terms of debt write-off, and compete only at the price of purchasing the company. Larry replied that this is exactly what he proposes, to do it in a simplified way. Matthew replied that he never made a name for himself in a simplistic way. It was created in hard mud fights, stood up, and left the office. Jack waited until the chairman was out of sight and opened the door to Larry's office. Seeing Lucas, Larry asked if he thought the chairman would accept his proposal. Jack replied that Matthew belonged to that category of people who were unlikely to refuse the offer to unite in order to save money. Having told his assistants about the results of the negotiations, the chairman heard a clear opinion that Larry's offer should be accepted, because the Motors Group's debt is too large. Matthew began to calculate the costs they would incur if they did not agree to Larry's terms. One of those present recalled that if they united, they would not suffer such great losses. A few minutes later, he asked if any of them knew how much money Fantasy Entertainment had. The assistant replied that they did not have such information, just as Fantasy Entertainment did not know how much money the Prestige company had. He added that they have plenty of capital. Fantasy Entertainment is quite influential and famous in Hollywood. There is not a single popular film where Fantasy Entertainment has not invested. Matthew became even more furious when he learned that none of their films had failed. Matthew heard that a guy like Larry wouldn't get into a fight where he would lose money. The chairman was drinking tea and was extremely surprised whether Matthew Lee really came himself. Jack responded that he offered compensation if Lucas pulled out of the takeover race. Richard decided that this old man was in a hurry if he decided to take such a step. And there were so many worries, and then someone else was putting a spoke in his wheels. Jack replied that he offered him worthy competition only at the cost of acquisition, and was not going to take bread from others. Jack added that Matthew was going to think about it and intends to take this confrontation seriously. The chairman laughed, joking that the old man's medicines had become more expensive and he could not take them. Jack asked what he thought Matthew Lee was going to do next. Richard asked if Lucas wanted to know what he would do if he received such an offer. Jack replied that probably grandfather would have accepted such conditions because the amount of debt write-off is already a constant value. The chairman replied that Lucas was right. The biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Richard then said that Lucas had used all his cards and none from Matthew, so maybe they should launch a more extensive attack. It's not just the media that needs to be convinced, but also the creditors and the takeover review team. Jack realized that this was where the chairman's help ended, no matter how much the grandfather himself wanted it. Richard explained that he had already prevented the arrest of Motors Group chairman Mark Twinton, which could have made everyone think that the chairman had his eye on Motors Group. The arrest of Chairman Twinton was beneficial for them to take office, so they remained silent. Richard added that civil servants working for the country should not be forced into a position. They work like limbs. If he pulls on his right hand, and Matthew Lee on his left, they will simply tear them apart. The chairman didn't look like he had any regrets at all. He must have something on his mind, but Jack couldn't guess it. Jack replied that he and Larry would come up with something. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack answered whether grandfather really thought that he would continue to beg him for help. Richard asked if Larry could be trusted unlimitedly, to which Jack replied that he could. Henry's father trusted him too. He added that their work concerns money, but Larry is not the kind of person who will betray for the sake of it. The chairman gave Lucas advice. There are two types of people he should keep around. The first, like Larry Baker, who can be trusted to do the job. The second are those who are ready to make sacrifices for Lucas. Jack asked what could happen that would make someone sacrifice for him. Grandfather replied that such people themselves gather nearby and there is no need to help them with this. The chairman stood up and said that the guests must have already arrived, and it was time for them to go. Many rich and important guests were invited to Kevin's engagement party. For this event, an expensive custom-made cake was delivered from the best pastry shop in the city. Kevin and his bride tried to be friendly and good-natured when greeting guests. Jack, watching his brother, thought that their relationship looked tender from the outside, but as far as he knew, they had only met a couple of times. Then they approached Jack and the girl exclaimed that the rumors do not lie, and Lucas is indeed the most handsome in the family. Jack politely introduced himself and congratulated the couple on their engagement. At that moment, someone called Kevin. He said that he would go away for a while and asked Lucas to entertain the girl for now. But she was the first to start the conversation by saying that Lucas is the ideal guy for every girl. She added that he was handsome, tall, and a genius, one of the 1% of such people and also the youngest member of the Wilson family, whom everyone envied. The girl explained that he does not need to inherit the group or participate in management. He can simply enjoy life by spending money. Jack replied that there was a problem. It was unknown whether this money would remain when it was his turn. She replied that he shouldn't worry about it because he was the chairman's favorite grandson. Jack understood that the girl was definitely digging under him, because soon she would become the daughter-in-law of Synthesis Group. He replied that his grandfather gave his other grandchildren shares or money, but he gave him a racing car when he came of age, and he doesn't even have a license. The girl suggested that in the future his grandfather was going to give him an expensive gift. Besides, he is a diligent student, and people like him don't really use money. Jack replied that they didn't use them because they didn't exist, otherwise he would scatter them left and right. Jack smiled and thought if she knew how much he was spending, she wouldn't be able to stand. The girl replied that in the future she would definitely provide him with pocket money. Jack pretended to be very happy and said that they would see each other more often in the future. After a minute, he politely bowed out and said that he needed to move away. As soon as Jack turned his back to her, the smile suddenly disappeared from his face. The girl looked after him and thought that she would not believe that a man who visited the stock exchange district every day had no money. Kevin approached the bride and asked what she thought about Lucas. She replied that the guy did not look like a member of their family at all. Kevin replied that Lucas was always outside the family and lived quietly and below the grass. Kevin watched his brother leave and told his bride that he was going to make him her right-hand man. She smiled at the groom and said that she promised Lucas to provide him with pocket money. Kevin smiled back at her and replied that the older brother should take care of the younger one and provide for him. Jack went into the toilet. He did not feel very comfortable after the conversation. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name and Jack looked back. It was his assistant Thomas. Jack was surprised to see him and reminded Thomas that he had given him the day off. Besides, this was a family event and he didn't have to be there. Thomas asked if Lucas could give him a few minutes. There was something important he wanted to tell him. Jack said he would be down in a few minutes and asked Thomas to wait for him in the parking lot. Jack washed his hands and thought what could have happened. The assistant's face was very worried. Walking out to the parking lot and getting into the car, Jack impatiently asked Thomas what happened. Thomas asked for a little patience. Now the head of the strategic group, Mr. Sean, will explain everything to him. A couple of minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man stood near the car. Jack looked carefully at Sean, and it seemed to him that he had already seen this face somewhere. When the manager got into the car, Jack suggested that they had already met. Sean recalled that they met at Philip Wilson's villa, and he gave Lucas a ride home. Jack remembered how Kevin beat him for failing to organize the arrival of the stars. Sean said he didn't have much time, so he'd get straight to the point. Jack heard that recently someone had started keeping an eye on everyone from the third generation, all the grandchildren. Sean added that they are not doing anything yet, but are simply monitoring the movement. Jack thought it might be Philip, but if he was watching his own son, then that was too much. Sean continued, in order to determine who is doing the surveillance, they do not have enough strength, and the strategy department is not very strong in counter-surveillance. Jack asked why Sean was telling him all this. Sean replied that, according to the regulations, they must submit an application to the head of the strategic department, and he, in turn, will send it to Michael, the personal assistant to the chairman, after which the Synthesis Group Special Group will begin to operate. Jack said if they know everything themselves, then why does Lucas need this information? Sean clenched his fists and said that he wanted to grab a thread. Their outfit had no future. No one had been working for more than a year. Even Sean, after enduring for years, still doesn't see the light. Jack said he doesn't understand why they ask him for help since he's just a junior who doesn't have a say in the company, and how he can become their string. Sean reminded Lucas of their old conversation and said that Lucas was the first to reach out to him. Sean thinks that Lucas is the only one who can help. He added that among the chairman's grandchildren there is no one more diligent in management, sincere and intelligent than Lucas. Jack asked for a few minutes. He needed to think. He could check his uncle's actions himself, but he saw no reason to refuse Sean's offer. Sean and Thomas waited silently to see what decision Lucas would make. Finally, Lucas replied that he would help them, but it should look like it was not he who offered his hand, but the strategic team begging him to become their roof, and he agreed. Sean replied that he understood everything. Jack explained that they weren't the ones who grabbed the outstretched hand, and that's a big difference. Sean replied that he understood that this roof could disappear at any moment. Thomas added that if that thread were to break at some point, they wouldn't hold it against Lucas. Jack replied that he was not asking for their loyalty. The strategic team would do what Lucas needed, and he would pay them for it. Until now, Jack has not received loyalty from anyone, but there's nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. Jack told Thomas that from tomorrow he would be driving a taxi, and he should follow his tail carefully and slowly. And Sean was told to send all the strategy group reports to him first. Lucas would highlight what needed to be excluded from the report before submitting it to the top. Jack added that he would cover all expenses, and if they needed funds for personal needs, they could contact Lucas. He will make sure that the strategic group now working for him does not need money at all. Today he got a lot. I recognized a woman who should be feared. He also got extra eyes and ears. All TV news channels said that information had appeared about the famous company, Fantasy Entertainment. which intended to acquire the Motors Group, and the source of its funds was Japan. Larry heard that Fantasy Entertainment may be pursuing the goal of promoting Japanese cars to Korea. He suggested that Lucas organize a press conference, because if anti-Japanese sentiments were hurt, then they would definitely have no chance of winning. Jack replied that there must be very good reasons for such a serious statement. Larry reminded Lucas about the Power Group, a company that was growing rapidly and attracting attention in Japan. It was not difficult to find out that Fantasy Entertainment had invested heavily in it. Jack replied that if such statements continue to appear, they will need to speak together with Mark Twinton, chairman of the Motors Group. Larry objected, because this was their secret weapon. Jack replied that there was no point in holding it and it was time to use it. Jack didn't think that the media would broadcast a piece of news written to order without checking it, and the Prestige Company is really good at this type of wrestling. Larry denied rumors of an influx of Japanese money. Fantasy Entertainment did invest in Japan, but it was a short-term investment that they abandoned as soon as they made a profit. Larry said that they are now planning to invest this money in the restoration of the Motors Group. Some critics said they didn't understand why Fantasy Entertainment, an investment company, would want a car company. The journalists suggested that Fantasy Entertainment was taking such a risk because it was acting as an agent of the Japanese automobile industry. Larry angrily shouted out where this information came from, and who was the first to talk about it. Attacks were heard from the audience. The correspondents wanted to hear a refutation that Fantasy Entertainment was in no way connected with the Japanese automobile industry. Jack stood in the corner of the conference room and saw that Larry was not at all used to this, but the next statement saved him. Mark Twinton, who was sitting next to Larry, said that he was well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. He, as the chairman of Motors Group, does not hide the fact that his company collaborated with a Japanese technology company. Mark added that he is making an official statement that Japan has nothing to do with this acquisition. In addition, he supports Fantasy Entertainment in their acquisition of the Motors Group company, and he is not alone. The entire Motors Group union is promising a voluntary wage freeze until Fantasy Entertainment takes over the company. Twinton added that Fantasy Entertainment CEO Larry Baker promised them favorable terms. He promised separation of ownership and management, normalization of work without a single layoff, and investment in the company. The chairman of Motors Group added that corporations are companies that only pursue profit. But after all, there is a human factor. These are jobs that ensure people's livelihoods. The Prestige Company, under the pretext of restructuring, is driving more than half of its company's employees out onto the street. Jack listened carefully to Twinton's speech. This was exactly the message that was needed. By acquiring Motors Group, Prestige will gain control over 70% of the domestic car market. Pursuing only profit, the people are leaving in last place. The chairman said that the public and authorities should not allow the essence to be obscured by rumors about Japanese capital, because so much public funds have been invested in the Motors Group. Therefore, the Motors Group company must grow to the size of a conglomerate and be reborn into a national company. Returning from the press conference, Jack asked Larry if Twinton's statement had affected the price of Prestige's shares. Larry replied that it had remained unchanged. He pointed to the stock chart and added that opinions were divided in half. Jack was worried that this might mean that Motors Group would be taken over by Prestige. Larry was angry. He understood that businessmen were cruel and scary, but how could they control state television and newspapers? Jack replied that the point is not how scary businessmen are, but that the media knows the taste of money. He added that this is what grandfather says. If something untoward happens, he immediately deals with it first with the media. Jack reflected that if he had known it would be like this, he would not have intervened several years ago when he tried to take over the Motors Group. He told Larry that today was a hard day and offered to have a glass. Larry laughed and said that Lucas probably doesn't even know how to drink. In his previous life, Jack had to drink so much that if he had saved the money he spent on alcohol, he could have bought several apartments. He told Larry that today they would test Lucas for his tolerance to alcohol. Jack took out a bank card and, saying that there was no limit on it, asked Larry to take him to the most expensive place. He took the credit card, and seeing that it belonged to the Daily News Company, asked with surprise where Lucas got it from. Jack replied that Wilson's future daughter-in-law, the granddaughter of Andrew Klaus, chairman of the Daily News, gave it to him and told him to use it as pocket money. We need to show our future daughter-in-law how much Lucas can spend if he decides to do this. Larry jokingly made a submissive face and pretended to say that he would take his master to the best and most expensive place in the city. This was the most expensive restaurant in Seoul, and not everyone was destined to come here. Jack ordered the most excellent and high-quality food and alcohol that was ever on the restaurant menu. Larry himself understood that after such a busy day, he really needed to relax. Jack told Larry that he had some incredible idea, and he needed to leave urgently. But Larry understood that Jack decided to thank him in this way by ordering a full table of treats. Jack understood that it was already late, but he urgently wanted to see his grandfather. He entered his grandfather's office and apologized for such a late visit. The chairman replied that he was still awake, so everything was fine. Richard asked if Lucas already felt like a loser if he smelled like alcohol today. Jack, answering that he hardly drank, said that this was not the end and the battle was not over. Richard replied that there was no point in holding on to a cause that was over, but that he needed to analyze his defeat and prepare for the next battle. Jack said if Motors Group goes to Prestige, doesn't this mean that Syntez Group will also suffer greatly? The chairman replied that this was his problem, and if nothing worked out, then Lucas could simply give up. Jack couldn't believe his ears. Grandpa couldn't stand it if he wasn't the first. And besides, this area of business evokes a lot of emotions in him. The chairman asked if Lucas had thought about what his mistake was. Large corporations have great influence, and Lucas did not realize the full extent of it, only a vague idea. Grandfather will answer that this is true. Before you hit, you need to know how strong the opponent's fist is. Jack continued and said that he was too hasty and missed the right moment. He disdained Prestige's meticulousness and attention to detail. He didn't think they would find out about the investment in Japan and use it to their advantage. I didn't know how cruel it was to be unable to do something. The chairman asked if Lucas could correct any of the above. He replied that he had to do it one way or another. He must be more meticulous and ruthless, be able to lie brazenly and competently in order to build a large conglomerate. The grandfather said that the grandson should never forget these feelings and determination. And now the chairman asked the question whether Lucas still has something left to fight. Jack replied that the last playing card was with the chairman, that is, with his grandfather. Richard was genuinely surprised and asked what Lucas meant. Jack replied that this is Wilson Motors, which could go to the bottom at any moment. Jack said that honey and water alone do not cure a hangover, but if you mix them, you get a completely different effect. The merger of Wilson Motors and Motors Group will definitely be able to immediately turn the tide of the battle. The chairman replied, he was so proud when his grandson bought a bowl of noodles with his own money, and his grandfather only added boiling water. And now he asks for a whole bowl of rice. Jack reminded his grandfather of the saying that every grain of rice that goes into his grandson's mouth is not a waste. He only asks for one bowl. Richard told Lucas to moderate his greed, otherwise he would burst from overeating. Jack replied, no matter how greedy there is, fingers will still be pointed at it, so what's the point of being half greedy? He decided that there was no point in guessing what his grandfather's intentions were. Now he must show his will, strength, and the extent of his greed. The chairman said that a merger is a combination of what both parties have. Grandfather continued, he has Wilson Motors, but what can Lucas offer, because he does not yet have Motors Group? Jack replied that the announcement of the merger would be an opportunity to refract the entire confrontation. The process would be slightly different, but it was the same thing. In the end, Motors Group would fall into his hands. Richard responded that the merger he had once talked about was just a sounding board to identify a potential opportunity, and it was not a fact that he wanted to make it a reality. Jack said there was no deal without an agreement and the scales could be adjusted. He would put more on the pan in exchange for the merger announcement. The chairman asked why Lucas was so confident that this merger would immediately turn the tide of the battle. Lucas replied that the announcement alone would create two powerful tools. One of them is the Syntez Group company, which has more weight than Prestige. Then the media, government, creditors, and judges will put Syntez Group on the scales and will look at them and not at fantasy entertainment. The second is the confidence contained in balance, moderation, and fairness. Then the image of possible speculation that stuck to the investment company will disappear, as if it never existed. Richard responded that Wilson Motors owns significant interests in subsidiaries. Motors Group also owns most of the other 8 Auto Group subsidiaries, so the scales aren't balanced. Jack suggested putting only the company itself on the scale. Then Lucas would tip the scales. The chairman asked in surprise whether Lucas was really proposing to split up Wilson Motors. Jack answered, 8 subsidiaries of Auto Group, Wilson Motors, and Motors Group. Thus, a new auto giant would be born. He looked at his grandfather carefully. Jack must understand what he wants for the negotiations to end successfully. Jack said that it is necessary to announce the separation of Wilson Motors and its merger with the Motors Group. The shares of Wilson Motors will fall sharply. When their price reaches the bottom, he buys them himself under someone else's name. After the takeover of Motors Group and partial merger with Auto Group, for various reasons, the separation with subsidiaries will be cancelled. The chairman replied with concern that then a lot of investors would come running like ants who had suffered losses. Jack said that when a large cart moves, ants naturally get under the wheels, and there is no point in driving around each one. Richard replied that if Lucas bought shares of Wilson Motors, he would become one of the main shareholders of Syntez Group. Wouldn't it be too expensive a gift for him? Jack replied that when the stock price rose again, the chairman would also make money and would not have to pay taxes. Richard grinned and said that Lucas, although still a boy, had already become impudent and imbued with evil. Jack realized that he had passed the test. It was well after midnight when the chairman invited Michael's personal assistant and auto group chairman James Twain into his office. The chairman called James and summoned him in the middle of the night, which means something important happened. Michael reminded that Prestige still has the advantage. They don't have time to prepare, and they don't have enough money either. The chairman replied that jumping into a moving train was dangerous, but they would only get their feet caught. He then looked at James and said that he would be the leg. Michael and James looked at each other. They did not fully understand what the chairman was up to. Richard added that if Fantasy Entertainment acquired Auto Group, Wilson Motors would merge with Motors Group. That would be James's job. The chairman said that they would separate only Wilson Motors from the Auto Group and merge it with the Motors Group. The two automobile companies would start a new life. James Twin would become the director of this conglomerate. The assistant tried to object. No matter what the percentage of the merger will be, the main shareholder will still be Fantasy Entertainment. Richard replied that Larry Baker himself extended his hand to them. Larry also said that he wants to create a new well-packaged automobile company and transfer it to Synthes Group. The chairman, seeing James's concern, said that he would find another worthy place for President Mark Twinton, and it was time for James to prepare. Larry said that he does not see anything difficult. To separate Wilson Motors, merge with Motors Group and partially Auto Group. Jack replied that the merger ratio remained, and if Grandfather did not give in, the owner would change. Jack added that this is Grandpa. Even after mixing things up, he won't let go so easily. He's ready to share a little and then take everything away. Larry could not know the real face of the chairman. His greed takes precedence over his pedigree, otherwise he would not have been able to create Synthes Group. Jack said that the merger ratio will be known after they get Auto Group. But Larry doesn't have to worry. Lucas will deal with this problem himself. By the time a buyer is identified and the process begins, it will be a cold winter. As a result, Synthes Group, Prestige, and even the government will run out of wood, and the grandfather will have no choice but to accept his grandson's offer. And then Jack will serve the chairman a glass of alcohol, which he will gratefully accept. Wilson Motors will become a separate independent company through the separation of its subsidiaries. By teaming up with Motors Group, we will play a key role in creating a specialized automotive corporation. By this, Larry wanted to say that Fantasy Entertainment is not a speculative company, and that, by uniting, they will be able to take the Korean automobile industry to a new level. The journalists asked what the relationship is between Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment. The remote control flew to the floor, and hitting shattered. Matthew Lee was angry when he showed this press conference to his subordinates. He jumped up and shouted, "Didn't anyone know? Wasn't Larry Baker being watched?" The assistant replied that there had been no strange activity before last night. To which Matthew responded, shouted that only a blind man could miss this. It took a ton of phone calls and meetings between the three of them to come to an agreement before it all went unnoticed. The chairman said that it was time to end these surprise attacks on their part and asked for their opinions on how Prestige Company could fix this. But the assistants were silent. Either they did not know what to answer the chairman, or they were afraid of his anger. Matthew said that they were not only blind but also deaf, and gave them 2 hours to find all possible solutions. The chairman ordered them to mobilize all their cousins and relatives, to use all their brains to solve the problem. In the morning, Philip burst into the chairman's office and shouted that this could not be done. Richard invited his son to sit down and offered him some tea. Philip decisively asked how his father could give up the automotive industry and what he was missing. The chairman calmly replied that he had nothing to regret. He added up all the shortcomings that were in the company, threw them there together, shook them off. Philip was angry. How could his father not tell him about this important aspect in the organization of the subsidiaries of Synthes Group? So why should he learn about it from TV? He continued to shout, "Is he really worthy of this? He's even ashamed to show a business card that says that he is the vice chairman of Synthes Group." The president of Auto Group personally brought him the documents. It was he who announced the merger of Motors Group and Auto Group. While Philip screamed and said that he felt like a rag doll, the chairman calmly finished his tea. Then Richard said, "If Philip has expressed everything, then maybe he'll move on to the main point, because that's not what he came here for." The son wanted to continue his furious speech, but his father stopped him. He also lost his temper. Is Philip really ashamed of his business card? And what are the comparisons with a ragdoll? If his son is so ashamed of his position as vice president of Synthes Group, then he can leave it. And this business card, which Philip is so ashamed of, any person in the country would fight for it like mad. The son should be proud that he is a descendant of the company and received this business card due to luck. He does not understand its value at all. The chairman added that if he had not been his son, he would not have been able to get even the executive director's business card. Philip stood in front of his father, head down. He realized that he had said so much that it could affect his future career. The chairman said that the son was overdoing it and was really acting like a rag doll if he dared to make such a statement. He added that he understands his anger at learning about this from the media because the press immediately found out about it. And since the chairman has made such a decision, then the son should think about what additional preparations need to be made and what real benefits Syntes Group can receive after the merger. After all, it is Philip who should do this, as vice chairman, and not take out his anger on his father. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder and said, "Even if his skills are not as outstanding as others, this place is still his." Philip should not lose his composure, think about the future of the company, and spend his energy on its development and protection. One of the following days, on the table of Eric, Richard's second son, was the report he had asked for. 2 days ago, Lucas was seen in a car with Larry shortly after that Richard met with the assistant chairman and president of the auto group company. Lucas left before those two arrived. Eric asked if they were saying that Philip wasn't there at the time. It was reported to him that he had been seen running to the chairman's house after the merger was announced on television. There was a conversation in the office in a raised voice, but the meaning of the conversation is not known. Aides speculated that Larry was the first to propose the merger. But what is strange is that the chairman quickly agreed to it. Eric thought that this might be the scenario that his father had in mind from the very beginning, and Larry began to interfere and get noticed since the takeover of Stalinvest. At some point, Eric thought that fantasy entertainment was the chairman's secret safe. He thought that if the younger Lucas had been around 30, he might have been dangerous, and he generally thought Kevin was a stupid idiot. Eric ordered to continue spying on Lucas. He was already a messenger between Larry and the chairman, because Lucas could already know about the merger. One of the assistants suggested that Lucas would be the old man's successor. Eric said that he was not sure. Although the chairman had been grooming his grandson since childhood, he did not prevent him from making his own choice of university. After all, the old man could easily afford a lawyer or prosecutor. Besides, Lucas almost never attends university, and his grandfather just wanted to have a flower to show off. If the chairman wanted to pass Syntes Group onto his grandson, he would send him to study at the Faculty of Business. The assistants expressed their confusion as to why the old man entrusted Lucas to Larry Baker of Fantasy Entertainment. Eric replied that perhaps he noticed some kind of talent in his grandson, for example, managing money. In any case, it was not worth worrying about. The fight would end in one shot. For Eric, it was now a priority to build up his reputation. Aides recalled that Wilson Motors' stock price is now falling, and smart people are already rubbing their hands. Eric told them to buy them when the shares hit bottom, because there would be no division between the subsidiaries. He thought that his father was not the kind of person who could throw away his brainchild. As soon as the share price increased, Eric would have control of the company. One of the following days, Kevin invited Lucas back to his place and ordered lunch from the restaurant. They ate in silence for a while, but then Kevin wiped his mouth with a napkin and was the first to start talking. He asked if Lucas knew in advance about the merger with Wilson Motors. Jack looked at Kevin, who couldn't control his emotions at all, and decided to attack head-on. He replied that he knew about this plan the day before the official disclosure of information. Jack added that Larry Baker asked Lucas to ask his grandfather for advice and give him a proposal with a merger plan. Kevin asked why they didn't meet in person. Jack replied that Prestige was watching every Larian chairman. He hoped that these words would be enough to avert suspicion from himself, but how did he find out about all this? Does this mean that Jack is being watched not by Vice Chairman Philip, but by Kevin himself? The brother decided to clarify whether Lucas was really just a messenger between Larry and his grandfather. Jack did not understand Kevin's doubts because he was sure that his father would become the owner of Syntes Group, and Kevin himself was born under a lucky star. Jack suggested that it was quite possible that Kevin's fiancée had provoked this conversation. Apparently, Kevin was annoyed by Lucas's long silence and asked if he was going to answer directly. Jack replied that in fact there was a secret contract between grandfather and Larry, but he could not talk about it. He found out about it by accident and was advised not to disclose it until the official announcement. Kevin got angry and asked if he couldn't know about this either, if he was a stranger to Lucas. Jack didn't like Kevin's tone and decided to make him angry. Therefore, when asked by Kevin if they were strangers, Jack replied that they were, and besides, he now had no authority. Jack added that neither Philip nor assistant Michael knew about this contract, and whether Kevin thought he had more rights than them. Kevin angrily asked if Lucas had forgotten that his brother was going to make him his right-hand man. He added that these are not just words. By the time Lucas graduates from university, Kevin will already be the CEO, so it is better for Lucas to stay close to him. Jack replied that although he was the youngest, he was not so stupid as to believe, like an idiot, in the promises of an unlikely future. It's not for nothing that Kevin's father was not informed about the upcoming merger, although he is the vice chairman of the company. Jack added that Philip's inheritance procedure has not yet been completed, which means grandfather can change his decision at any time. Kevin exploded. Is Lucas really giving up the place of his right hand to cling to his grandfather and wait for his chance and is going to compete with Philip? Jack replied that there was no need to be so nervous. He was just observing the situation. In any case, Synthesis Group had nothing to do with Lucas. And Lucas has nothing to regret either. He can focus on his studies and pass the bar exams. Because he's good in studies, being a judge or prosecutors, He will just enjoy life, have fun, and not worry about money. Plus, his father Heinrich is successful in the film industry, and he only has to extend his hand to get pretty actresses into it. Kevin asked if this meant that Lucas was giving up his place in Synthesis Group, and Jack replied that he had not said that. And if the offer to become the right hand came from number 1, then Lucas might have agreed, but Kevin is not number 1. Kevin replied that when he becomes number 1, he won't need Lucas anymore. He added that his father could make it so that Lucas could not get even 1 share of Synthesis Group. Jack realized that he had hurt his pride, so Kevin decided to try a threat, but it was unlikely to work. Jack repeated that he doesn't regret anything. Even with what his family has now, he can live for the rest of his life and enjoy it. He looked at Kevin and realized that he could end the conversation. He had given enough arguments for his independence. Jack decided that the seeds of distrust and anxiety needed to be sown at the end. He looked at his brother and said, the second and third sons of his grandfather, their wives and children, they are all greedy and not so simple. These people are not the kind who will sit idly by and watch the entire Synthesis Group company go to Philip. Kevin exploded again and replied that he was well aware of this, and his father would take care of it, because he was not so simple either. Jack replied that if he were Kevin, he wouldn't be so sure about this, especially about his father's words and actions. Kevin recalled the secret agreement and asked if it's somehow related to the issue of heritage. He explained his interest by the fact that he is the eldest grandson and cannot stand aside and wait. Jack said, after all, if the royal power is inherited by the eldest son, and then by the father, then there will be order in the country. Only in this case, the family will not suffer. Jack decided to satisfy Kevin's curiosity a little and said that he saw the name of the secret contract. The next second, Kevin heard from Lucas that the contract was called the Synthesis Group Management Reorganization Plan. Jack said that this was the biggest favor he could do for his brother. And from that point on, the rest was up to Kevin and his father. Because of Wilson Motors, the claws that each of them had been hiding would gradually begin to be exposed. Time will tell whose claws will be sharper. Larry opened the morning newspaper and saw an article about 2 Fantasy Entertainment becoming the owners of Auto Group. But he was worried that Synthesis Group would find an opportunity to take it away. Jack asked Larry when the takeover payment was due. Larry put down the newspaper and replied that they must pay $1 billion no earlier than next year. He added that the chairman could be asked if he might want to rush the merger process to get it done before the end of the year. Jack did the math in his head and asked how much money they had on hand now. Larry replied that $600 million, as Jack had asked, remained in cash without any investment, plus another $600 million would be returned next year. This was enough. The money he invested using his memory returned 100-fold. And if not, he had done this, but some manager with a large financial fund had been able to be reborn in this way, he would have taken the place of the richest man in the world. Larry said he would transfer the $1 billion so they could pay it back at any time. Jack replied that there was no point in doing this yet anyway. The upcoming payment would only be made by the end of the year. Larry asked Lucas in surprise if he too had noticed that the recent rise in the exchange rate was a little strange. Jack replied that everyone had noticed this a long time ago. They were just trying to close their eyes. It felt like the dollar was slipping away like water. He added that exchange rate fluctuations and the loss of the dollar are 2 different things. Then Jack said that a box of bread on a desert island would cost much more than in the next bakery around the corner. Larry understood Jack's metaphor by bread, which was in short supply on the island. He meant the dollar. Larry thought for a moment, then asked what Lucas thought, if the exchange rate continued to rise, whether he was going to pay for the acquisition in dollars. Jack said that he came up with an idea, to reduce the price by offering to pay for Auto Group in dollars. Larry laughed. He understood. Even if you have a gold nugget and what to do with it, if already on the threshold of death it is useless, then it is better to exchange it for a life jacket. He understood Lucas's intentions by the time domestic foreign exchange reserves reached the bottom. He would become their savior. Jack corrected him. It is not he who will become the rescuer, but the CEO of Fantasy Entertainment, that is, Larry. Larry asked if Lucas still doesn't want to show himself because he's young, or has some secret motive for not revealing himself. Jack explained what people would say if they found out that he owns trillions of dollars. There would be rumors about illegal gifts, simplified inheritance, etc. Everyone would start discussing it. Larry smiled and said that he was ready to become his riding horse, and Lucas only had to beat the whip and hold the reins. When Larry reminded Lucas that he would soon be 50, and in 5 years the guy would be running on his own, Jack asked if Lucas was going to retire. He replied that he was. He had enough money, but not enough time to spend it. Larry smiled and said that he would give him 5 years. Otherwise, Lucas was more like his nephew than the nephew himself. The next day, Kevin reported to his father about his conversation with Lucas and assured that he himself had personally seen the folder with documents. Philip clenched his fist, and Kevin thought about Lucas's words about the duplicity of all family members, including his father. Can he really pat his son on the shoulder and, at the same time, hide this from him? Kevin no longer knew who he could trust and who he couldn't. My father said that if part of the company were to be separated, you just had to get over it. No doubt the whole structure would shake, but not enough to worry about it. He told Kevin to focus on normalizing the work of Stalinvest and show his grandfather what he was capable of. As soon as his son left the office, Philip urgently ordered the entire planning department to appear in the conference room. He knew he had to act quickly before the chairman made a strange decision. Eric stood up from the table and apologized for distracting James Twain from his business. The president of Auto Group replied that recently he had indeed begun to work more, but he would always find time to talk with Eric. Eric asked James directly. He still does not understand who will benefit more if Auto Group and Synthis Group merge. The president replied that everything happened so quickly that he himself was a little confused. Eric looked at James carefully and wondered how long he would have the patience to pretend that he didn't know anything in advance. And he asked James a question. Now that there has been a separation with the branches and the president has no relation to Synthis Group, he is probably very upset. James looked at Eric with disbelief. He immediately did not like this conversation. It seemed that he was testing the waters. He responded curtly and briefly that he was disappointed. James added that he had served the chairman for more than 30 years, during which time he had only protested to him once. Eric remained silent and decided to listen to the president's story. When Chairman Richard first got into the oil business, war broke out in the Middle East and the oil supply was in crisis. So they flew to Texas to secure a crude oil contract as quickly as possible. They were driving along an endless highway. They were already exhausted when suddenly they came across a steakhouse. The chairman ordered one steak and said that they would split it in half. The steaks were simply huge, each weighing at least 600 grams. Eric noticed that in the United States, steaks were always made in large portions. James replied that he was against it and told the chairman that he wanted a separate portion. Eric grinned and asked if this was the only protest. The president responded positively. Eric looked at Eric with confusion. He hoped that he would say something important, or maybe it was a joke. He thought that if the president then refused to divide a piece of meat, then he would not support the division of the company now. Eric replied that the president doesn't like to share, and Eric doesn't like to throw away. And if you take too much to eat, you'll have to throw it away later. James said that he and the chairman choked, but ate everything. Although the portions were huge, they managed. Eric considered him an old-fashioned businessman, who for a salary looked after the company like a family, or like a carriage that could change owners and replace horses and coachmen. He mockingly said that the president eats a lot. He replied that with age, the volume of the required portion has greatly decreased. Eric thought that he was not yet old if he could eat a 600-gram steak. James was tired of going around in circles, and he directly said that Philip was Eric's older brother and the eldest son of the chairman. Eric would not be able to get the company. Eric lost his temper and said, "Doesn't the president know that his brother Philip is not competent?" James calmly replied that Eric could always be with his brother and help him. Eric said that it should be the other way around, and James replied that incompetent people cannot be assistants. They are useless. Eric began to put pressure on the president and said that he would create several branches and give them to his brother to manage. James replied that he was simply an employee of Synthis Group, but he would not get involved in support plans that discredit the company. He did not want to see the redistribution of land. Eric decided that he couldn't let things go and that he needed to do everything to achieve his goal. He continued to press, saying that he would make these lands more fertile, clear all the uneven areas, making them a wide and vast plain. James replied that the chairman is not the person who will raise and determine a successor in advance, so Eric may not even dream of it. He added that the chairman will look closely and compare candidates until it is time to die, and will announce a successor in the last will. Eric exclaimed that this cannot be. One must prepare for inheritance in advance. Otherwise, one will have to pay astronomical taxes. James replied that the chairman was more concerned about the future of Synthis Group, and not about taxes. Eric could not stand it, jumped up and shouted why the president was telling him all this now. Or did his words mean that Philip would inherit the company? James also stood up and replied that these were only his thoughts and desires. Eric seemed to be interested in his thoughts, and not the intentions of the chairman. He noted that a change in the owner of the carriage does not mean a change in the coachman. With these words, James headed towards the exit, and Eric thought that the opinions of people like the president played a big role in his father's decision. Eric said after that he would mean that the confrontation had not even begun yet. One of the following days, Eric decided to visit the office of his younger brother Heinrich. Heinrich was extremely surprised, because during the 10 years of the existence of the film company, Eric never visited his brother, and was not interested in his affairs. Eric said that he heard that his brother earned a lot of money during this time. Heinrich replied that these were just rumors. It was difficult to earn anything at the bottom. Even the budget of one department of the company was not enough. Eric replied that tomorrow he would send a person to expand the office, because you need to live up to your position. But Heinrich replied that he still needed to pay off the debt. Eric was aware of the success of his brother's company and was very surprised to learn about the debt. Heinrich replied that he did not use a private loan, and as far as Eric knows, he received money for the startup capital from his son Lucas. He must return it to his son, otherwise it would be awkward to take money from a small child and not give it back. Eric replied that Heinrich made great money and would be able to repay the debt, then invited his brother to sit down. Heinrich sat down in a chair and said that he would like to quickly end the conversation and asked why Eric had come to him. Eric asked a direct question whether Heinrich was going to continue down this road and film production was his last bet. Henry looked at his brother and answered if he wanted to tell Henry not to even poke his nose into his father's company. Eric replied that his brother was understanding and reminded him of the existence of his son Lucas. He added that he would hate to lose his younger brother and nephew. Heinrich asked why there was such interest in him, since there was also his younger brother Nick. Eric waved his hands and replied that Nick had not been his brother for a long time. In the company, he was only a name. He noticed Heinrich's thoughtful look and asked if he had been hiding his greed until that moment. Heinrich adjusted his glasses and answered, "It's not that he's greedy. He just hasn't played his father's role enough until now, and now he'll do it." Eric looked at his brother and realized that it would be about his son Lucas. Heinrich said that his son dreams of becoming an entrepreneur, like his grandfather, and with this statement, he surprised his brother. Then Heinrich explained that Lucas is not so petty as to want to get several subsidiaries of his grandfather's company. He will achieve everything on his own. When he added that he would do everything to help his son with this, Eric asked what this had to do with Synthesis Group. Heinrich replied that the blood of the chairman also flows in him, and if they give it to him, he does not refuse, and if they don't give it, then he takes his fair share. Eric was silent and thought about the words his brother had just said. Heinrich suggested that Eric came here for a reason. Apparently something happened to his older brother. It seems that the company's shares were greatly shaken because of Wilson Motors. Eric told Heinrich to stay back and support Eric. If he wins, he will give his brother a fair share, enough for Lucas to achieve his dream. Henry asked what would happen if the other brother won. Eric replied that then Henry would have to fight him to prove to his son that he was the father. Leaving the office, Eric noticed a movie poster on the door and asked his brother about it. The brother replied that this was the Titanic. The company would release it early next year, but in the meantime they were looking for cinemas. Eric replied that if the tickets didn't sell, he would buy them all. It was already late evening when uninvited guests appeared in Heinrich's house. Sitting in front of him was his older sister Caroline and her husband Oliver. They had come to ask him for money. Heinrich replied that today was a very strange day. First Eric's visit, now his sister, had something really happened in the family. But he didn't know. And now the department store owner is asking for money from the owner of the film company, at a time when her weekly income can be compared to the profit from one film. Carolina replied that her father invested all the money in Stalinvest and limited the budget of the department store. In addition, he asked for daily reports on income and expenses. Heinrich asked if his sister had done anything wrong to their father. She blamed Oliver for everything, saying that he was asking to challenge the mayor of Seoul in next year's elections. My father blocked all funding and forbade me from using money from the department store. Heinrich was very surprised, although he knew that this was definitely his sister's idea. Caroline said that she heard that Heinrich hit a big jackpot this year with some film and received a lot of money. Heinrich asked how much she thought the film could make in Korea, given the inexpensive ticket prices. If you calculate the amount for tickets sold, subtract from it the money for the cinema, distributors, production costs, then how much is left in their opinion? Seeing that Caroline and Oliver had nothing to answer, Henry suggested ending this absurdity. Oliver stood up and asked Henry to consider this conversation as not having taken place. Having not received the expected financial support, Caroline and her husband left the house upset. Suddenly they saw Lucas, who was returning home. Lucas wondered what his aunt and her husband were doing here at such a late hour. The father was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. He told his son that he needed to talk. Jack apologized for returning late and promised that he would not make his father worry in the future. Henry replied that he was not such an old-fashioned father as to control his adult son. They sat down to drink tea, and the father said that his brother Eric had come to see him in the afternoon, and just then his sister Caroline and her husband. Jack tried to catch his father's mood and understand what the upcoming conversation might be about. Heinrich said that Lucas is definitely his son, but he is in no way like him. He prided himself on his artistic and aesthetic sense, and Lucas doesn't even listen to regular popular songs. He thinks counting money is boring, but Lucas is born with a wonderful sense of investing. How the differences can be so obvious. Jack was worried why his father started this conversation. Did he really realize that he was not his son? The father said that, in fact, he already knew everything from Larry Baker. This statement made Jack even more worried. The father said that he knows that his son's fortune is very huge. and that Lucas owns the auto group, so he actually owns the investment company that controls Hollywood. Jack knew that his father and Larry were best friends who had become close in their youth, and their friendship was based on trust. And it's strange that Larry didn't tell Henry his son's secrets for 10 years. The father laughed and said that Lucas has the same face he had when Larry told him everything about him. Jack apologized for not telling his father about this himself, but Henry replied that he was even grateful to Lucas for this. After all, Henry would never have believed that his son, a high school student with a billion-dollar fortune, was negotiating in fluent English. He said he was surprised at first, but is now proud of his son. His father's pride was not in the fact that Lucas earned a lot of money, but in his great talent for doing it. And then the father asked a direct question: does Lucas want to take over the Synthesis Group? Jack replied that it was simply a means or tool to achieve his goal, not the goal itself. Heinrich asked what Lucas's real dream was then. Jack replied that his dream was to create a huge conglomerate that would surpass Synthesis Group. To create one, you first need to build a company from scratch, then buy up a decent number of Synthesis Group branches. Jack added that branches of other companies are also needed. We cannot limit ourselves to just Synthesis Group. Heinrich replied that Lucas was talking about Synthesis Group as some kind of kiosk or neighborhood store. Jack said that he didn't say that he wanted his grandfather's company to be given to him. He wants people to see him as more than just someone who was lucky enough to be born into the Wilson family. Then he looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and said that for now this was all just a dream. The father replied that since this was just a dream, he no longer needed to worry about his son. He wondered if there was anything he could do to help his son achieve his dream if necessary. He was even ready to defend his rights as one of the chairman's sons. Henry stood up and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, said that he could have intentions of starting a confrontation with his brothers, even under the threat of splitting their family. A thought suddenly struck Jack. This was a completely new card that he hadn't even thought about. As he headed out, his father said that he hated quarrels and contentious negotiations, and was glad that Lucas did not need his help. Jack jumped up and shouted after his father that everything was completely wrong, asked to continue the conversation, but his father went to bed. Approaching his grandfather's house, Jack looked towards the parking lot, which was completely filled with arriving cars. Jack realized that the chairman had called a big emergency meeting. The chairman gave instructions that all foreign currency coming into the company should not be spent. It was also necessary to deal with foreign payments, which must be made, because banks do not want to share their reserves of dollars. Due to the appreciation of the exchange rate, export earnings from exchange rate differences have increased and conversion into local currency has been suspended. At that moment, his assistant Michael turned to the chairman and said that, at his request, he called the prime minister, but he was ignoring the calls. Richard replied that this bastard understands that the call is from the chairman and ignores all calls from businessmen. The chairman asked Michael what the maximum amount they could get by collecting all the unclaimed money internally. The assistant replied that it would be a little more than 400 billion, because the amount for Stalinvest was paid in a lump sum, and the money continues to go there. Richard turned to everyone and ordered not to give the money anywhere, but to demand what they should receive right now and immediately convert it into dollars. Some of those present answered, "Even if they give more than the market price, nothing will come of it." Everyone is whining. There are no dollars available at all. Michael reminded us about Wilson Motors and the acquisition price. The chairman remembered, this is the money of fantasy entertainment. Their money is exactly in dollars. Michael continued that they could exchange currency with them and cover the shortfall with a loan from the bank. Someone added that they can even take away all the dollars that Fantasy Entertainment owns by issuing Synthesis Group bonds, as long as it suits the Fantasy Entertainment Company. The chairman replied that he would deal with this himself, because he is very close to the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Michael recalled that CEO Larry Baker is not so simple and knows the value of his company's dollar. The chairman slyly answered, "Is Larry the owner of the Fantasy Entertainment Company?" Richard repeated that he is closely acquainted with the owner, and Larry is a simple manager. He then expressed his dissatisfaction that his subordinates had not been performing very well lately. The chairman told everyone to get lost and not talk about his instructions and follow them carefully. Jack sat in the living room and saw the chairman's subordinates leave the office. He heard the topic of the meeting and expected to see grim, puzzled faces, but they were cheerful. Entering the office, Jack noticed that his grandfather was in a good mood. The chairman opened his arms wide for a hug and said that he was glad to welcome the owner. Jack wondered with a grin whether he had really decided to appoint him as his successor at the meeting, although it is unlikely that his grandfather would not have done this. The chairman noticed the surprised face of his grandson and explained that he was the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Having sat down at the table, the chairman said that today he wants to talk with his grandson, as the owner does with the owner. Jack replied that it was all so sudden and it even scared him a little. The grandfather told his grandson not to pretend because curiosity was written on his face. Whoever has the advantage has the fun, but they each have a hidden card up their sleeve. Jack looked at the chairman's face. The currency crisis was approaching and he was so calm. The chairman asked if Lucas had prepared the money for Wilson Motors. Jack replied that there was nothing to prepare. Transfer money from a foreign account to a domestic bank account. Richard clarified whether Lucas actually had them in dollars. Jack understood his grandfather's interest in providing dollars in case of a currency crisis. The chairman asked his grandson to exchange currencies. After all, it makes no difference to Lucas what currency he pays for the acquisition of Wilson Motors. Richard continued and asked if the exchange could be made tomorrow, and suddenly Jack replied that he didn't want to do it. The chairman looked at Lucas questioningly and did not understand the reason for the refusal. Jack answered why such difficulties. He could immediately transfer to the creditor bank. The grandson added that he also has eyes and ears, and he knows that the dollar is growing every day. In any case, the merger of Synthes Group and Motors Group must be completed before the creditors sign the acquisition permit. Payment is made later, and this is beneficial for Lucas. Jack looked at the chairman. His grandfather probably thought that his grandson had gone too far. The chairman first laughed, and then said that he did not expect any other answer from his grandson. The chairman burst into loud laughter and said that the game was becoming more and more interesting. In his thoughts, Jack called his grandfather a snake, trying to buy time for a quick brainstorm with laughter. The chairman began to bargain and offered his price for $1. But Jack did not give up and suggested that his grandfather try one more time. Richard upped the ante again. Jack again refused and said that he was not interested. The grandfather decided to remind his grandson that all the dollars that Lucas has originally came from land that was given to him. Jack also recalled that it was a deal, a gift for his grandson's good studies. He replied that for the money spent on these lands, grandfather received a lot of joy and believes that this is a completely equal deal. The chairman could not even imagine that Lucas would remember all this down to the smallest detail. Jack replied that the chairman himself started this conversation about the events of 10 years ago. Grandfather said that he had to give in and asked how much Lucas wanted. Jack replied that the balance of the scales is incorrect, because dollars, which in the near future will cost more than gold, are inappropriate to exchange for local currency, which will become cheaper than toilet paper. The chairman was at a loss when Lucas suggested that he put something else on the scale. Richard asked if Lucas really thought the exchange rate would rise so much that it could be compared to toilet paper. Jack replied that the grandfather is turning to his grandson because he does not have dollars and they are difficult to buy, money that cannot buy dollars and toilet paper. The chairman looked at his grandson in surprise and realized that he was right in every sense of the conversation that had begun. Jack was worried whether he had behaved too impertinently towards his grandfather. Jack always worried when he saw his grandfather upset. Maybe he could give him a small amount of dollars as support. But he immediately drove away the feeling of pity and decided that such a chance should not be missed. A minute later, the chairman asked how Lucas knew about the upcoming financial crisis, and the grandson replied that from the press. He added that various articles have been published, and everyone who understands the situation would try to develop measures. The chairman said that the press often publish provocative articles and often exaggerated. Jack thought that if grandfather said this, feeling the full risk of the situation, then he wanted to know what was in his head. Jack replied that truth is like a book of poetry. New collections are constantly being published, but most people do not read them. Moreover, many of the authors receive Nobel Prizes in literature. The chairman did not quite understand what the grandson was talking about, and asked what he should put on the scales to balance them. Jack decided not to be stupid and not answer this question first. In any case, Synthesis Group fell into the water, and Jack is a life jacket. When the water rises to the chest and then to the tip of the nose, and when true fear is felt. When the gold nuggets start to be thrown out of your pocket, that's when Jack will extend his hand in life jacket. The chairman was noticeably nervous. His impatience was visible. He was waiting for an answer from Lucas. Jack looked shrewdly at his grandfather and suggested that negotiations on the merger ratio should be put on the table. The chairman, hearing this, exclaimed that it turned out that Lucas was hiding his black soul from him. Jack's goal was to ensure that, when merging part of the shares of Synthes Group and Motors Group, to make the merger ratio favorable for him. He replied to the chairman that this was not a black soul, but a reasonable request that he wanted to bring to the negotiating table. Richard said that Lucas is a greedy little guy. He lays it very smoothly, as if he had smeared it with sesame oil. Jack replied that a business is an enterprise that fulfills the desires of others and satisfies one's own greed. Greed will be criticized anyway, so it doesn't matter how greedy a person is. And suddenly the chairman said that Lucas was a real respectful grandson. Jack replied that it was so. He brought his grandfather a lot of joy, delighting him in childhood with his grades, grew up and even saved a lot of money. And the chairman said from the moment he united the branches of Synthes Group into one company and took over leadership, no one opposed him. Everyone bowed their heads, and Richard only received what was due to him, and there was no one who would dare to take it all away. Jack wondered if the fire of rivalry had flared up in this old man, who was over 70, and even with his grandson. The chairman shouted that he never took away what he had to share. He said that apparently it was time to rekindle this fire, then it would be clear who would win. In response to his grandfather, Jack exclaimed that he was his grandson by blood. The chairman grinned maliciously and replied that it was even more interesting, the confrontation between grandfather and grandson. Jack was afraid that from now on he would not be able to get anything from his grandfather if he were not in a good mood. Richard said that he would be the first to make one of the offers to this impudent owner with a lot of dollars. He himself will determine the merger ratio of the companies, and his grandson will have no choice but to accept this proposal. Who knows, maybe he will give Lucas much more than he expected, because a grandfather never skimps on his grandson. Jack did not know what his grandfather was up to, whether this would all affect the achievement of his goals and plans that he had in mind. The chairman asked again if Lucas was ready to accept his offer. Jack answered mockingly that, as a respectable grandson, he could deprive his beloved grandfather of another joy. The chairman said that the grandson is not one to give up without a fight and seems to be rejecting this offer. Jack reminded and asked what the second sentence would be. Richard replied that this was not really a proposal but more like a threat. And when he makes this threat, Lucas will regret not accepting the first offer. Jack wondered what kind of threat this could be, because no one had ever threatened him before, at least in this life. And suddenly the chairman said that there would be no merger between Syntez Group and Auto Group. Tomorrow morning, Chairman James Twain will hold a press conference in which he will say that Fantasy Entertainment, the company that acquired Auto Group, has made unreasonable demands, so there will be no merger. Jack looked at his grandfather with hatred and said that his statement somehow faintly amounted to a threat. Richard shouted if Lucas wanted to say that he wouldn't care if the chairman might stop the acquisition of the company. Jack was a little funny. Did his grandfather really think that he could stop him from getting Auto Group by trying to stop him? He replied that the situation would undoubtedly change, since the merger was the first condition of the acquisition. Jack agreed with the chairman that this was an emergency situation. Richard said that there are some things that remain and will remain the same, and not just in this situation. And this is influence. He can call the creditors, the banks, the Blue House, the National Assembly, and there will be no decision to take possession. Until the chairman of Prestige contacted him and offered to have a drink, the chairman suggested that Lucas reconsider the rates. Does the grandson really still think that he can get the company without a merger? Jack responded that the country's available foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion, and Korea was asking to borrow money from friendly countries. Richard asked if Lucas meant that his influence had diminished due to the currency crisis. Jack said that his grandfather's influence had not diminished, but simply disappeared. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack explained that they themselves are now having a difficult time, since what is the likelihood that they will answer the chairman's calls? He suggested that the grandfather take the current situation more seriously, and the fact that the chairman's influence no longer works is not important for Jack. On the contrary, it's even better, because then no one will put forward bids and Fantasy Entertainment will be the only one. Jack assumed that creditors would be inclined to favor Fantasy Entertainment, even if he decided to defer payment for the acquisition of the company. The chairman of Prestige must be clutching his heart right now. He was going to get the company for local currency and could be left completely out of money if it worked out. If the grandfather hopes that the situation will change in the near future, but this will not happen. Jack said that the chairman himself knows that the country cannot avoid a financial crisis, and one should not hope that the national economy will not collapse so easily. All this causes anxiety in everyone. The chairman asked if Lucas meant that the Syntez Group company would need Fantasy Entertainment dollars. Jack replied that the country's foreign exchange reserves were $2 billion, and he had half of that. And the moment this money arrives in Korea, all the banks and corporations will start lining up in front of Fantasy Entertainment. The chairman asked if he wanted to meet with him. As the owner of Fantasy Entertainment, he would have to take a first-come, first-served ticket. And Jack replied that Grandpa's ticket would be number 1. The chairman fell silent and thought. Jack realized that now the grandfather was listening to the words of his grandson. A minute later, Jack, seeing his grandfather's silence, said that he was bored and needed to quickly complete the deal to acquire Auto Group. He still had a lot to do. The chairman got angry and said that he could be more important than that. Jack replied that he still needed to shake the dollars in his hands, find a company to put in the cart and negotiate a price. Not for the first time during the conversation, the chairman looked at his grandson with bewilderment. Jack considered his grandfather a phenomenal and legendary person, and he could not think that he could surpass him, even if only for a short time. And then Richard couldn't resist and asked how the hell dollars he had. Jack replied that he would not show his grandfather his wallet, but he could easily buy Trans Motors. Now Richard was truly dumbfounded. Jack explained that he is going to tie Auto Group and Trans Motors together. And if you add Wilson Motors, you will get a company that is not inferior to Prestige. And at the entrance of the company, Jack will place a Wilson Motors sign. This will be another gift in tribute to grandfather from a respectful grandson. Jack told his grandfather that he would wait for a second proposal from him. He could hold a meeting, but there was little time left because the waiting list could grow. The chairman looked sternly at Lucas and said his own words that this was too weak for threats. Nothing is finished yet, and this is not the end yet. Jack recalled the chairman's words that his grandfather once said that you need to know when to retreat. Richard burst into boisterous laughter and replied that this was complete nonsense now. Jack left the office and left his grandfather in deep thought. Apparently, Richard felt the crisis too, but the size and severity were different. Temporary difficulties due to the depletion of foreign currency are not uncommon. The government has always borrowed dollars from America, Europe, and Japan. Richard remembered that Lucas had said that this time everything would be different. Even the economic giants did not lend money or exchange currency. And if there were only 2 billion foreign currency left, it was equivalent to having a lot of food but no water. He was so busy with his thoughts that he did not hear when all those whom he had invited to the meeting entered the office. Everyone present was trying to guess what would be on the agenda this time. The first thing the chairman ordered to do was to notify all local product and electronics departments. As soon as import earnings arrive, store them in dollars and borrow money to pay them back. He ordered the construction department to bid 20% cheaper for foreign projects, in exchange for requiring a quick down payment or milestone payment. He then approached the insurance department and ordered the return of all the money invested in foreign financial companies. And no matter what the fine for violating the contract is, you need to extract as many dollars as possible by canceling everything. One of the invited economists warned that the losses would be too great and would impact administrative profits. The chairman threateningly ordered to shut up and follow orders. Personal assistant Michael asked the chairman to calm down. He added that everyone has made excellent preparations and foreign exchange transactions of all branches are strictly controlled. Richard replied that careful preparation was not enough. One must be prepared to lose a limb. Michael asked if the chairman had been able to speak with the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Richard replied that an agreement could not be reached. He then added that he made money during the Korean War, and even that didn't scare him. The chairman answered honestly that he was scared now. There was an uneasy silence at the negotiating table. The chairman continued by saying that whoever has the dollars is very powerful. He did not blink in front of Richard, and even made threats. For the first time, he saw in front of him a person so stubborn than himself. Michael asked who this owner was, if the chairman felt his power more than his own. Richard just slammed his fist on the table and shouted for everyone to be ready. In November 1997, Finance and Economic Affairs Minister Alex Wang announced that he would not appeal to the International Monetary Fund. But just 2 days later, he announced a request for financial assistance in improving the balance of payments, stabilizing the value of the currency, and opening the capital market. The next day, an official presidential statement requesting such assistance was published. The stock index fell, as did the country's national credit rating. Some banks were ordered to suspend operations, and Bacara Group Bank was one of them and went bankrupt. Larry was indignant, because according to the agreement, they must pay for the takeover after the merger is completed. He was against payment being made in dollars and categorically stated that he would pay in local currency. Larry hung up the phone, folded his arms over his chest, and, closing his eyes, said that chaos was happening everywhere. A minute later, Larry asked Lucas what about the chairman and if he had given his answer to his grandson's proposal. Jack replied that the grandfather was not going to give in to his grandson and was still just as stubborn. Larry said that if Wilson would not have been such a famous rich man, Lucas, when he grows up, will begin to do the same, because he already wants to get more than his grandfather. Reading the newspaper, Jack replied that if the exchange rate rose, then instead of 3 trillion in local currency, he would have 5. Larry grinned and asked how a 20-year-old guy with that amount of money would feel. Jack advised Larry not to get too excited. He, too, would like to take this money and gamble with it somewhere in Europe. Larry replied that Lucas could easily afford it. Then Jack asked Larry what he thought was better, the chairman of a Korean conglomerate or a rich European aristocrat. Larry replied that both are boring. Jack replied that the time would come, Lucas would become a Korean conglomerate and make sure that in retirement, Larry would feel like a European aristocrat. Work was in full swing at Synthes Group. Employees continually reported to the chairman from what other sources they could get dollars. One of these subordinates stood in Richard's office and listened to the fact that he needed these $2 million. Michael asked if the chairman can tell him the name of the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. He could try to talk to him and agree on cooperation. Richard replied that he would take care of it himself and ordered an assistant to visit the opposition camp. O ordered to deliver them several packages of vitamins and tell them that if they give them $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industry will actively cooperate with the next administration. After the assistant leaves, Richard opened the folder on the table and began looking through the documents. He saw the numbers. The maximum share that could be allocated to Wilson Motors was almost 18%. He needs to give such a percentage for a favorable exchange rate, and not for receiving $1 billion. Moreover, Lucas promised to give them away after the merger, but this is unlikely to happen. After all, Lucas puts everything he can get his hands on in his pocket. Richard didn't mind if he distributed the company's shares among 5 children. He could give each of them 20%. Richard sometimes felt that when he looked at his grandson, it was as if he was looking into a mirror. After all, Lucas is one of those people who never loses anything he gets into his hands, and who will gladly take things from others. If a guy was born with a more calculating temperament than others and set his sights on Synthis Group, the rest of the children and grandchildren will simply be expelled. Definitely, he will make Synthis Group a huge and majestic company, but he will never allow anyone to enter it. But judging by the way he cares for his father, he has a big heart. Lucas is smart enough to achieve his father's dream at a young age. But now is not the time to think about it. Now you need to worry about the company first, not about your grandson. Even if the company is taken away, it will not be done by a stranger. Richard had no choice but to console himself with the fact that his grandson was a predator. Larry explained to Lucas that these companies are the most reliable at present. If they overcome this crisis, there will be no problems. Jack looked at the list and asked, from a financial accounting perspective, which were the best options. Larry replied that those at the top of the list have good profitability and technology. But Lucas looks at more than just these parameters. Jack replied that only Synthis Group and Prestige could overcome this crisis on their own. Larry said that Contour Group also needs a little government support to survive. Jack stood up and replied that time will tell and everything will fall into place. He went out into the underground parking lot and headed to his car. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Jack told Thomas to go to the chairman's house. He thought about Larry's opinion Contour Group was indeed a reliable company. It was its reliability that made Jack want to buy it. Until now, this world was divided into predators and herbivores, in which everyone coexisted and no one hid. But an era has come where predators bare their fangs and mercilessly tear herbivores to pieces. And if Jack has decided to become the king of this place, there is nothing left to do but take rough action. Thomas said he found out who was targeting their car, and it was Daily News. Jack was surprised and asked if the Wilson family were not going to become related to them. He thought that the enemy would be someone from within, but he never expected that it would be someone from outside. Thomas said the information service reported the matter to the chairman but was told to pretend not to notice. Jack tried to find reasons why the Daily News was doing this and couldn't guess what they were up to. Apparently, the chairman believes that the Daily News is an insignificant newspaper and should not pay attention to it, or is being cautious, since it is almost relatives. Jack needs to deal with all of his grandfather's decisions, analyze, evaluate, and use them. This is Jack's strategy and tactics. Finally, the car stopped near the porch of Richard Wilson's residence. Jack handed Thomas a credit card and told him to arrange a dinner with the staff of the strategy department. Thanking him, Thomas took the card, and Jack told them not to worry about money and take everything that was most expensive. Getting out of the car, Jack smiled slyly. His sister-in-law's card came in handy. Richard and Jack were sitting in the living room. There was an envelope on the table, and the chairman said that this should be enough. Jack took the envelope and carefully examined the documents. There was an amount of almost 18%. If this amount and 8 auto group companies merge, the company becomes his property. Jack put the documents in an envelope and asked his grandfather if this was a deal or an inheritance. Richard laughed and exclaimed if there was a limit to Lucas's greed. He then added why he should give his grandson some kind of inheritance. He decided to give everything to his children, and Lucas will already receive an inheritance from his parents. Jack replied that his father was not as rich as his grandfather, and he could not count on much. The chairman replied that this was his good. Jack thought that if grandfather was going to divide the inheritance between the children, then his father would also get his piece. Richard said that this was the second and final offer and told Lucas to stamp and transfer him $1 billion. Jack thought if he continues to play push-pull, then his grandfather will refuse to negotiate altogether. He needs to be careful with his words, or this will not end well. After all, even one drop makes ripples throughout the entire lake. And even strong attachment turns into thin ice with one single insult. Jack said that he would transfer this amount to him at a rate higher than the current one. Seeing his grandfather's surprised look, Jack explained that he was always on his side and he would not be greedy in this situation. The chairman asked what Lucas was up to. Did he really look like such a simple person as to believe in his grandson's flattery? Jack became convinced that the old man had incredible intelligence. Jack replied that his grandfather was taking this amount from him at an exchange rate much higher than the current one. So what is the ulterior motive here? The chairman replied that the exchange rate could be raised higher than Lucas suggested, by which time the grandson would have lost a lot. Richard added that the probability of an appreciation is almost 90%, according to the Economic Research Department. He asked his grandson if he regretted such an exchange, having learned about this possible increase in the exchange rate. Jack replied that he also expected such a promotion, but he was not so greedy as to cause losses to his grandfather with his greed. The chairman said that he knew that his grandson was not petty. but would not do anything to cause harm to himself. Therefore, Richard ordered Lucas to be told what additional conditions he was going to put forward. Jack knew that if he continued to beat around the bush, he would arouse suspicion, and so he said that he would have 2 requests. Richard replied that he knew so and said, "Let's see if these requests will cover his loss, and maybe even Lucas will get more." Jack laid out a map of Seoul on the table and asked his grandfather to look at the places circled in red. The chairman took the cards, and, not yet understanding what they meant, asked Lucas for clarification. Jack explained that this is government land in Seoul, and he wants to buy this land cheaply. Richard asked if he knew that the grandson asked his grandfather to influence the mayor of the city. Jack replied that not exactly that. There were 6 months left before the end of the current mayor's term, and they should try to ask the next mayor about it. The chairman replied that if the grandson means his uncle, then he categorically will not allow this. Jack said that he would pay for his uncle's election campaign, and when he became mayor, he would sell the public lands, and grandfather only needed to put pressure on the members of parliament. The chairman became angry and shouted that he repeated again that he would not allow this. Jack was indignant and said that it was a good idea in the midst of an economic crisis. If the city sold land not intended for business to raise funds, no one would mind. The chairman angrily replied that he did not want to listen to this nonsense anymore. Jack asked his grandfather to tell him why he was so categorically against Lucas's proposal. The chairman replied that he was against it because Oliver was not a blood member of their family. He continued, having said that all of Oliver's ambitions are all his wife Caroline's idea. He's just a puppet in her hands. Jack thought that the grandfather realized that his daughter Caroline wanted to hide her disadvantageous position as the daughter of a conglomerate with the help of political power. Grandfather knew that with the help of this power, Carolina could demand her share of Syntez Group, and maybe more. Even without looking through a microscope, you could see the illegal actions that took place in the company. And then the chairman was surprised when he heard from his grandson a proposal to make Oliver a puppet of Synthesis Group. Jack said that by the time Oliver gets to the mayor's chair, a lot of dirt will stick to him. And if this is used correctly, then you can make him your puppet. The chairman replied that all this dirt would come from Syntez Group. Then the company would also suffer. Jack replied that he would throw his dirt and dust on his uncle and then grab him tightly by the collar so that his grandfather would not have to worry about it. Jack continued, saying that he would also provide everything with money himself, and grandfather could also use it if necessary. The chairman replied, if Lucas himself was going to provide money for this event, then why ask his grandfather's permission and not act on his own? And Jack said, if grandfather makes one call to the leader of the opposition party, then uncle will not even be nominated for election. He asked the chairman to take just 2 steps to allow his uncle to remain in office for 8 years, during which time they would have time to take everything they needed. The chairman asked with interest what his second step would be. Jack replied that the second step for grandfather would be to block government subsidies to the Contour Group company. Richard looked at Lucas in bewilderment. He did not fully understand how the Contour Group company could be tied to the plan. Jack replied that the government was planning to give away public land, not to build a parking lot. Obviously, there would be something else, and that would require a small construction company. The chairman objected that the Contour Group company is not so small. It is in 5th place in terms of the number of subcontractors. Jack replied that he is the owner of Auto Group and Motors Group, and Contour Group, in comparison with him, is an ordinary rural kiosk. Richard said he could see that his grandson was serious about running his own company. After all, the grandson is not asking to give him Wilson Construction, but is thinking about taking over Contour Group himself. Jack replied, one might think that if he had asked, then his grandfather would have given the company, to which Richard replied, who knows, maybe he would have given it away. The chairman stood up and replied that this conversation was pointless, since Lucas decided to take over the Contour Group. Jack was angry because he understood perfectly well that his grandfather was only teasing him now. He told his grandfather that no company can avoid the current crisis, and Contour Group also needs dollars. And if the government does not give them a subsidy, they will go bankrupt. Then Jack will take her for himself. And the grandfather, leaving, replied that just a few packages of assistance in Contour Group would be fine. The chairman turned around and said, it turns out that Oliver's son-in-law becoming the mayor of Seoul and Contour Group is interconnected. Jack confirmed this, adding that he would give the company blood and Uncle Oliver would become fertilizer. He added that after this, the Contour Group company would flourish, and Jack would give it the name Wilson Contour. Richard replied that it was good to hear this. It seems that Lucas is the only one who intends to increase the number of Syntez Group subsidiaries. Jack experienced some unpleasant sensations, and his grandfather's smile did not look like a joyful one. The chairman said that he had to think about it, and their conversation was over. He reminded his grandson of the $1 billion promised to the chairman and said that his employees would calm down when they saw this amount in the Syntez Group account. Jack replied that he would do so, and left the office. He was not entirely happy with today's negotiations. Left alone, Richard began to analyze everything that his grandson Lucas had said. The mayor, who is helping the country overcome the crisis, is very successful in selling public land to raise funds. Creating a mayor with your own hands, seizing land, acquiring a construction company that will turn the land into a ton of money. The picture is not bad. On top of that, $1 billion are cheap, despite the exorbitant exchange rate. This suggests Lucas has enough confidence to find hundreds of billions more. At that moment, when Lucas explained everything, the chairman could barely restrain himself from immediately agreeing to his proposals. He held back because it was impossible to show his grandson that he could so easily use his power. And at that moment, the chairman felt fear. His grandson hides the temperament of the most ferocious beast under the cute and beautiful face of a kitten. He promised to put the name Wilson Contour on Auto Group and Contour Group. This guy will probably take over Wilson Motors and Wilson Construction. Richard felt strange. He liked the actions of a grandson who simply takes and takes away more than children who are just trying with all their might to get their piece. After some time, Aunt Caroline and Uncle Oliver were already sitting in Lucas's house. My uncle said that the total amount needed was 40 billion won, the local currency. Jack thought he was surprised that they were asking for such a large amount, but without details and casually talking about its purpose. Jack made a surprised face and said that this was a very huge amount. Caroline became worried and asked if Lucas really didn't have this amount. Jack replied that he did not have enough. He must save money to build a theater for his father. Caroline exclaimed that she could collect 15 billion won and Lucas only had to add 25. Jack replied that in that case he could help. Carolina clarified that she could not get the promised amount so quickly, but that she needed to pay a party fee and asked to give her 3 billion at once. Jack felt that they had a complete lack of sense of reality, so calmly asking for billions from their 12-year-old nephew. He replied that he would try to prepare the amount as quickly as possible and offered to sign the agreement. Caroline and Oliver looked at each other stupidly. They did not understand why an agreement between relatives was needed. Oliver told Lucas that he was still very young and did not understand how this happens is that no one enters into an agreement giving funds for the election campaign. Then Caroline intervened and said that Lucas was only involved in investments, so he didn't understand. Because this money just disappears, it's not like with investments. Jack finds this situation funny. They see him as just a kid with a lot of money. He replied that he forgot to tell them something, because he had a person who would do everything properly. Jack turned and yelled for someone to come into the room. It was Larry. He said that he was very pleased to meet Lucas's uncle and aunt. Lucas sat in the office, and rubbing his neck, said that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He added that once they learned that this was also a business, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Jack replied that, be that as it may, Caroline is of the same blood as her grandfather. Larry put the package on the table and said so, and when Lucas was going to use this contract, but asked to do it after Larry retired, he didn't really want to go to prison. Jack looked at the contents of the package and said that this contract was not subject to disclosure. Lucas replied that it looked like pure evil was sitting in front of him. Did Lucas realize what kind of bomb he was holding in his hands now? And Jack replied that he was going to give it to his grandfather. Larry screamed that Lucas had gone crazy. The chairman would immediately grab his grandson by the throat. Jack replied that Grandpa is not interested in professional management. He already keeps everyone on a leash. The chairman simply wants to use the contract in such a way that his uncle and aunt will not act harshly and rashly. Grandfather will allow Oliver to run for mayor after he is sure that he will definitely not be able to rock the boat. Larry rubbed his eyes and said that Lucas's grandfather was very cruel because he didn't trust his own children. A minute later, Larry said that as far as he understood, almost 18% was a controlling stake in Synthes Group. He added that Lucas must receive at least 80% to become the owner of the office of the chairman of Synthes Group. Even if Lucas had this 80%, it would still be only 10 of the company's total shares. Jack said that his grandfather was ready to give him everything with his head, but with his soul, nothing. Lucas didn't understand anything and asked Lucas to clarify what he said. Jack replied that grandfather knows that he is the only worthy manager in Synthes Group, but he sees no one but himself. The chairman will not want to give up what belongs to him if he could bury Synthes Group in his coffin. He would do so. Larry said that he was not asking about greed, but about how Lucas himself assessed his chances. Jack replied that he could not answer. When the mind and soul fight, the mind does not always win. In any case, he is not upset yet and regards this share as a bonus. After all, not a greedy grandson with excellent abilities, and a son, Heinrich, who is not interested in his father's wealth. This is a sure way to get a significant bonus from his grandfather. Jack looked at the light through the envelope and thought that, in any case, this contract would play a big role. The first stage has been completed, and it is time to move on to the second. Jack asked Larry that if they exchanged 1 billion for their grandfather, then they still had a little more than 2 left, to which he asked what Lucas was going to do with them. Jack replied that the money needs to be changed when the exchange rate is at its peak. And after the elections are over, the government will change, and Lucas will give them as a gift for winning the elections. Larry exploded and shouted that Lucas was trying to imitate famous rich people, since such unhealthy thoughts came to his mind. Jack asked Larry's opinion on why create Media City if there are no people migrating to this city. He continued that they would create companies befitting the status of Media City, such as a broadcasting company. Larry objected and said that there was no point in this. Jack continued, now everyone uses public television, but there is also cable. After all, the broadcasting project is not at all bad from the state's point of view. The construction of new infrastructure will not only help create an employment effect, but will also revive the economy. Larry stood his ground, proving that giving away these $2+ billion is crazy. Jack replied that he had no intention of giving all his money to the government. He was simply exchanging dollars for one. He invited Larry to introduce him, an investor who had invested more than $2 billion in the creation of a huge media infrastructure when the entire country was in a severe crisis due to a lack of currency, and Lucas would be greeted with open arms. Larry wondered if he could team up with the government and Seoul to get government funding. Jack added that if this happens, then there is nothing more to expect. Larry called Lucas a clone of his grandfather since he could think of it. Jack chuckled and said he was just a respectful grandson. He will turn such a company into a huge media empire and give it to his father. Larry jumped up from his seat. Cinema, broadcast content production, cable television, and in the future, internet broadcasting. Jack replied that Henry is the chairman's son and his father. You need to give him enough to save face. After all, the American branch of fantasy entertainment has already built deep relationships with major film companies. And if done right, a global media company could be born. The chairman sat comfortably in a chair and read the very contract that was signed by Caroline and Oliver. He was extremely surprised that Lucas managed to get it in the end. Jack replied, if his uncle becomes mayor, now he will not dare to disobey his grandfather. As soon as this document is made public, he will stand trial for violating the law on the political fund. His career will be destroyed in an instant. The chairman clarified that all Lucas wants is just a few acres of land. Jack replied that it was, and grandfather could take the rest. Jack added that Aunt Caroline immediately understood the value of public land, even trying to refuse such an exchange regarding the financing of the election campaign. The chairman asked if Lucas thought that now grandfather should take it all and give it all to him. Jack happily thought that everything worked out. These words from his grandfather meant that Lucas could take everything for himself. He replied that making money by building apartments is not his business. The chairman said that he thought the whole thing was reckless. Even if son-in-law Oliver took part in the election, there was no guarantee that he would win. Jack replied that Oliver has a much better chance now because Grandpa thinks in a positive way. Richard smiled and said that he could not keep up with his grandson's intelligence. Jack grinned and said that he didn't know who his uncle's opponent would be, but he already felt sorry for the man. The information team will unearth his entire past. He will not be able to stand it when all the dirt about his life is made public by all the famous media. Richard was proud of his grandson, who spent a lot of money to give the mayor's grandfather directly into his hands. He did not want to be left out. Jack thanked his grandfather when he said that he would also help during the elections. The chairman replied that he also wanted to thank Lucas, and he asked what the grandson wanted. Jack replied that he was thinking about starting a new business, but would tell his grandfather about it after the election. Richard decided to guess that if this is a business that needs government help, then it is something big. He told Lucas to be careful when politicians came into the management. Many variables were added. Their interests were much more complex than those of a grandson or grandfather. They do not ask for payment for their help. They put a spoke in the wheel and want to get something in return for silence. Jack replied that as soon as his plan was ready, grandfather would be the first to know about it and would be able to evaluate it with his wise eye. And if grandpa says to stop, Lucas will immediately obey him. The chairman replied that this is his grandson's business and money, and he does not need to receive advice, permissions, and decrees. Jack still couldn't understand what was in the chairman's soul, and what is hidden in this look and words. In December of the same year, the name of the new president was announced through all channels. He became Ronald Duke from the Second National Assembly, who teamed up with Joseph Schultz and Billy O'Hari from the Democratic Party. Across the street from the university where Lucas studied, there was a small cafe where students often gathered to drink. One of the students reminded Lucas that he had promised to do his best after the exams. The second asked what Lucas wanted to order, and the third added that the guy was unlikely to visit such establishments, so they would order themselves. Jack had been to places like this countless times, but not in this life. There were times when he didn't have enough money and ordered alcohol without snacks. Jack beckoned to the waiter. He wanted to feed the guys something that he once could not afford. The first thing Jack ordered was bottled beer, which shocked everyone because it was 10 times more expensive than bottled beer. He added that he had been going to have a drink for a long time and it was time to relax. They didn't come here to make small talk. Jack continued to shock the freshmen in attendance by ordering fried sausage, clam salad, and fish noodles. The guys sitting at the table, seeing that he wasn't joking, began vying with each other to shout for Lucas to order more fried chicken with seasonings. For a second, Jack wondered if his cousins, like Kevin, visited places like this. And did they order the local soup served in small restaurants, drinking a glass each? Jack answered the guys, do they really think that his family only goes to restaurants in expensive hotels every day? If it seems to them that his home-cooked dinner consists of 12 courses, then it is not so, just soup and a side dish of rice. At that moment, 3 older guys approached the table from behind. One apologized for interfering so unceremoniously in their conversation. They were given a seat, and the one who sat down next to him asked Lucas if he could ask him something. Jack agreed. The 3 of them were hired by financial services companies, but one of them went bankrupt, and the other 2 sent notices that they could not hire employees this year. My classmates stood nearby and just blinked their eyes. They didn't understand what we were talking about at all. The first one asked what Lucas thought would happen to the International Monetary Fund, since he knew much more than they did. The guy asked if everything would be the same in a year. Should he study for the bar exam, or should he look for a job? Jack looked at his interlocutor and thought about how to answer him, the truth, or just to console him. If he told them the whole truth about the future situation, would they understand the seriousness of it? Jack took a sip of beer from his glass and replied that it was better to study for exams rather than look for a job. The guy asked again. Lucas wanted to say that next year it would also be difficult to find a job. Jack replied that neither next year nor in the near future would those currently employed be laid off. Most corporations will get rid of at least 1/3 of their employees under the pretext of enterprise restructuring. The crisis is a lack of liquid funds. The country is in a state of economic bankruptcy. You can be fired at any time, and there will be such a thing as a temporary freelancer. Jack pointed to the waitress and said that she was working part-time, and was unlikely to receive any compensation when she left. At this moment, the waitress came to the table and brought the bottled beer we ordered. Opening the bottle, Jack added that this is not only used by small businesses. Large corporations are also switching to the system. It will take a long time for the economy to return to normal, and if they are going to get a job rather than study for exams, it is better to join the army to avoid a big downpour. Jack understood that those who had barely completed their first year were not yet able to understand this. But, starting next year, a real icy wind will blow, and people will understand what Jack meant when he said to avoid a big downpour. The guy thanked him and said that thanks to Lucas he came to his senses. Jack looked at the guy. The 4th year was very different from the first year's. The guy apologized for the spoiled atmosphere and offered to have a glass. He raised his glass and shouted to someone in the hall that they still had enough time to avoid the downpour and hide. At that moment, someone slowly approached the table where Lucas and the company were sitting and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was a girl. Her face seemed very familiar, but Jack couldn't remember her name. And then a guy from the 4th year asked Olivia where she was from here. Jack heard her name and remembered Olivia as the most beautiful girl in the university. The girl said that she would drink only half a glass. She wanted to still have time to return to the library. Jack sat opposite, drinking beer and silently looking at Olivia. The 4th year student noticed that the girl was not like the other students. She was studying on vacation, and how did she have time to sit here like that? Olivia replied that they didn't have time to sit here, because preparing for the management exam takes about 2 years. The guy sitting next to her asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that such busy students had definitely gathered here to chat with Lucas, and find out how long the crisis would last, and what state the enterprises were in. Jack thought that Olivia was an exemplary student who was just studying for the position of a judge. But now he saw that she perfectly understands how the world works. The girl finished her glass of beer in one gulp and put it on the table. Olivia said that now even graduates have no chance. They are almost crying, because a harsh wind is blowing outside the walls of the university. But fortunately, they are lucky. They study law, and the civil servant exam is not so difficult. The 4th year student asked if she was Lucas's friend. Maybe they discussed the country's economic problems while dating. Jack's classmate replied that Lucas was an alien from another planet, and he and Olivia could not date. He turned to the girl and added that she once said that people who are proud of strength are losers, and those who are proud of money are mumblers in rags. Then the guy pointed his finger at Lucas, and added that he had both power and money. He would date some celebrity, or a girl from a rich family. Olivia interrupted the guy and replied that they were going too far. She had only seen Lucas 3 times since she entered university. The 4th year student added that they simply do not have the opportunity to meet. One does not go to university, and the second does not leave the library. The guys laughed merrily. They thought the expression of an adult guy was funny. Jack was a little envious of them, because as a middle-aged man, he had no desire for love affairs. The hormones that began to boil immediately began to subside due to stress from work. Olivia straightened her scarf, buttoned her jacket, saying that she had to go, and asked Lucas to go out with her. She wanted to tell him something. Going out into the street without a jacket, he wanted to quickly find out why the girl called him. She said that she was ashamed to say this now, but asked Lucas to think carefully before giving an answer. Olivia added that it is her goal and duty to pass the bar exam before graduation. Jack replied that the goal was clear, but why did she call the exams a duty? The girl replied that everyone in her family was a lawyer, and passed the exams ahead of schedule. If she did not do the same, the family would begin to put pressure on her. She added that she will be busier than her senior year of school, so she doesn't have time. Olivia moved closer and explained that she wouldn't have time to date Lucas. Jack was silent in surprise and did not know how to react to the girl's words. Olivia said that she'd just confessed to Lucas that she liked him, and he had this reaction. Jack replied that she herself said that she despises people with power, strength, and money. The girl said that Lucas was handsome and she liked him. Olivia added that he doesn't go to university and she doesn't have time, so they might meet a couple times a month for lunch. Jack still didn't fully understand the situation, but replied that if she called, he would send a car for her and gave her his phone number. When she asked why the car was needed, Jack replied that they couldn't go on dates like ordinary people, recalling that he was from a rich family. Jack headed towards the cafe and the girl asked to keep it a secret. Let everyone think that they were just doing a group task. When the guys asked what they were talking about, Jack told them that the conversation was about a group assignment from which he was shirking. At that moment, Olivia ran into the cafe and loudly shouted that from today she and Lucas were dating. Everyone was shocked, but Jack was the most surprised, not understanding Olivia's action. A very serious and unpleasant conversation took place at the chairman's residence, at which Caroline and Oliver were present. Richard reproachfully listed that she owned a department store, a resort, and a golf course, unlike others. The chairman said that it is not for nothing that they say that a daughter who gets married becomes a stranger. Caroline replied that this is why she's in politics, because she wants to make up for the lack of power. Here Oliver intervened and added that the chairman had nothing to worry about. He would build a political career without regard to the company. Richard chuckled at the fact that a guy who was tangled in his wife's skirt, who couldn't even move, was going to build a political career. Caroline replied that she was not so much afraid of the opposition party as she was of her father. At this moment, several company employees entered the chairman's office. The chairman told Caroline and Oliver that from now on, these people would help them with the elections. He added that since they decided to take such a step, they must certainly win. Oliver stood up, bowed respectfully, and thanked the chairman, saying that he would definitely win and thank him. One of the employees approached Oliver and placed 2 folders in front of him. The chairman said that one of them contains a list of those who can be used for the position of deputy mayor, and the other lists the heads of organizations associated with Seoul. Special people were selected to receive positions in the Urban Infrastructure Department, the Industrial Management Association, and the Housing Construction Department. Caroline tried to object to her father, but he didn't even listen to her. The chairman added that he had prepared a couple of lines for Oliver, which he could use as promises during the election campaign. Oliver thought, since the public promise comes not from the mayoral candidate but from the synthesis group, does this mean that the chairman's people will seize Seoul? He felt that they were going to make a puppet out of him. Oliver replied to the chairman that he already had people to take care of and his party would recommend someone. Richard replied that he would make it so that he would not have to take care of anyone, or Oliver had changed his mind and wanted to work in the company's office. Oliver gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but knew it was best to obey now. He will be able to carry out a counterattack only when he has power. One of the following days, Jack and Larry headed to the Auto Group office for a scheduled meeting. They were met in the office by a good-natured man. It was Neil Houston, the chairman of the company's selection committee. Larry shook his hand, introduced himself, and thanked Neil for making time for them, despite his busy schedule. Neil replied that he must somehow thank the man who saved the shaky economy of the Auto Group. Jack looked at the chairman. He was impressed with Neil's career. From the dossier his grandfather gave him, Jack learned that Neil was a graduate of the military academy and worked in the Central Intelligence Bureau. At that moment, Neil looked at Jack and asked Larry who this young guy was. Larry replied that Lucas was his employee, and there were no secrets between them. Neil replied that everything was fine, and he had nothing to hide from them, and allowed Jack to stay. He said that the chairman of Synthesis Group had already told him that Larry was planning to transfer $2 billion of fantasy entertainment from its headquarters in New York to Korea. Larry replied that they were going to do so, to which Neil asked if there would be any conditions. Jack carefully watched Neil. He was not at all surprised by the announced amount and was calm. Larry laid out a folder in front of Neil, on which was written a plan for creating a unified broadcasting system and media group. Neil asked why Larry decided to do this, since construction and finance don't mix well. Larry replied that the business plan does not only talk about construction, it will be a separate enterprise. Neil said, let's say they invest it and make a huge profit, but then they will return this money to the USA again. Jack knew that this was an obvious order. Auto Group would not be able to avoid this. After stabilization, it would be divided and sold, and the profits would go to the USA. But Jack replied that it was the other way around. Their company is engaged in transferring funds earned in the USA to Korea. Until now, Fantasy Entertainment has made profits by investing in Hollywood films, IT companies, the Japanese Bank Power Group, and with the money they earned, they acquired Auto Group. Jack added that somehow it turns out to be an export. Neil was surprised that Lucas compared it to exporting and said that the guy was playing with words. Jack objected, answering that exporting is any activity that generates profit in foreign currency, although they do not sell their own goods. They earn foreign currency in the same way. Neil replied that perhaps that was the case now, but that the calculation was for the future. Larry replied that if they were only thinking about making money, they would not have incurred the costs associated with the difference in exchange rates during double conversion. Larry added that it is very difficult to get double profits from the plan he proposes, and asked to look at the documents again. Neil, looking over the plan, replied that it would be a good idea to create a mecca of the Korean media industry. He put the folder aside and asked if Larry was really going to invest all $2 billion in it. He replied that he was going to invest not only in the media industry, they are going to invest in different areas and become managing managers in Korea. Neil asked about the IT industry because, judging by their huge profits from investments in this area, Larry is a man of a clear mind. Larry was confused for a second, and there was a reason for this. After all, Jack was in charge of all the IT investments, and he himself decided to answer Neil. He said that the government, in order to revive the economy, has directed all efforts to support companies associated with the IT industry. And if you remove the sign of an American investment company from Fantasy Entertainment, then it will perfectly fit the current tasks of the government in creating a media network. Neil enthusiastically replied that he knew that young people were better at this and completely agreed with Lucas. Jack knew that government officials and politicians needed to tell only what they wanted to hear, and Neil heard about a bright future for IT. And Neil asked if they were now considering investing in the IT industry. Jack replied that their company was not thinking about it yet. Larry and Neil looked at Lucas questioningly and asked for clarification. Jack replied that the IT industry should develop due to fresh ideas and new technologies. If some private capital intervenes, ideas and technologies will be leveled out. Neil then asked whether the business should be made a government entity. Jack replied that the government should plant this flower bed and watch how young entrepreneurs are born. If you maintain your IT infrastructure, it will bring good results. Finally, Chairman Neil said that they would carefully review their plan and contact Larry and Lucas. But now Neil would like to learn more about their $2 billion investment plan, so that it can be considered at the government level. Jack heard what he wanted, because the words of the chairman of the selection committee about careful consideration meant the approval of the rest of its members. Although Lucas told about the plan, Neil shook Larry's hand. By doing this, he wanted to show his status. When they went outside, Larry asked if Lucas really wasn't interested in IT investing. Jack replied that it was. Larry was indignant, because this is a gold mine if it is supported at the state level. Jack replied that now they are the owners of a company that competes for championship with prestige, and they have no place among small companies. They have moved to the major league. Larry said that one should not be so self-confident, because someday they will grow, and they cannot be ignored. Jack responded that when the semiconductor industry was booming a few years ago, Wilson Electronics was making a lot of money, and these small companies will never reach its level. Larry heard that Lucas was attracted to many companies, but he did not have time to pay attention to IT firms that would increase their sales in 20 years. Larry replied that Lucas must know the value of every penny in order to be able to save money. Jack replied that Larry could invest wherever he wanted and earn some pocket money for himself. Larry sharply replied that Lucas was mistaken. He thought that, having encountered an influential figure and received several $100 billion, he had already become the chairman of the conglomerate. Jack looked at Larry, who was so angry for the first time in 10 years. Larry said that Lucas's grandfather only runs businesses that make money, and he dines with influential political figures, receiving the right to profit. Jack looked at Larry in surprise and did not understand what he had done to make Larry so angry. Larry continued by saying that such people have thousands of farm laborers who earn their pocket money. It was with the pennies they earned that my grandfather bought a steel mill in China. Jack listened that without these farm laborers, there would be no chairman. Just as without farmers, there would be no landowner. Just as without the people, there would be no king. And Lucas has no farm hands, no farmers, no people, no one who could earn him money, but Lucas still behaves like the chairman of all the rich. Larry was right. Jack would never have thought that for the first time in 10 years, he would behave not like a farmhand, but like a rich man, becoming so arrogant. Jack bowed to Larry, saying that he was thinking too narrowly and asking for forgiveness. At that moment, Larry felt awkward. And he replied that everything was fine. How Lucas realized everything so quickly. Larry added that they could again discuss where Lucas would like to invest. Jack replied that Larry could decide that himself. To which he replied that he could decide on the direction, but Lucas had better developed intuition. Then Jack suggested investing in online games. He offered to invest $1 billion in 2 places that he said, and Larry could distribute the rest himself. They decided to use only $10 billion. Lucas would name 2 places, and Larry would scatter the remaining $8 billion at his own discretion. Larry winked and said that Lucas had just heard that the government was going to support the IT sector. They walked down the street, and Jack thought that in 5 years Larry would retire. It was a great pity. Winter this year was surprisingly very cold. For the first time, no Christmas songs were heard on the streets of the city. The people, in whose hands the biggest money in the world was concentrated, sat calmly in a comfortable bank, not embarrassed by the icy wind blowing in their faces. One of those present said that he had heard that discussions about the merger with Wilson Motors had been completed, and whether it was possible to begin the takeover procedure. Larry replied that the agreement has not yet been signed. They are in the process of adjusting the share of Syntez Group. When asked when this will be finished, Larry replied that this question should be asked not to them, but to Syntez Group. One of those present added that its chairman, Richard Wilson, gave his word. An agreement has already been reached. All that remains is to go through the procedure. And then Jack said that's not all. Larry was asked who the young man was sitting next to him. He replied that he was called from the head office in the USA. He would be in charge of this merger and acquisition. A tense silence reigned in the office. Jack, realizing that they were probably interested in his position or status, handed out his business cards to them. Jack said his name is Howard Jin and he is second-generation Korean, so he uses an English name. There were whispers that this young Korean, born in the US, was running the investment system at Fantasy Entertainment's US headquarters. After a minute, everyone calmed down, and Jack was given permission to say what he wanted. Jack said their investment research team is currently thoroughly reviewing the acquisition. One of those present exclaimed that this was a completely unnecessary procedure, and there was no need to double-check anything. Larry replied that Lucas is very smart, and is a guarantor of the execution of the decisions of their American investors, and asked to listen to the end. Jack continued, saying that the original plan was the Syntez Group plan to acquire Motors Group. However, it spent all its money on acquiring Stalinvest. That's when they appeared. Fantasy Entertainment. They wanted to hold Motors Group, until Syntez Group raised enough money to sell the company at a higher price. Jack recalled that by that time, a currency crisis had broken out in Korea, and the purchase amount had increased significantly. The exchange rate is now so high that the purchase price could rise to $480 million. Those present said that the International Monetary Fund has already begun to provide its support. $2 billion have already been poured in. The exchange rate will rise to 2,000 and stabilize. Jack replied that $55 billion were promised, but only 2 came, that the promised amount would not come. And besides, the government had changed, and he would have to negotiate again with the new government. He added that in 2 days the 98th year will come. We need to sort out the reports as soon as possible. The new government will begin consolidating banks. Therefore, if they want to survive, the money must arrive at Fantasy Entertainment before the end of this year. Everyone has heard that the Korean market is currently unstable. It is not known whether the country's economy will be able to rise or fall to the level of Southeast Asia. The interlocutor asked what Lucas wanted to say with all this. Jack replied that although their company was the primary acquirer, they wanted to give up this right. This unexpected statement shocked everyone present. Jack said it would mean ruin for them. He added that if they refuse to acquire Motors Group, then Prestige will immediately intervene. Jack asked those present to agree with them that they need to hurry up to put out the fire under their feet. Jack sat in the chairman's office and reported on how today's negotiations went. Grandfather grinned and said that Jack used his knife to make the rat quiet in the corner and make a choice. At the meeting, Jack announced the acquisition amount of $400 million. That is 800 billion won at the rate of 2,001 per dollar. Jack told them that if they agreed, he would deposit $400 million today into the account they specified. They won't be able to refuse Lucas's offer so easily. The chairman said that Lucas was good for not giving them time to come to their senses. Jack replied that it wouldn't have worked next year. The chairman asked Lucas's condition if they agreed if he should drive his wedge. Jack replied that his grandfather's help was needed and asked him to prepare a place for a Syntez Group consultant, and he would pay all the associated expenses. The grandfather looked at his grandson and said that he learns bad things very quickly. The chairman pointed to an envelope lying on the table and asked Lucas to look at its contents. Jack took the documents and saw that it was a list of banks that would be sold or merged. Grandfather said that he kept thinking about how to use this information, and as it turned out, it was for Lucas. Jack looked at his grandfather in surprise and asked whether the bank that lends to the Auto Group company would really be sold, and whether the bank itself had seen this list. The chairman replied, Would he really start talking about a list that everyone knew about? Only Prestige knew about. Jack realized that he could indeed use this list very effectively. Grandpa said that Lucas could count himself lucky because when they found out they were going to be out of work, they would jump on Lucas. And it is likely that they will even bow their heads in gratitude. The chairman added, saying that at the beginning of next year, Synthesis Group also plans to announce the start of a large-scale restructuring. Jack thought the chairman had only sold subsidiaries so far, but had never restructured the branches. He looked at his grandfather and asked if this was probably a very difficult decision. He replied that nothing could be done, and he made this decision. The chairman added that it is necessary to put in order the branches that have lost their competitive ability and are simply devouring money. But there will be no people who will scream about unfair dismissal. Jack remembered that companies that survived the crisis got a chance, because from that moment the monopolization of large enterprises began. The chairman said that he now intended to do what he had long put off. After all, a grandfather should give his grandson a gift for his 20th birthday. Jack looked at the chairman in surprise. The chairman said that Lucas would get a stake in the company. He would include it in the restructuring plan so that the grandson would get it cheap. The grandfather, looking at his grandson, laughed. Was the guy who received Wilson Motors really happy with a couple of extra shares? On the same day, Larry Baker contacted the American Office of Fantasy Entertainment in New York, and $400 million were deposited into the creditor's account. The next morning, dozens of lawyers checked the Auto Group purchase and sale agreement, which included amended terms, and in the afternoon, the agreement was signed. On this day, Jack became the owner of the second largest automobile company in Korea. The first day of '98 arrived, and grandfather gave a Christmas party. His son Heinrich was invited along with his entire family. Grandpa called out to Jimmy, Lucas's older brother and his grandson. He asked if Jimmy was really studying music and wanted to become a singer. He replied that he was studying producing. Jimmy added that his future profession will be related to the release of music albums. He asked if Grandpa was okay with Jimmy changing his major of his own volition. The chairman replied that he should succeed in what he liked, like his father. He then turned to his son Heinrich and said that he had heard that he was the president of the largest film company in Korea. Heinrich replied that he was still far from that, to which Richard replied that if his son grew a company from a small one to one of the largest in 10 years, then this says a lot. Heinrich replied that next year his company would become one of the largest. The chairman advised Jimmy not to be a fool like his father, to finish his studies quickly and become the best in his field in 10 years. Jimmy bowed to his grandfather and promised that he would definitely become the best. The first news that appeared in the media this year was the sale of 2 banks, and both of them were listed as objects for foreign sale. The anger of the people knew no bounds, because it was believed that banks were a place to store the wealth of the nation. The International Monetary Fund provided support for a reason it was alone with the condition of selling the bank. Judging by his past life, this happened at the height of his student youth, and he was not interested in economic news. Jack was haunted by the thought of buying a bank, whether he had known about it before and whether it was possible now. New prey loomed before his eyes. He wondered how much it might cost to buy 2 banks. Jack was already determined to get this booty. A huge number of guests gathered at the residence of the chairman of Synthesis Group. It was the day when his grandson, Kevin, got married. Friends surrounded the bride. They were interested in where the newlyweds would live. The girl replied that at first they would live with her husband's family. She added that if she were offered another place, she would insist on it. After all, the prince must live within the kingdom. Her friends listened to the fact that she would not have to do laundry, cook, or clean. The main thing that was required of her was to smile sweetly at joint lunches and dinners. At the same moment, a conversation was taking place on the street between Kevin and his friends. One of the friends said that Kevin will continue to hang out with them, because his marriage is just a formality. Kevin replied that he was the last one of them to get married, and their marital status did not prevent them from spending time together. He added that now his fun is over. His grandfather wants Kevin to get serious about the company. Kevin said that they can ignore their wives, but not the old people. Everything needs moderation. The next moment, Kevin called one of the guys away and asked if that supporting actress was at the party yesterday. The guy replied that she was. Then Kevin told the guy to put her on a plane in 2 days. The guy will have to book a hotel room for her, which Kevin will say. When leaving, Kevin said that the honeymoon lasts 10 days, and he is not going to spend it with a wife he doesn't know well and wants to have a lot of fun. The chairman entered the hall, and greetings and congratulations were heard from all sides. Daily News editorial President Andrew Klaus approached him and greeted the matchmaker, saying that this hall was excellent for a wedding ceremony. Richard replied that Andrew need not worry about his granddaughter. She would be happy in his house. The chairman suggested moving to another place, because they had something to talk about. When the tea was brought to them, the chairman said that since Andrew had become a member of his family, he should stop. Andrew smiled and said he didn't understand what he was talking about. Richard repeated that for the sake of their children, they need to leave everything behind and stop. The chairman said that he perfectly understands the matchmaker's anxiety, because his beloved granddaughter is moving into her husband's house, and he wants to know everything about her relatives. The friendliness disappeared from the chairman's face, and he menacingly said that that's enough. Andrew tried to argue something, but the chairman told him to shut up and listen. Richard said that Kevin may not be very smart, and although he is already 30, he likes to play like a little boy. He said that he didn't know what exactly Andrew was up to. Maybe he was going to take over such a slob of a husband. Andrew tried to say something again, muttering that it wasn't what Richard thought. The chairman continued by saying that it didn't matter what mistakes Kevin made because he was his grandson. He forbade Andrew to invite Kevin to his place. As his son-in-law, he would not have contact with his wife's relatives. And if he wants to meet his granddaughter, then let him call her directly. Richard looked into Andrew's eyes and said that today was the last day he would see his wife's relatives. All questions were only about business, and therefore related to advertising. He added that if Andrew disobeys him, then Syntez Group's money will easily break the daily news. As Richard left the office, he advised Andrew not to take his words lightly. Left alone, Andrew wondered if this ban meant that the chairman was thinking of Kevin as a successor. In any case, both he and the chairman do not have much time left, and the young people have a bright future ahead of them, both Kevin and his granddaughter Jessica. Andrew understood that it was normal to worry that Synthes Group would not fall into the wrong hands, but time was not on the chairman's side. Late in the evening, the chairman invited his son Heinrich into his office. He asked his son if his business was really going smoothly. Heinrich replied that this industry was least affected by the currency crisis. Richard asked that it's probably not easy to attract foreign investors. Heinrich replied that it's not easy for everyone now. Then the father asked if his son needed his help. Henry replied that he was not young enough to follow his father's words, and he added that if the father wants to say something, then let him say it directly. The chairman responded that he wanted to give the Wilson Medical Foundation and Development Center to Henry. Heinrich understood that hospitals like the one run by the Wilson Medical Foundation could be counted on one hand. But the Development Center cannot be called a full-fledged enterprise, although it is an independent legal entity. But it is engaged in internships for graduates, training new managers and conducting development training. Richard asked why his son had such a face, or if it wasn't enough for him. Heinrich replied that he didn't expect it, but since they were giving it, he could take it. But Lucas was worried about him. Here he could not stand it, jumped up and shouted that all this was not enough. The chairman asked where such greed came from, because Heinrich did not even look towards the company. Henry replied that he was also a father and must do his duty. Richard said that he should let his son ask Lucas what the price of this hospital and center is, what he gives. He is sure that his grandson will accept it all with open hands. He added that Henry should save what he is now given, and then pass it on to his son. In addition, the chairman will take care of his grandson separately. This is not free, but much cheaper. Heinrich was shocked that his grandfather wanted to get money from his grandson. The chairman replied that Lucas would understand everything. He was much smarter than his father. Richard added that many here have eyes and ears, but only Henry knows about this so far. Henry stood up, thanked his father, and bowed respectfully. Sitting on the plane, Jessica asked Kevin why they were flying together, or if it was a private charter flight. Kevin replied that this was a regular flight. He just bought all the seats, and only 6 employees accompanying them were flying in business class. Jessica thought that this was the life of the rich, because neither her grandfather nor her father could afford it. Then she took a folder out of her bag and handed it to Kevin. Kevin opened the folder and was in real shock. Apparently these were files on all members of his family. Kevin understood that creating such detailed reports required time without interruptions to sleep and food. Jessica said the people he would be most interested in were his uncle Eric Wilson and his brother Lucas. From the report, it was clear that Eric often meets with the heads of the branches, as well as Lucas, who is the president of Fantasy Entertainment. Kevin freaked out and called Jessica a fucking bitch. He abruptly tore up the papers and said that he suspected her of spying on his younger brother, but she was spying on his entire family. He was furious and shouted how dare she pretend to be a mistress. Now she had greatly spoiled his mood. He jumped up from his seat, scraps of papers scattered across the floor. He looked angrily at his wife and asked how she dared to spy on the elders of his family. She should live in silence and be grateful that a woman from a cheap newspaper was taken into her family. All that is required of her is to give birth to a boy who will become Kevin's successor. If she ever does something like that again, she will spend the rest of her life in a small room. Kevin shouted and an assistant secretary instantly appeared in the aisle. The guy shouted to him that upon arrival he would live separately and ordered him to find another hotel for him, in addition to watch his wife. Kevin allowed her to just go shopping and not do anything stupid. He sat down in another row, and the more he thought about it, the more she pissed him off. But that was even better. But now he has an excuse why they will spend their honeymoon separately. Kevin put on a sleep mask and dreamed that now he could safely call the girl he met at a party a couple of days ago and spend time with her. Having learned about the conversation between his father and grandfather, Jack said that his father also got the right people. After all, the hospital is known for a large number of VIP clients. These are officials and politicians who fear that their health and condition will become known. Therefore, it is ideal for storing such secrets. Now, anyone who wants a promotion will have to get his permission, and this will lead to great connections. Heinrich asked, "Then what about the development center, because there are people there too?" Jack replied that all candidates for the position must take courses at the development center, and the assessment plays a huge role in their promotion and qualifications. This development center is an ideal internship location that provides courses, seminars, exams, and training. Anyone who wants to get closer to the core of the company must go through the development center. So Heinrich is inundated with calls from clients asking him to take care of them. The father realized that he would have human resources in his hands both within the company and outside it. Heinrich was amazed at how Lucas could understand his grandfather's intentions. He heard that Lucas could find out the shareholding structure of the development center and its branches. Jack added that it seems to him that it's not just about creating his own network of connections. Otherwise, why would his grandfather keep the transfer of companies a secret? Henry replied, "It means there is something that his brothers and sister might not like." Jack replied that grandfather is a man with many secrets and it is not always clear what he thinks. Heinrich closed his eyes and said that it was still not clear to him why Lucas looked more like his grandfather than his father. He then added that although it would not be easy, he would fulfill his duties as a father properly. Employees went to work without even receiving wages, just to avoid losing their jobs. They do not know that the company is close to bankruptcy and continue to hope for the best. Delayed wages forced them to go to work. They hoped to get at least a little. Every morning they realized that there was less and less hope, that this hope still glimmered somewhere in the corners of their minds. Jack looked at the crowd going to work and asked Larry what about all these people. Larry replied that Lucas should become their savior, give them a salary and a special bonus to raise their spirits. They were met in the office by Peter Abrams, executive director of the Contour Group company. Jack thought, a little funny. The director is not in the office, but the butler is. Fantasy Entertainment bought 5% of their shares, and the main shareholder immediately contacted them to meet. After all, one cannot help but pay attention to a person who buys shares of a company that is close to bankruptcy, especially if he is from a company that absorbed Auto Group. Peter said he was confused because they suddenly bought shares in their company. He added that their company was not the type that could interest such a large investor as Fantasy Entertainment, and asked to talk about the reason for their decision. Larry replied that there is only one reason: money. Peter replied that they were well aware of the current state of the company and could lose their money. And then one of the company employees said that it would be safer to put the money in the bank, where the interest rate is high. Larry asked the man how much higher his position was than that of the executive director, and he asked what Larry meant. Larry said how dare he interfere in a conversation between a major shareholder and an executive director, not even the CEO. The man closed his mouth. He had apparently never attended a meeting of this level before. Peter apologized for the absence of the CEO, saying that he was now looking for funds to save their company. Larry replied that he was not used to negotiations reminiscent of a bazaar and would like to talk in a quieter environment. The two immediately left the office, leaving only Peter, Larry, and Jack. Peter asked the same question, why their company decided to acquire shares of Contour Group. Larry asked a counter-question to find out why Peter invited them to the company office. This was the first time Jack had seen Larry like this. He was usually polite, but now he was rude and aggressive. Is he really convinced that management is stealing the company's money? Peter replied that the reason for their invitation was that very question, and it seemed to him that Fantasy Entertainment needed something from them. Larry replied that he just wants to make money. He is an investor. Peter said that then he, as an investor, should have known that profit can be made by selling shares at a price higher than purchased. But is this possible now? Larry replied that he was sure that there would be someone who would buy their shares for more than they were worth now. Peter said that perhaps there are people who believe in the revival of Contour Group and are ready to purchase shares. Larry replied that it was for this answer that they should have come here today. Having said that the conversation was over, Larry stood up and added that he would go. They would see each other tomorrow. But Peter replied that tomorrow it would be even more difficult. Larry replied, then the day after tomorrow he demands to hold an extraordinary meeting of shareholders. Sitting in the car, Larry called them self-confident psychos. Jack replied that they would attack them tomorrow, as soon as they had access to their records, assets, and books. Larry dialed a number and ordered to immediately gather all the appraisers, contact the auditing company, and send their accountants. Jack listened as Larry also told the investigative team to be present, and the meeting would take place in 10 minutes. Jack stood in the chairman's office, and the grandfather was surprised that something so urgent had happened that his grandson couldn't live without him for 5 minutes. Jack replied that he needed his grandfather's help. He said that this concerns the Contour Group company, and this company is needed to launch a media project this year. The grandfather said that this was a very long introduction and ordered us to move on to the essence of his request. Jack replied that the company's management was sucking the last of the company out of business, and before the company went bankrupt, Jack intended to attack and take away the management. Grandfather burst out laughing. From his reaction, Jack realized that everything was okay because grandfather understood what would happen next. The chairman began to remember who the director of the company was now. Jack replied that the CEO is Tony Abrams, and his younger brother Peter Abrams is the executive director. He added that he had recently met with the executive director. Grandfather asked if it had been verified that they were stealing the company's money. Jack replied that they contacted him when Fantasy Entertainment acquired 5% of their shares and said they would buy them back. The chairman replied that there are a lot of hyenas in the stock market right now who are biting into companies to suck the most out of them. Jack said that this was Larry's idea. When the Contour Corporation collapsed and the shares of the Contour Group began to plummet, rumors of bankruptcy also helped. The chairman said that they were probably scared, and if they demanded a meeting of shareholders, they would probably hesitate. Jack replied that instead of a meeting, he would require the accounting books to prove the embezzlement of the money. Grandfather asked what the goal was in the end, whether Lucas was planning to put them behind bars. Jack replied that they had to return the stolen assets, clean up the company, and start over. Jack looked closely at the chairman and asked if this would be the best solution in this situation. The chairman said that the director's relatives probably had a lot of shares, and Jack would like to appropriate them in order to gain management rights. Jack replied that if they returned the money or goods spent on the company's shares, which were owned by relatives, then the required share of shares to obtain the right would be small. Grandfather said that it was not the CEO who controlled the company's shares. Jack replied that it was so. The chairman said that this is a long way, but there is no time. The absorption process and normalization of work must be completed before June. Only then is it possible to move forward with the project. Jack replied that that was exactly what he wanted to ask for: time. Grandfather replied that time is such a valuable thing that money cannot buy it. Jack said that money will not help you buy an extra year of life, but it will help you live it with dignity. Besides, didn't Grandpa buy the lives of 100,000 employees with money called salary? The chairman said that first we need to ban director Tony Abrams and his relatives from leaving the country. They have probably already transferred a lot of money abroad. The Ministry of Justice should start an investigation. Jack took his grandfather by the shoulders and asked him to cooperate with this travel ban. The chairman immediately picked up the phone and was connected to the prosecutor general. He asked how his health was, and said that it would be unforgivable to let individuals out of the country who were trying to line their pockets at the expense of a collapsing company. Apparently, the prosecutor answered something funny because the grandfather laughed and said that for now it would be enough to simply ban them from leaving. The chairman added that a little later he would give him their names, then said that they had not met for a long time, and suggested that they should come to him for lunch sometime. The grandfather hung up and asked if his grandson Lucas was happy. Jack almost began to stutter with joy. He only said that his grandfather was a wizard. The chairman advised Lucas to find at least one significant piece of evidence in the documents, and then file a lawsuit against management for embezzlement of funds. Grandfather asked what the purpose of acquiring the Contour Group company was. Jack replied that he wanted to launch a media project. The chairman advised us to concentrate on this and think about the rest later. He added that if Lucas wants to work with Larry after the June elections, then within 6 months he needs to stabilize and strengthen the Contour Group company. The chairman said if the prosecutor's office opens an investigation, it will take years to get the money back. He added that during this time, Contour Group will finally go bankrupt and will be broken up by creditors. Then the company will fall into the hands of Lucas in 2 years at best. Jack asked if the chairman meant that they needed to prepare the way for escape. Grandfather said that's right. The investigation in the prosecutor's office should only be used to intimidate. They need to be given a choice. Either prison and poverty in 2 years or put everything up for sale now, so as not to go hungry and leave for another country. Jack understood the power of the chairman when he could use the connections and power of the prosecutor's office to start or stop an investigation whenever he wanted. How frivolous he was when he thought that money could buy everything. Jack asked what would happen if he surrendered, and the prosecutor's office and the tax office continued to put pressure on them. The chairman replied that everything further would depend only on Lucas. Jack thanked his grandfather, to which he replied that you can't put thanks in your pocket. Jack asked what Grandpa wanted. The chairman replied that when Lucas received the Contour Group, he would put people in leadership positions, the list of which he would give him. Jack wondered if Grandfather's people were in these positions, then whose company would Contour Group become? The chairman explained that Lucas still has no people, or, after all, he has someone in mind. Jack replied that many had already left the Contour Corporation company. And at Contour Group, almost all the bosses wanted to advance to directors. It would be nice to freshen up the atmosphere. He asked if Grandpa would mind if Lucas thought about the idea. The chairman replied that, of course, he was against it, because when it comes to the heads of construction companies, there must be those who have worked their way up from the construction site to management. These are the ones who can handle the laborers and survive the sandstorm, the ones who are ready to evict people and demolish the house, drink with the workers but remain sober. Jack knew that construction company people were rude, but he thought they changed when they rose to management. The chairman said that if Lucas thinks that his grandfather is giving him a cup of poison, then it is not so. It is medicine. He asked if Lucas was worried that in the future, Synthes Group would take over the Contour Group company, which would be full of his people. Jack replied that, as he said earlier, Contour Group will transfer to Synthes Group. The chairman said that he would never believe that a greedy person like Lucas would just give up the company like that. He paused, then added that Lucas only has money, no time, no strength, no people. The chairman said that if the grandson refuses, then both Contour Group and the media project will all disappear. In his heart, Jack understood that his grandfather was right, and such worries on his part were a luxury, because there was no choice. He had to trust in the consistency his grandfather had given him so far, but Jack didn't like him forcing his people on him. And then Jack replied that there would be no accounting audit. Larry Baker would take the place of the director. The chairman stood up and replied that builders have no equal in cutting money. They can do this with their eyes closed. Can Larry notice the replacement of expensive wood with cheap wood? Builders can cheat with the weight of the metal and steal food from the canteen. Against such opponents, will Larry, who all his life only pressed the buttons of a calculator, be able to defend Lucas? Jack was silent. His grandfather's arguments were too plausible for anyone to object to him. The chairman said whether Lucas fully understands everything that he's now telling him. Has it dawned on him that the biggest breeding ground for corruption in Korea is construction organizations? Jack asked if grandfather meant that the essence of things can only be seen by plunging into dirty water. The chairman replied that if Lucas wants to control the board of construction companies, then he needs to learn how to deal with farmhands. Only then will they earn the money they need. He added that once it comes to spending money from an unknown source, there is nothing better than keeping it with construction companies. Jack thought that if he could get his hands on the Contour Group, instead of plunging into dirty water, he would open a window into the lubricant pool. The chairman said that tomorrow he would send people from his audit. Laurie's people will not cope with these cunning types. They are the ones who will dig up all the necessary pieces of paper that Larry and Lucas might have missed. Jack thought that if after all this help he couldn't absorb the circuit group, it would be his incompetence. He bowed to his grandfather and thanked him for his wise advice. The chairman replied that he would thank Lucas later because he himself said that all this was being done for the sake of Synthes Group. The grandfather added that his grandson would not try to whine if his grandfather hit him in the back, and he burst out laughing. Jack heard everything he needed to hear. The next morning, Larry, Jack, and a team of auditors entered the Contour Group office building. The receptionist was in a panic. The directors did not schedule any meetings that day. The group approached the girl and asked to call the director of Contour Group. A minute later, Executive Director Peter Abrams was already rushing down the corridor towards them and shouting what they were doing here and what they were up to. Larry replied that if everyone present heard the true purpose of their visit, the director could find himself in an awkward position. The director suggested we quickly go to the conference room. As soon as they entered the office, Peter was immediately indignant at why they were being so persistent, because it was impossible to find a buyer overnight. Larry answered briefly that they would decide everything during the day. He sat down in a chair and said that he would exercise his rights as the largest shareholder. Peter did not understand what law Larry was talking about, but one of the auditors explained that it was the law on external audit of limited liability companies, Article 14, as well as storage and publication of accounting reports. Point 5, that is, shareholders and creditors can review the documentation at any time and request reports on costs and expenses. Larry ordered to bring here all the documents and reports that the auditors are now demanding. He added that this is due to the fact that shareholders doubt the abilities of the company's leaders. They want to see with their own eyes how the company got to this point. The director stood in the doorway and did not move, apparently thinking that the problem would resolve itself. Jack repeated Larry's instructions to him and advised him to do this as quickly as possible if Peter did not want the situation to worsen. Instead of immediately bringing the documents, Peter rushed to the office of his brother Tony, the CEO of the company. Tony asked how it happened because Peter said the meeting went well. The brother replied that Larry returned after announcing his desire to resell the shares. Tony quickly called the accounting department and found out that Larry's people were already there. Peter was openly panicking about whether they had already occupied the accounting department. Tony was furious he didn't expect such swift action. Peter suggested maybe this was just a ploy to raise the stock price. He explained that he saw Larry's expression and look yesterday. He will not do anything for nothing. His goal is money. He is a broker. Tony thought maybe it was all just a show. Peter decided to reassure his brother and said that there would be no benefit from an external audit. He added that he would bring Larry, they would expose his plan, and send him back. Tony shouted at his brother because yesterday he said with his mouth that there was nothing special in the meeting. Peter replied that in any case, we need to finish this before there is a fuss. Tony told Peter to quickly stop the chest and bring him into the office. Peter ran into the conference room and told Larry that the CEO had something to tell him and was inviting him to his office. Larry replied that he did not advise wasting time and bringing reports here. Peter returned to the office and told Tony that Larry was not in the mood for negotiations and continued to demand reports. He asked his brother not to worry because how would people who invest in large companies find out what they hid? After all, these people don't even know what to look for. Peter will simply contact them when they find themselves under the rubble of documents. But at that time, the audit was in full swing in the accounting department. Jack, along with everyone else, took an active part, reading every letter and number. One of the auditors approached Larry and, showing the documents, said that this looked like currency fraud. He added that apparently the money from the last transfer did not reach Korea at all. The auditor explained that they stole money under the guise of importing raw materials and carried out currency fraud. He pointed to the numbers on the invoice and said that expensive chandeliers were listed here. Judging by the amount, there should be at least 6 containers, since the goods are bulky. But the invoice only listed 1 container, which means they fooled customs too. Larry asked if the auditor was confident in his assumptions. The employee replied that they had dealt with similar goods many times. They may not know how many bowls of rice they have at home, but they are sure of the size and cost of these goods. Hearing this, Larry stood up from his chair and said that the show was about to start, but Lucas stopped him and said that he needed to call first. Jack dialed the number and said he was grateful that he had sent him wonderful people. Less than 2 hours later, they hit the jackpot for Lucas, and at this rate, he will definitely get his license. The chairman replied that these guys are real hard workers. He will call the prosecutor, and by the end of the day, they will have a search and seizure. A minute later, the audit team entered the CEO's office. Peter said they returned quickly, perhaps after going through a few pieces of paper, their eyes tired. Jack told them that he understood why the company was in complete ass. Did they really think that Larry and the auditors were the kind of people who would spit at the ceiling for 2 hours? Tony asked if he was really smart or just has no manners. Jack replied that he had manners, which is why he reported the management of Contour Group and the entire owner's family to the prosecutor's office. Or is it not enough for the directors to show manners and deign to talk? Tony jumped up from his seat and Peter was simply shocked by what he heard. At that moment, Peter received a call and he ran out of the office. And Tony shouted, "What the hell are they doing? Or do they want to go down with the company? If it falls apart, then their shares will turn into simple pieces of paper." Then Peter ran into the office and said that the Office of Financial Investigations had issued a search warrant. Tony realized, judging by how quickly events were developing, that someone had put pressure on the controls. At this point, Jack said that after the takeover of Auto Group and Wilson Motors, they had a couple of life preservers, so they could help each other out and help each other. He added that currently all executives and their families are prohibited from traveling abroad, so there is no need to think about escaping, and it is better to contribute to the investigation. With these words, Jack headed towards the exit and said that they had nothing more to do here. Larry added that if they feel scared in the interrogation room, they can always call him at any time. Towards evening, the chairman called a meeting to appoint his people in the Contour Group company. But no one except him yet knew on what issue they were gathered at the residence in the evening. The chairman asked those present who was the youngest here. Barry Barton, director of Wilson Construction, replied that this was Paul McConaughey, director of the Construction Support Office. Paul stood up and bowed to the chairman. He said that he had been promoted last spring to the position of executive director. Richard replied that in a year he would be promoted again. The assistant chairman replied that everyone present would soon be transferring to another company, and their rank would rise a couple of steps from Wilson Construction. Everyone looked in surprise, first at the assistant, then at the chairman. The fact that the position and salary would increase was not as important as moving to another company. Someone even said that moving to another branch or subsidiary is already a demotion. Michael responded that Director Artur Palescu would take over as General Managing Director. Director Carl Correns will be appointed Deputy President. And Executive Director Paul McConaughey will become a director in the administrative headquarters. But all those present were united by one question. Where exactly are they being transferred? And is the future company comparable to Wilson Construction? Michael said that their new company is Contour Group. Arthur Palescu exclaimed, "Shouldn't it go bankrupt? And besides, it has nothing to do with Synthes Group." The chairman replied that he saw the concern of the employees and was ready to explain everything to them. Richard said that the Fantasy Entertainment Company would soon take over the Contour Group company, because it was already familiar to them. The chairman added that they are now working on this, and in a couple of months, they will become the largest shareholder of Contour Group. And as for the rumors of bankruptcy, they will get her to bankruptcy and take her to the top. Richard told none of them to worry, but to simply do as the chairman ordered. He added that they all already know what to do, and must bring the Contour Group to normal as quickly as possible. Richard said that after Contour Group stabilizes, it will become a subsidiary of Synthes Group. This will not be a merger, as it will reduce the number of jobs. Those present began to understand that the Contour Group company would become another construction company within the Synthes Group. Barry Barton asked what kind of relationship there is between Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment, and whether the chairman is the creator of this company. The chairman smiled and replied that it would be great if Fantasy Entertainment were his company, but they say that its owner is still a money bag. Assistant Michael also wanted to know the answer to the question about the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Maybe today he will hear it. The chairman only told everyone that the main shareholder is a person whom he trusts as much as he trusts them. Michael began to go over in his memory all the meetings of the chairman and the circle of his acquaintances who visited his office. He began to suspect that Lucas might be the owner. The puzzle began to take shape in Michael's head. The chairman was not the type to send his people to help a simple relative. This must be a person whom he trusts in the same way as the key figures of Synthes Group. That is why support was provided to Fantasy Entertainment during the hunt for a domestic company. Perhaps the inheritance is intended not for the son, but for the grandson. While the investigative committee was on break, Jack and Larry decided to talk to Tony Abrams. Jack turned to Tony and said that they would be given money. They would not have to flee the country, and they could return here at any time. Larry added that they could remain in Korea at all, but if they did not accept the conditions, the money paid to their children in the form of salaries would be returned to the company as an illegal gift. Tony was silent, either thinking about what he had said or not listening at all. Jack couldn't stand it and shouted, "Didn't he approve it and put a stamp on it?" Jack advised Tony to remember everything. Jack shouted that the country was on the verge of destruction, and he was only thinking about how to snatch money to fill his pockets and dump it abroad. Tony angrily asked how the prosecutor's office could do this to him. He shouted if there could be anyone in Korea who is taller than him. Larry replied that now in the country the king is the one who gives dollars. He added that Fantasy Entertainment now has dollars in its hands, so they are calmly negotiating with the government, promising to pay in dollars if they acquire Contour Group. In addition, there is evidence that the company's management stole money, and there are testimonies from employees. Tony screamed, so he's being charged. Larry replied that if they want to avoid this, then they know who needs to be greased. Tony understood who he was talking about and asked Lucas what he wanted. Jack suggested that he return all the stolen money. Then they would buy back the shares of the company owned by his family, and they would no longer have to worry about it. Tony asked what about the investigation. Jack replied that the investigation would be closed. Tony bowed his head and replied that he would cooperate and asked them to keep their word. Already sitting in the car, Larry said that roughly speaking, it turns out to be 80 billion. Jack replied, even if it is half, then there must be at least 150 billion. Larry said that 80 was just last year, so that's how much has been stolen in a lifetime. Jack replied that he needed to find everything. Tell this old man to exchange the rest of his life for money. Larry said, even if everything goes well, it makes his blood boil that such a piece of trash would enjoy life on the money from selling shares. Jack replied that there was nothing to be done. He needed to pay for all the shares to enter the company. That evening, Jack visited the chairman's house. Grandpa took a cup of hot tea and asked Lucas if Tony Abrams gave back everything he stole. Jack replied that he had only disclosed information about 80 billion. The inspectorate, with the support of the prosecutor's office, has been checking all the documents for 10 years, and even more will come out. The chairman asked if Lucas was going to pay him when he received all the shares, because the amount would not be small. Jack replied that the theft had been revealed, so he would return the money for the shares on the condition that he avoid the actual sentence. Grandpa laughed and said that it looked like Lucas was going to fleece Tony. Jack replied that he simply could not forgive the director. The chairman asked what made Lucas so angry. Jack said that if he had taken care of the employees' overdue wages, he would have given him enough money, but the people had been without pay for more than 3 months. At this time, banks are reluctant to issue loans, but many have had to take them out just to pay living expenses. Jack wants Tony Abrams to feel the same way they do. The chairman asked how Lucas could know how the workers felt. Jack remembered that he too had once been an employee. He knew that if the already small salary was delayed for a month, then the whole family would plunge into a hopeless debt hole. But he replied to the chairman that he simply could not forget the darkened faces of the employees when he first came to Contour Group. The grandfather advised his grandson to never forget this. He must feed the employees. There is nothing worse than hunger. Jack looked at the chairman. Was Grandpa really hiding this side of himself? Wasn't he a man who believed that workers who died at a construction site were simply expendable? The chairman added that when people are hungry, they begin to give. The offended employees of Contour Group betrayed the director when they did everything to find the money he spent. He said that there are 2 types of people who are capable of betraying: those who are hungry and cannot bear it anymore, and those who cannot get enough, no matter how much they eat. Jack replied that in the first case, the management was to blame for not feeding the workers. Grandfather added that in the second case, the one who did not look after the person enough was to blame. The chairman said that Lucas must remember all this, and this is not sympathy, but vigilance. In February 1998, a new president was inaugurated in the Republic of Korea. Jack and Larry discussed issues regarding Contour Group and other important issues with investors. Larry said that if creditors show a little understanding, then innocent employees of Contour Group will not be kicked out onto the street. Investors asked what kind of understanding we were talking about. Larry pushed the folder towards them and they began to study it with interest. Larry continued, "As can be seen from the organizational structure, Fantasy Entertainment has a fairly close connection with Synthesis Group." Larry added that this should be enough to dispel investors' doubts about how the construction company will be managed. The investors looked at each other, and one of them said that they recognized that this was an effective management scheme, and asked to answer what Fantasy Entertainment wanted from them. Larry replied that he was asking them to extend the loan repayment period for at least 1 year. He asked to write off debts and reduce interest on arrears, as well as to entrust them with the voting rights held by banks in the Contour Group. One of them said that shares are the only means to control the management process of the debtor. Does Fantasy Entertainment really want to take it away? Larry replied that he was not sure that control would somehow help such a sick person as Contour Group when they restore the company. They will return their voting rights. Investors responded that this issue requires time to discuss, and whether there is anything else to address them. Jack, without allowing Larry to answer, said that he knew that they were going to put 2 banks up for sale. He continued that from the point of view of financial stability, Grossbank can recover. Larry looked at Lucas in surprise, because they had not discussed such a question. Investors responded that there were many more dangerous enterprises than Grossbank, but this bank had a small scale, so it was put up for sale. Jack said the government is pushing overseas sales, and this is a great opportunity. Investors were surprised to ask if they were going to buy Grossbank. Jack replied that he proposed to use them, because if they received this bank, then the investors would not lose money. They would even be able to create an enterprise with Fantasy Entertainment. The investors looked at each other, but did not give any answer. Jack stood up and suggested that they finish for today. He hoped to hear their response to the chairman's proposal as soon as possible. Without allowing the investors to come to their senses, Jack quickly left the office, followed by Larry. He caught up with Lucas in the hallway and asked what the proposal for the bank was. Jack replied that when there is a whale in front of you, the rest of the fish seem small. Jack added that since he had offered to buy Grossbank, the other demands would seem minor and easier to fulfill. Larry replied that when it comes to numbers, Lucas is a copy of his grandfather. The tactics are really excellent. Jack wondered how Larry would react if he knew that this so-called tactic was a sincere suggestion. Philip watched the report from his subordinate and was indignant that the managers of the construction branch were quitting en masse, without even telling him the reason. The employee suggested that Director Barry Barton received instructions from the chairman, to which Philip replied that the chairman himself had hired these people, starting with Arthur Polescu. Philip heard that they were all moving to the Fantasy Entertainment Company under Larry Baker. The aide added that there is no doubt that Larry and the chairman have a trusting relationship. Philip thought, after all, Fantasy Entertainment can't be his father's personal wallet. If this company was his property, he would never have opened it to the public. Philip asked what else he found out, and the assistant said that all these directors kept their mouths shut, and nothing more could be learned. The aide added that it would be better if they came and spoke to the vice chairman in person. Philip replied that they were all his father's men, and were not the type to talk too much. The aide asked what about Paul McConney, the youngest of the chairman's men. Paul recently became a leader, and it is likely that he will drop everything and happily run to a meeting with Philip. Philip ordered to invite him to dinner, but to do it as quietly as possible. In the evening, a sumptuous dinner was served at the vice chairman's house. Philip offered Paul a drink, and said that although it was late, he congratulated the director on his promotion. Paul, with a smile and a little embarrassment, held out his drinking bowl. He apologized and replied that everything happened in a big hurry, so the vice chairman was not in the know. Philip said that everything is fine, because he knows that Paul is the chairman's man who constantly thinks about work. He looked closely at the director and asked if he had a hard time working with Larry Baker. Paul replied that Larry lived abroad for a long time, so he's a very open person. Philip made sure that Paul was not at all wary of him and decided to move on to further actions. He asked if things were going well there, to which Paul replied that Contour Group was about to be bought out. He added that the concept of the media city has already been defined and has a fairly detailed plan. The calculation of the timing and total cost of construction should be completed in the first half of the year. Philip did not yet understand what kind of media city we were talking about, and what the buyout of Contour Group had to do with it. Paul said that the head of the department, Lucas Wilson, is also an incredible person. Even Paul has a lot to learn from him. For Philip, Everything became even more incomprehensible. It was unclear what his nephew Lucas had to do with it.
He replied to Paul that this was the first time he had heard that Lucas Wilson was the head of the department.
Paul said that was on Lucas's business card when Larry Baker brought him. Philip suggested that Larry takes him everywhere with her specifically to train him. He again said with bewilderment that this was the first time he had heard that his youngest nephew was studying with Larry. Philip noticed that Paul was somehow fussing at that moment, and, in order not to frighten him, Philip said that he could speak calmly. He added that he was simply so busy that he did not ask his nephew about his affairs, as he usually does. Paul replied that even if the chairman did not say, Philip would still have guessed that his target was investment and mergers and acquisition specialists. Philip suggested that if Lucas manages investments and mergers and acquisitions, but is not part of the Synthes group, then he does not lay claim to the throne. He said out loud that he would like his nephew to become a prosecutor, but apparently you can't fool blood. Philip added that he would like to hear Paul's thoughts on whether everything is going smoothly with the Contour Group project. I heard that there is a lot of scope there, but did not pay attention to it, since this is an external project. Paul replied that the matter was not worth worrying about, and everything was going smoothly because this project was worth several trillion won, so mistakes were not allowed. Philip was shocked. In the country every now and then, companies fail. But they managed to successfully promote the business for such a huge amount. In addition, such a large project is not carried out by Wilson Construction, but by some other company. Philip would really like to know what his father is up to. Pouring more alcohol, Philip said that even if the project ends without problems, it won't be difficult to unite with Synthes Group again, and Fantasy Entertainment will have the advantage. Philip saw Paul's confusion again and urgently decided to change the subject. He smiled and said that he actually wasn't going to talk about work and suggested we just have drinks and dinner. Philip decided that apparently he was putting too much pressure because, judging by the expression on Paul's face, he suspected something. He took a piece of fish and realized that it would be difficult to dig further. Eric Wilson sat in his office and waited for his brother. He was already aware that Philip wanted to talk to him. Philip sat down on the sofa and said that he wanted to discuss something with Eric, if it was convenient for him now. Eric replied that his brother had simply never visited him before, despite the fact that their offices were located nearby. Philip asked if Eric was aware that executives at Wilson Construction were leaving en masse. Eric replied that he knew about their departure, but Philip interrupted with a question whether his brother knew the reason for this departure. Eric replied that he had only heard some rumors. Philip asked if Eric meant that we were talking about Larry Baker and the Fantasy Entertainment Company. The brother replied that it was so. All the directors went to work there. Philip asked that perhaps Eric knows what connects their father with Larry from Fantasy Entertainment. The brother asked why Philip was so concerned about this. Philip asked him the same question. Eric replied that perhaps it was all because of Heinrich, because the chairman loves Lucas very much, so he wants Heinrich to look good, because it is logical for him to leave something as an inheritance too. Philip clarified whether we are talking about Fantasy Entertainment. Eric heard that Larry and Heinrich were good friends, so his father invested some money in that company, teaching Heinrich to buy their shares. He added that it is quite obvious that if Heinrich receives something from Synthes Group, then he and Philip will take it back. Philip answered whether Wilson Motors and Contour Group were too much for Heinrich. Eric said that the scale of the Contour Group is half that of the Synthes Group. It does not seem that the father transferred part of Wilson Construction. Philip could not resist and told his brother that Fantasy Entertainment was taking over Contour Group and a contract worth several trillion won. Hearing this huge amount, Eric jumped up from his seat. Philip added that if their business succeeds, they will be on par with Wilson Construction, so it is worth checking why such a gold mine is given to an outsider. Eric asked if Philip had misunderstood something. Why in a country that is running out of money there is a project worth several trillion won, and Contour Group is on the verge of bankruptcy? Philip also understood that this was not a very profitable idea, but what if their father was managing all this? He said that Heinrich had already received Wilson Motors, but this would not give them the opportunity to take on such an expensive project. And Eric assumed it was just a gift. He asked his brother what he was going to do and what he wanted from Eric. Philip suggested asking his father about everything to find out who was behind it all. Eric exclaimed that Philip always has some kind of problem, and that every minute he runs to his daddy, like a capricious son. The brother replied that if he went alone it would really look like whining, but they would come together to find out about the current state of the business and offer to help. Philip added that if they say that they will do everything possible to acquire Contour Group and the successful operation of the project, then this will not be whining, but talk about business. Eric said that previously Heinrich only needed one, but perhaps he changed his mind and wants to leave something for Lucas. He added that Heinrich is also a father. If he swallows drool from Synthes Group, he will not say about it, but it would be nice to grab a piece. Although Lucas seems more likely than Heinrich. and he never failed his grandfather's expectations. Philip replied that this is not Lucas, because his father is raising him as a financial expert, and here we are talking about investments, mergers, and acquisitions. He added that Larry Baker teaches Lucas everything. Eric thought that no one else was suitable then. Their brother Nick had dropped out earlier, and Caroline had no reason to interfere. That evening, Philip and Eric stood before the chairman asking if their father was connected to fantasy entertainment. He turned to his sons and replied that they didn't think they had the right to make such a fuss, calling themselves heirs. Then his father reminded Philip how, several months ago, he offered to exchange Wilson Motors' profits for one, taking a commission for the exchange of currencies. He angrily added that he had never seen such a robber in his life. Philip had only one thing to do: listen and remain silent. Eric asked if the chairman had nothing to do with fantasy entertainment. Then why was it so unfair? The father looked at Eric sternly and told him that a few days ago he was in despair and thought that he could not avoid his first bankruptcy, and he had to accept additional conditions. With these words, Eric was also silenced. His father reminded him that he survived the crisis thanks to the shares he gave him, so it was not for him to talk about injustice. Philip said that perhaps his father needed some help, to which the chairman replied, before poking his nose into his affairs, shouldn't he first think about why he did this? The father added that it was all like a Trojan horse in which soldiers were hiding in order to get into enemy territory. Philip exclaimed, "This means why his father sent his people there." The chairman answered in the affirmative because he must return back what belongs to him. Hearing this plan, the brothers stood silent in amazement, but their father had not yet said anything about the Contour Group and Lucas. Father said that Fantasy Entertainment is now using him to absorb Contour Group and promote a big project. Fantasy Entertainment has grown a lot. The brothers heard that after the Contour Group joined the Auto Group, their father was going to absorb it. He has already lost Wilson Motors, so Contour Group and Auto Group will become his interest. The chairman told his sons that they might have to do it. Philip happily said that he and his brother would keep this in mind. But Eric was thinking that his father still hadn't told them the main thing, and had to explain himself. And he told the chairman that Contour Group and Auto Group would be restored, but the owner would not be Synthesis Group. Seeing his father's surprised face, Eric continued saying, since Wilson Motors had broken away, why not give it to Heinrich after they take Auto Group? The chairman looked questioningly at his son. Eric clarified that he meant Lucas, because among the grandchildren, there is no one smarter than him. He expressed the opinion that Henry would not be able to give his son Lucas a chance. Philip boiled, because now his brother tried to crush his eldest grandson, or rather his son Kevin. The chairman looked at his sons with sadness. One son can barely contain his anger, and the second one pretends to care about someone else's child. He felt a special affection for the eldest, but the second was on his own and quietly sorted out his affairs. For both of them, taking company from a yellow-haired nephew is like taking candy from a child. The chairman looked at Eric and asked when he learned to take advantage of his kindness. The son apologized and admitted that it was very impudent of him. It was just a pity to miss such a capable person as Lucas. The father had no intention of talking to them anymore, and if they heard what they wanted, they could go. He told them to think about his words and how they could return what they had stolen. The chairman added that at the end of the month, the creation of the second Auto Group company will be announced. Both should come and congratulate Larry Baker and not forget to support James Twain, the director of Auto Group. He told his sons to keep a close eye so that Wilson Motors did not fall into the wrong hands. After listening to their father's instructions, the brothers left the office. Richard threw his head back and closed his eyes. It was not easy to protect his grandson from the wolves, even at the cost of lies. Soon the second ceremony of founding Auto Group and the inauguration of the chairman took place. James Twain stood at the podium and said that he had already put the company in danger once. He said that Auto Group is an eternally young company, challenging the impossible and striving to realize its plans. James added that from today, the Auto Group company will proudly bear a new name and receive a new birth. The company will be named Chrome Wilson and will never disappear. Stormy applause was heard in the hall, but Larry Baker was the most pleased. The day was drawing to a close, and a banquet was being held at the chairman's residence to celebrate today's ceremony. The chairman was very tired during the day and wanted to be completely alone in his office. And then Lucas appeared on the threshold. The grandfather was surprised and asked why his grandson was not present at the banquet. Jack showed the package and replied that thanks to the chairman, he became the owner of Auto Group and did not want to celebrate without him. He put one of the bottles of alcohol he brought on the table. The chairman saw the branded label on the bottle and asked why he brought branded alcohol to the bankrupt company. Jack replied that this is alcohol with a 70-year history. It is unlikely that the founder of the company thought that his alcohol would last for so many years. Grandfather took the bottle in his hand and said, "This alcohol will not disappear even if the owner changes." The chairman smiled at his grandson and agreed to drink one glass. He took the glass and, congratulating Lucas, said that he had done an excellent job at the age of 20. The grandson had achieved what the chairman only achieved at 40. Jack replied that none of this would have happened if his grandfather had not given him a ranch at the age of 10. The chairman said that there are many children who received ranches at that age and are now 30 years old. But Lucas is the only one who multiplied what he received tens of thousands of times. Everything Lucas has is thanks to his strength, and he can be proud of himself. The chairman finished the glass and said that this alcohol no longer tasted the same. Jack, taking a sip, asked his grandfather how things were going with the Contour Group company. The chairman replied that the bank had made small concessions and the staff had already received a certain amount. Jack added that the prosecutor's office did an excellent job, also receiving a reward. He put down his glass and added that Tony Abrams is not going to give away the proceeds from the sale of shares, although they threatened him with the arrest of his children and grandchildren. Looking at how Tony didn't want to back down even under threats, you understand how scary money is. But the chairman said the proceeds from the sale of shares were his last weapon, and he decided it was not the time to take it up. But one day he will use it. Jack replied that Director Abrams had no chance. His entire family was arrested and convicted, and the money from the shares must be used to pay fines, so he has no options. The chairman said that Tony would make sure that Lucas would not lay a finger on this money. It would go into the state treasury. Jack still didn't quite understand what his grandfather wanted to say. If the director does not return the money from the proceeds from the shares, then he and his family will not be able to avoid imprisonment. And if he begins to resist, then the money will go to the treasury, but he and his family will still not be able to escape punishment. The chairman said that Lucas is now a prisoner of his emotions and has forgotten about the heart of a businessman. Jack objected that he constantly thinks about money, and this helps him normalize the work of the Contour Group. Grandfather replied that Lucas was angry because of a sense of injustice. They were stealing money and not paying wages. Surely his family did not just do this to live large. The chairman added that the director sees Lucas as a businessman, so he expects him to make a different offer. And then Abrams will be able to put a couple of pennies in his pocket. If the director manages to hold out long enough, Lucas won't even get one. The chairman added that it's funny when a businessman criticizes others. What difference does it make how others live and what they think? After all, the main thing for a businessman is to put other people's money into his own pocket. The anger Jack felt towards Director Abrams was for a reason. It was connected with the fact that Jack saw himself in every employee of Contour Group. The grandfather suggested that his grandson consider inviting Tony to split the money from his pocket. The chairman was confident that Director Abrams would accept the offer. So the grandfather offered to leave the director some money so that his family could avoid prison. Grandfather replied that if the director gave up half the value of the company's shares, then it could be said that he had repented. Then Abrams can only count on a suspended sentence, and his family will escape punishment. The chairman said that money should come first, and feelings of injustice and emotions would not play any role. Jack replied that he remembered his grandfather's words and would act like a real businessman. The next day, having received permission to meet with Tony Abrams, Jack arrived at the detention center. He sat down opposite the director and asked how he liked the food here. Tony replied that you can eat. That's the price you have to pay for looking down on fantasy entertainment. He acted relaxed, which means, as grandfather said, he thinks that he still has the sword. Jack said that visiting time was limited, and he would immediately convey Larry Baker's words to the director. If Tony gave up all the proceeds from the stock sale, or gave up all the shares in the company. The director interrupted him and replied that apparently Lucas did not want this and asked him to quickly get to the point. Jack continued, saying that then the investigation would be completed, and Tony would receive a suspended sentence and retain his position as an advisor to the Contour Group. The advisor's salary will be very generous. It would be good if the director agreed to cooperate. Jack said that everything that happened with the company was a misunderstanding, and when everything calms down, they will hire him for the position they were promised. Tony listened without saying a word. Jack said that the media will wrap everything up beautifully and present it to the public, because one must value one's reputation. Tony replied that Director Larry is very meticulous. The money he receives will go towards the company's expenses. Isn't this too expensive for a simple advisor? Jack said that in return the director would receive a larger salary. Tony stood up, extended his hand to Jack and asked him to take care of him. Jack shook his hand and said that he would prepare a contract for the position of advisor. Hearing this, Larry was very surprised. Jack said that this way they could get all the shares, and Abrams would only receive an advisor's salary. He added that the director agreed only so that his family would not go to prison and the money would not go into the state treasury. Larry asked how much Lucas was thinking of giving Abrams. Jack replied that Tony wanted 30% of the value of all shares within 10 years. Larry figured it out and answered that then Tony would receive a rather large salary. Jack said that in the beginning, yes. Larry asked what it means at the beginning. Jack replied that he planned to cut his salary 2 months after he took office, so that he too would experience the horror of not getting what he was promised. He added that there are turbulent times in the country, and until Contour Group reaches a stable level, it is necessary to tighten our belts. Director Abrams told employees exactly this when he delayed payments. As soon as the plane gained altitude, Jack took out a book and continued reading. He told Thomas that he could order drinks and food if he wanted. They had plenty of time so they could relax. Thomas said he would like to talk about Kevin's appointment as a director of Contour Group. He added that Kevin wanted to join Wilson Electronics, but the chairman ignored his desire and sent him there. Jack replied that there are now many new vacancies at Contour Group. He asked where, according to Thomas, he has more influence. To be the manager of Wilson Electronics or the director of Contour Group. Jack added that any of the thousands of employees can drive a car, carry out small errands, and report on changes in the company. He was referring to the business relationship between Thomas and Lucas, and between Thomas and his supervisor. In order for a relationship to turn into a trust, you need to correctly judge the situation. You need to understand why this or that event happened and what may change in the future. A business partner can always be replaced, but when the relationship is trusting, there is no replacement for them. Thomas replied that he would remember that. Jack saw Thomas's face slump and said he wasn't going to judge or reprimand him. Thomas replied that he still couldn't get rid of the errand boy mentality, and thanked Lucas for the warning. Jack looked towards Thomas and thought that he would really remember everything that was said. There are many people who make decisions, but only a few of them implement them. Arriving in Israel, Jack immediately went to Huxley University. Walking into Stuart Munn's office, he found it difficult to find a place among the piles of books and scientific collections. Without looking away from his computer, Stuart asked why the Hollywood wizard wanted to meet with a simple scientist. Jack replied that Hollywood is only part of their investment projects. They always pay attention to new technologies with great potential. Stuart looked at Lucas and asked if he meant NeuroIntel. Jack asked to explain in more detail. Stuart responded that NeuroIntel is a 3D optical solution for determining the accuracy of parts or assemblies. This method is the name of the company itself. Jack didn't fully understand what Stuart said, but he replied that he would put their company on his list. He added that he is interested in technologies that will provide the user with information collected using cameras with minimal error. Jack said that he had read an article about artificial intelligence and computer image recognition systems, although he understood the essence in general terms. Stuart was surprised that Larry was willing to cross the ocean for this concept. Jack replied that it all depended on where the technology would be applied, and perhaps the professor had already thought about some area. Stuart said he had options, but he wanted to hear Lucas's thoughts. Jack replied that this technology could be used in cars. The camera will collect surrounding information and transmit information to the driver about the situation, such as the distance to contact with objects outside. Or, a camera installed on the rear bumper will show on the monitor in the cabin an image of what is behind the car. This is convenient when reversing and parking, reducing the number of accidents. Stuart listened to the idea that it was possible to install a sensor that would slow down a car at a traffic light. The professor added that it is also possible to add lane recognition to prevent driving into oncoming traffic. He exclaimed that by converting analog data to digital, it could be incorporated into a car's electronic system. Jack replied that the ultimate goal is a self-driving car that drives itself. Now that they had come to a common understanding, Jack suggested moving on to the purpose that had brought him across the ocean. Stuart guessed that the conversation should be about investing in this idea. He said that the likelihood of such a car is low. It looks like science fiction. Of course, in theory this is possible, but it is unknown when it will be possible to bring it into reality. Jack replied that there is nothing more beautiful than making a dream come true. He drew Stuart's attention to the fact that their company is not called Fantasy Entertainment for nothing. Leaving the office, Jack gave the address where he was staying, and when the professor sorted out his thoughts, he could call him. Stuart shouted after him that he would definitely call Lucas. Jack saw the professor's interest, and understood that he would soon become the main shareholder of a large company that has autopilot technology. For this, Jack was ready to accept any conditions in order to later increase the Motors Group's share in the Korean market. After this, they will be able to compete with advanced foreign systems. Back in Korea, Jack visited the chairman's residence to reassure his grandfather about his past trip. Hearing that Lucas was flying to Israel, his grandfather scolded him for being in such a dangerous place. Jack replied that it had been pretty quiet there lately. The chairman said that he could barely restrain himself from calling him, to which Lucas replied that he was just flying out to get some fresh air. Seeing that the grandson did not want to tell, he said that he would not ask. At that moment, Caroline, the daughter of the chairman, looked into the office. She was a little surprised to see Lucas in the office. The chairman ordered his daughter and Oliver to sit down. He had something to tell them. The first thing he did was ask his son-in-law if there were any problems with running for mayor of Seoul. Oliver replied that everything was going smoothly. Jack saw their joyful faces, because the first stage for the position had been completed. The chairman informed them that the ruling party had also nominated Jacques Bolden for the position of mayor. He ran in 2 national elections for the government and for mayor of Seoul. For Oliver, Jacques was an incredibly strong opponent. The chairman looked at his grandson and said that it looked like he had thrown away his money. Jack asked how grandfather knew this, since there was no such information in the news. The chairman replied that Bolden himself called him in the morning and said that the ruling party wanted to recruit him and asked for advice. Jack asked why Jacques Bolden was asking permission from the chairman. He replied that Bolden had once taken his place thanks to his money, which is why he asked permission to become a rival for his son-in-law. Oliver stood up from the couch and pleaded, asking for help from the chairman. The chairman pretended not to understand, saying that he really put forward his candidacy without confidence in victory. Oliver replied that he simply did not expect the opponent to be Jacques Bolden. Then Caroline intervened and said that her father only had to say one word for Bolden to get out of the way. The chairman became angry and shouted, "Does she really think that this will all end? And if another rival appears, he must also be eliminated." He called them squalid. If they thought that a flower road was waiting for them, then it was better to give up everything right now. Jack understood that these words did not only apply to his uncle and aunt. Perhaps this was another way to test him. The chairman said that instead of whining, it is better to go and discuss everything with the people in charge. He continued to shout that such a significant position of the mayor should not be wasted. They must take action immediately. Oliver and Caroline immediately left the office as if scalded. The chairman turned to Lucas and asked if he knew who Jacques Bolden was. Jack knew very well the man who had achieved everything while serving as mayor in the past. But he told his grandfather that this was the first time he had heard this name. The chairman said that he was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was ambassador to the United States, and then held other government posts. Jack regretted that he ignored politics. He did not remember any elections, nor those who were opponents of Jacques Bolden. He asked if his grandfather would help his uncle with the elections, but he replied that he would not do this. Grandfather did not care who won the election, what his son-in-law was, that Jacques did not refuse his requests. He added that he wins in any case, but Lucas will lose. Now it seemed to Jack that the chairman was not even hiding his joy. Grandfather said that without a media project, the city, Contour Group, would become a money-eater, and would only bring headaches. He sent people there who might have to starve. The grandfather checked his grandson. If he asks for help, then he's no different from his uncle and aunt. Jack said that Jacques, like any person, has weaknesses, and if you find them, you will have a chance to win. The chairman replied that being the son-in-law of a rich family is a weak point, but how can this be turned into an advantage? Jack replied that this is not a weakness, but an advantage, because the son-in-law is also rich and will not turn a blind eye to tax evasion. Thereby, he can sell his grandfather. He added that the son-in-law can promise that the chairman of Synthes Group will do a lot for Seoul, for example. Build apartments. Grandfather said that he had no need to engage in this construction. Jack replied that these were just words, because everyone knows that the candidates' election speeches are all just lies and deception. The chairman objected that any promises could not guarantee victory. Jack replied that the election was a battle after battle, so he wanted to talk to Jacques Bolden. When his grandfather asked what he was going to talk about, Jack replied that who knows, maybe mutual understanding will arise, then you can change the horse. The chairman reminded the grandson that he had already invested a lot of money in his uncle's elections. Changing the horse would mean abandoning them. We were talking about a business that can bring in tens of times more than 40 billion, so he doesn't throw away 40 but earns 400. Grandfather responded by reminding him that his uncle had made a fuss about the city's media, whether it was right for Jacques Bolden to fulfill the loser's election promise. Jack replied that that was why he was asking to arrange a meeting for him. A few days later, Jack had documents in front of him regarding the weak point of Jacques Bolden, which he asked Larry to get. Larry explained that Jacques himself, his older brother, and one of his sons were exempted from military service. Jack said that first we need to report this to the army. In fact, the election campaign began even before it was officially announced. Jacques' only weakness was his release from the army, and his uncle's fact that he was from a family of famous rich people. It was at this moment that the grandfather introduced Lucas to one person, an assistant to Jacques Bolden, who, if his boss won, would take the place of deputy mayor for political affairs. The chairman was able to arrange a meeting with him, believing that Lucas would succeed. Bolden's aide said he was told there would be someone who would be hard to say no to. He added that he did not think that it would be a person from the company that took over Auto Group. Jack thanked him for his time and replied that he would try to briefly explain the purpose of the visit. Sitting down at the table, Jacques' assistant handed over his business card. It was Rudy Collins. He added that he immediately refuses anything Jack doesn't want to talk about, especially a request to meet with a candidate. Jack, looking at Rudy, thought that either it was just his temperament, or he was ignoring Jack because of his age. But Jack knows how to serve his elders. Jack replied that he did not want to meet with the candidate, but with him. He knew he would make this man listen. Jack said that there would be no reason to meet with the candidate in the future. Rudy chuckled and asked if the foreign investor knew how to stir up a Korean politician. Jack replied that he had no problem with Jacques Bolden. Rudy said that the businessman insists on the meeting, although he has no complaints. After finishing his glass of alcohol, Rudy said that he was ready to listen to him and did not want to waste his time. Jack asked if there were any cases when a second person inherited the business of the first. Rudy didn't fully understand what Lucas wanted to say, but he didn't show it. Jack continued. The second face remains in the background for the rest of his life, and the right hand gradually lowers, turning into a tail, the fate of which in the end is to be cut off from the powerful body. Rudy told him to continue. Jack said that these concepts of right hand and second person were created to prevent the masses from exalting these people. And when all the dots were in place, where the owner was and where the limbs were, these limbs were not offended when they were simply thrown away after use. Once upon a time, Jack was such a limb too. He took responsibility for a crime he did not commit. Everything was taken for granted. Jack was convinced that Rudy had not escaped something similar either. He just helped Rudy wake up. Jack said that the candidate's life is really in Rudy's hands. After all, it depends on his actions whether his political life will be filled with joys or sorrows. Rudy replied that as the man who arranged their meeting had said, Lucas was young, but cunning. He advised Lucas to stop beating around the bush and say what he wanted. Jack replied that he wanted to buy the rest of Rudy Collins' life. He is the right hand of a man who has a small chance of getting from the position of mayor to the Blue House, because even becoming mayor is not easy. He is unlikely to be able to inherit this position, the chances are zero. Jack said that instead of holding on to this slim chance, Rudy could sell his future at a very good price. Rudy couldn't stand it and said through gritted teeth that Lucas was talking complete nonsense. Jack calmly added that he would also take responsibility for his children. His children will not need anything and will live as they want without having to work. Jack does not demand anything supernatural from Rudy. He only needs one word. Rudy asked furiously that, for the sake of this word, he would have to break up with Jacques Bolden. Jack replied that it was true, and if Rudy was truly his right-hand man, then he would not abandon him because of one mistake. Jack continued, saying that this was a great chance to test whether he was a farmhand or a right-hand man. He added that Rudy would only have to say a word that would cause the candidate to lose the election. And then Jack announced that he would give Rudy $20 billion. He will transfer them to wherever Rudy wants. In addition, he will appoint him as director of the fantasy entertainment branch. Rudy will be able to enjoy all the benefits of his position. He was silent and did not at all look like the self-confident person Jack saw at the beginning of the meeting. Jack stood up and said that he did not waste words and hoped that everything said here would remain. Putting on his jacket, Jack said that he was waiting for an answer tomorrow at the same time. Otherwise, he would find another one. One way or another, there will be someone who will reveal the weakness of Jacques Bolden. Finally, Jack said that in our time, many people would sell their souls for $20 billion. Grandfather said that he did not know the name of Rudy Collins. He simply asked to put him in touch with one of those close to Jacques Bolden. He asked if Lucas had told him he was going to change horses, if he had taken the sponsorship bait. Jack replied that he suggested that he betray the candidate. The chairman said that the grandson could simply push Jacques around and not act through his subordinates. Jack replied that grandfather and Jacques were of the same generation and would not have thanked him by promoting the media city. He would be doing a service. The message is different, but the result is the same. But people like Oliver and Rudy Collins will work and think of ways to repay the favor they have received. Jack added that these people come on the first call and bow at their feet. Grandfather laughed and said that Lucas was trying to discriminate against the older generation. He then said that Lucas was his grandson after all. The chairman realized that Lucas had initially bet on the candidate's assistant. Grandfather could not even think that his grandson would surpass him. Finally, Jack heard what he had long wanted to hear. Rudy waited for the candidate to arrive and couldn't get Lucas's recent conversation and proposal out of his mind. He thought about the position he was offered and the $20 billion. Just one word and all this can be his. At that moment, Jacques Bolden entered the office. He, as always, was preoccupied with something. Jacques was indignant that the party leader called him to him and pulled him when he became sad. Jacques said he was informed that MPs needed money for branches in this constituency. Rudy heard that some of the campaign funds would be given to them. The assistant informed the candidate that he would have to be away for about a week for family reasons. Jacques objected that this was out of the question because Rudy knew what an important time it was. He added that he himself had been living in a hotel for 2 weeks and did not really remember what his children looked like. Jacques ordered Rudy to organize a dinner with the deputies of the Seoul constituency. As he left the office, he asked what the approval ratings were for last week. Rudy replied that Jacques was ahead. The gap would only increase. The results could become even higher. The candidate said that this was a good job and left the office. Rudy assumed that Jacques would inquire about the reason for wanting to leave and ask what happened to him. Until now, Rudy only cared about his superior's personal affairs and not about his own family. He served Jacques for 10 years, and during this time, he never upset his leader. Rudy didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe tomorrow, when everything calms down, he'll ask about his problem. But a week passed, and Rudy still did not hear what he wanted to hear from the candidate. He crumpled the cigarette pack and dialed Lucas's phone. In the evening at the meeting, Rudy asked if it was true that Fantasy Entertainment was closely connected with Syntha's group. Jack replied that they had already absorbed their Wilson Motors. Rudy clarified his connections with the owner, who wants to make his son-in-law the mayor of Seoul. Jack replied that it had nothing to do with him. There was no reason for Synthesis Group to create such a convoluted plan. Rudy paused, then suggested we talk frankly. Rudy asked why they wanted to put the Wilson's son-in-law in the seat of mayor of Seoul. Jack replied that this was a trade secret and he could not reveal it to a stranger. Rudy exploded, saying that he was thinking of becoming a traitor, and he was called an outsider, so which side should he take? Jack repeated his offer. If candidate Jacques fails, then Rudy will get his money and become their man. Until that moment, Rudy must stay on the border strip and be in neutral territory. Rudy suggested that he would become human when the bridge through which he could return completely collapsed. And that was probably what he needed to do. Jack said that when relationships between friends collapse, it can still be called betrayal. But a violation of a trusting relationship with an employer is not a betrayal, but the end of a business relationship. Jack asked if Rudy and the candidate really had a trusting relationship, if he really served Jacques with all his heart. There can be no question of loyalty when the boss treats his subordinate like a dog. Rudy was silent again, then frankly said that he was just very hungry for money. Jack replied that most people are the same, but more often than not they are losers and cannot earn enough money. Rudy said that he was different only in that he would receive a larger amount. Jack replied that by receiving the money, Rudy would be able to challenge his dream of becoming a member of the National Assembly and not someone else's hand. And Fantasy Entertainment will help with this. Rudy looked at Lucas. He really had such a dream. Jack added that there are 2 years left until the next elections. No matter which party Rudy wants to run for, they have enough money and time for everything. Rudy was silent, and Jack waited. A couple of minutes later, Rudy told them to transfer the money, contact him 2 days before the election of candidate Jacques, and invite journalists. A dejected Caroline sat opposite Larry. 10 days remained until the election, and Jacques Bolden's ratings continued to rise. Larry said that there are still 10 days, and they are already giving up. Caroline replied that they did not want to give up, but nothing could be done about this tendency either. And to turn the tide, something big is needed. Larry recalled that the company allocated $40 billion to them, and the agreement is in the hands of the chairman. He added that he doesn't know what the chairman can do if they don't win or just give up. Caroline replied that they did everything they could on their own. Larry looked at Caroline intently and asked with a grin if she wanted him to turn things around. A few days later, Larry booked a luxurious table in one of the Seoul cafes and invited several reporters and journalists for lunch. On the table lay a common envelope prepared for them. Reporter Paul took the envelope and said that if you eat something like this, you can get indigestion. Larry replied that it was pocket money, and there was no point in arguing if the elder gave it to him. Paul sniffed the envelope and smiled. Larry said that in return he asks to stop slandering that the future of Contour Group is dark clouds. With these words, he invited everyone to drink. At that moment, they heard someone in a nearby cafe booth loudly toast to the fact that the day after tomorrow, candidate Jacques Bolden would become mayor of Seoul. The reporters looked at each other when they heard the candidate's name, which has been on everyone's lips lately. Larry said that it looks like the candidate's associates are there. He drank slowly and sighed with relief. He had finally come as promised. The reporters became quiet and began to listen carefully to the conversations in the next booth. Larry pretended that he was not interested and offered everyone a drink. One of the reporters politely asked President Larry to keep quiet. They wanted to check something. In the cubicle, someone asked if the chief of staff was sure that he would become deputy mayor. Another voice answered him. Did they really think that he, Rudy Collins, and the candidate's right-hand man was obsessed with this position? One of the reporters, realizing who was in the next booth, quietly turned on his voice recorder, hoping that an excellent special report might turn out. Someone in the next booth said that Rudy should inherit the job and become the next mayor. Rudy replied that he was the one who would make candidate Jacques mayor, and there could be no question of succession. He continued that it was now the candidate's turn to help him become a member of the National Assembly. He was asked whether the suspicions about his exemption from military service were justified. Rudy replied that such a high-ranking official as Jacques Bolden would really send his son to the army. He added that only people like them can serve. The reporters listened attentively and kept their heads down. Rudy said that he himself had to make dozens of fake certificates. He added that, for example, one of the official's children was born while he was in the United States, and since the son is a citizen of another country, that's why he did not serve. They objected to him that if the son was a U.S. citizen, then he should voluntarily join the army while his father was running for mayor. Rudy replied that he only said what he knew. Then he was asked why his third son was not released from the army and served in the defense forces. Rudy replied that the whole reason was that he was not Jacques Bolden's son. Surprised cries were heard in the booth that the candidate had an illegitimate child. The reporters who heard everything were also completely shocked. Rudy suggested that this could have happened when Jacques was working alone in Japan, because it is difficult for a man to go without a woman for several years. He added that, as far as he knew, the candidate had an affair with an employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Rudy said that Jacques was grateful to his wife that she agreed and entered their illegitimate son into their family registry, and after that he was simply sent to the army. Rudy was asked why he ended up in the defense, to which he replied that his son's eyesight was so poor that they wouldn't have taken him anywhere else. The reporters listened, and Larry thought that Rudy did an even better job than he should have. Apparently, Lucas did a good job with him. Larry turned to reporters and asked everyone to calm down. The reporter, who was smoking cigarettes one after another, asked Larry, how could he be calm after hearing this? Larry asked reporters not to spread this. If tomorrow this news blows up the media, then on election day, everything will turn upside down. He was told that we were talking about two things at once that were unacceptable in their country. Larry said that we can forget about the release of children from the army, but the presence of an illegitimate child will affect women's votes, which will go against it, and the game will be over. He added that based on ability, candidate Bolden is much better than candidate Oliver, who is the son-in-law of a rich family, and asked everyone to forget about it. But the reporter did not let up. He objected that they do not do that, and everything must be done to help voters make the right choice. Larry asked if they might want to do a special report for the award if candidate Oliver wins instead of Bolden. Larry continued, if the article comes out, and the newspaper that does it first will definitely make the greatest contribution to the victory of candidate Oliver, so will Synthes Group really ignore it. Larry said that they could even place their advertisements in it, or even buy a publishing house in gratitude. He looked at these naive reporters, he presented everything to them on a silver platter, and even told them how to persuade the editors to publish an article. One of the reporters jumped up and said that he suddenly remembered some urgent matter, and he needed to run. At that very second, they all had urgent problems and jumped up from the table. Left alone, Larry slowly poured himself a drink. Now he was very proud of himself, Lucas, and of course Rudy. The next morning was a busy one for candidate Jacques Bolden's entire office. All the morning, news and newspapers had the same information about the release from the army and the illegitimate child of candidate Bolden. Approval ratings dropped by 10%. Jacques ordered 3 close employees to enter his office and shouted from the threshold, who could allow such information to leak. Rudy fell to his knees and said that he had drunk for the first time in a long time, celebrating the expected victory of Jacques, and allowed himself to say too much. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said that it was his fault and asked the candidate to kill him. Bolden threw his head back and was breathing heavily, completely angry. And Rudy stood on his knees and thought, he's not a traitor, he just made a mistake when he was drunk. Election day arrived, and campaign crews were working throughout the city, urging people to vote for one of the candidates. The chairman, driving along the crowds of activists, did not pay attention to them. His thoughts were occupied with something completely different. He wondered how Lucas managed to win Rudy Collins over to his side, what methods he used. The car stopped and the driver informed the chairman that they were there. The door swung open. Larry and Lucas immediately turned and froze in surprise. Richard Wilson, chairman of Synthes Group, stood on the threshold. Jack was very happy about his grandfather's arrival, and Larry said that they even had time to have a cup of tea. The chairman looked at Larry and said that he began to look a little different, somehow representative. He told Lucas that he saw the news today. It ended up being just as he said, then asked how he did it. Jack replied that Rudy was not one of those people who was content with the role of the right hand. His ambitions were great, and Lucas simply gave him the opportunity to show them. Larry turned to the chairman and asked if he had materials for forecasting the elections. Richard replied that according to his information, the difference is 7%. But doesn't Larry have his own sources of information? Jack replied that their poll showed a difference of 10%, but both predictions were winning. If nothing unexpected happened, then Uncle Oliver would win. The chairman replied that it was unlikely that anything could happen, because there were only a couple of hours left and there would be no problems. He approached Lucas and said that the project he was working on had already passed the 5th stage. Lucas was too frivolous, thinking that he was already at the 7th stage. The chairman answered, "Does the grandson really think that the person who sets the table and who sits down at it is the same person? More than one person can come with his own spoon." He added that when they couldn't take care of their plate, they would try to knock over the whole table. Jack took these words as a prejudice, because grandfather is the best versed in construction. The chairman turned to Larry and Lucas and said that he had a proposal for them. He asked how they viewed entrusting him with the construction of a media city. Jack was shocked. Was it really his grandfather who was the first to extend his spoon to his table? The chairman looked at the dissatisfied faces and asked what did not suit them. Larry was the first to break down and ask what the chairman meant. He replied that the company that signed the contract with the Seoul government would be Wilson Construction, and Contour Group would also play a big role. Larry said that if he understood correctly, Wilson Construction would be the contractor, and Contour Group would be the subcontractor. The chairman replied that Contour Group is not a subcontractor. He would call it cooperation. Larry thought, no matter how greedy the old man was, how could he try to steal from his grandson the chance that Lucas had spent tens of billions creating? Jack looked at the chairman and asked if he was seriously saying this now. He replied that he never jokes about such topics. After all, he told them that this business was beyond their power. And besides, now many construction companies are on the verge of collapse. Jack asked if grandfather meant that only they would have a hard time carrying out this project. He added that if this was the case, he would not refuse help, but he did not understand why everything had to be taken away from them. The chairman replied that this was not really help, and that if he did not take a step towards them, they would simply be torn to shreds. Larry said that most of the management team is from his company. Is this cooperation really not enough? Is it really necessary to take all the initiative upon ourselves? The chairman made a dissatisfied face and said that they were apparently still too young to understand what he was talking about. Finally, he could not stand it and shouted that he was not trying to help. If it was difficult for them to manage the business without his advice and help, then he was the real owner. Jack couldn't understand how a person could be so greedy and not think about family ties when it comes to a profitable business. He told his grandfather that the number of companies dependent on Syntez Group is constantly growing and everyone comes to him for advice, that they don't even need to leave their office. But now, he took a difficult step for himself and came to them himself. The chairman replied that he also sometimes goes outside when the weather is good. Jack said that once his uncle takes office, he will continue with the project. He confidently added that they will not deceive other organizations and will extend their spoon to her. Jack said that Grandpa also understands that if he doesn't take on this project now, there won't be another chance, which is why the chairman came running here. He understood that even if this was just another test, now he must show his grandfather his will. Jack said that he never refused the chairman's help, but he was not ready to give him everything. He proposed the only solution: they would take the initiative, and Syntez Group would be their reliable partner. That's the maximum. The grandfather replied, "If you set your sights on something you can't swallow, you can tear your mouth." The grandson overestimates his abilities and will end up disgracing himself. Jack replied that all children grow up with injuries. The chairman said that his grandson had just made him his enemy. Jack replied that he always believed that there was no better partner than Synthez Group. The chairman squeezed the armrest of the chair and said that if Lucas goes against him, then they are enemies. He told his grandson to think it over carefully. They would talk tomorrow after the vote. As he was leaving, the chairman suggested that Larry also think about it. It wouldn't be easy for them without him. Richard sat in the car and knew that now the time had come. The new mayor of Seoul was announced on all channels. He was Oliver Bong, and Jack heard the phone ringing. It was Oliver who called. He said that he was grateful for the help, that he hoped for long-term cooperation. Jack replied that it was enough for him to call his uncle the mayor of Seoul. Larry said that even though they won, for some reason he was not at all happy about it. Larry asked Jack what he intended to do next. Try his own solution, or do as his grandfather said. Jack replied that he would try to suck up and flatter, and if it didn't work, then he would go ahead. Larry said that they turned to the chairman because they trusted him, and he decided to betray Contour Group. Jack replied that Larry was wrong. Without his people from Wilson Construction, they would not have been able to take control of everything. Thanks to these people, they were able to return the hidden funds and avoid unnecessary fraud. Jack added that there is no need to regret the past in the worst case. They will have to give up the Media City project, and, together with Contour Group, join Syntez Group. Larry replied that he was glad that Lucas learned something, but it was a stab in the back. Jack said that Larry also learned not to trust anyone. Jack still believed his grandfather. Even though it was a huge business, he was not so greedy as to snatch it from the hands of his grandson. Jack told Larry that he needed to visit the chairman and headed towards the exit. As he closed the door, he wondered if he would really have to become the first grandson to give the table he had laboriously set to his grandfather. Sitting in the chairman's office, Jack told him that his uncle had contacted him half an hour after the election results were announced. Grandfather replied that not even a minute had passed before his son-in-law also called him and said that he had won, thanks to him. Jack thought that Oliver was only thanking the chairman for not interfering. He told his grandfather that his uncle was scared enough and would follow his will even without an order. The chairman first asked whether Lucas would do as he told him. Jack replied that he first wanted to know whether grandfather really had his eye on his project, or whether there was another meaning to his proposal. The chairman replied so that Lucas would not think that everything was so confusing and there were no other meanings. He added that due to the International Monetary Fund, Syntez Group's cash flows have dried up, and they have to grab whatever they can get their hands on. Jack exclaimed, "It turns out that grandfather wants to steal a plate of rice from his beloved grandson." He replied that it wasn't Lucas who took over the car company, and wasn't even lenient with the exchange rate, carrying out a robbery in broad daylight. Jack looked at his grandfather. Did he really want to repay him in the same coin now? He looked at the chairman in surprise and asked if he was really saying all this seriously. The chairman replied that this was a serious loss for his block of controlling shares, and he needed to make up for lost time. Jack was in complete shock and still could not believe what he heard from his own grandfather. The chairman asked not to hold a grudge against him. When he becomes the owner of the business, he will take good care of Lucas. Jack asked how Grandpa was going to take care of him after all this. The chairman replied that Contour Group would be able to repay the loans and pay delayed wages to the company's employees. He added that Contour Group will undertake at least 30% of the construction work. The overall scale was already clear. 30%. Maybe this is not such a colossal amount of money, but not so small. Jack thought, judging by how appropriate the percentage was voiced by his grandfather. The management of Contour Group regularly reports to the chairman. He was not going to kick them out. They would be needed when control of the Contour Group was again in Jack's hands. Jack asked if grandfather could offer more, to which he replied that his grandson should not be so greedy. Jack understood that if he backed down, the entire media empire created by his father would collapse in one moment. The goal is not to make money. This is not the offer he needs. The chairman put pressure on Lucas and said that he should think carefully before answering. Jack replied that nothing had changed since yesterday's conversation and he would not back down. The chairman, not used to being rejected, was extremely surprised by Lucas' answer. Jack added that he intended to try it himself, even if his decision was completely contrary to his grandfather's. The chairman became furious. He shouted that Lucas would regret such a decision. Jack replied that he would not regret it. Even if he did not receive a penny of profit from this project, he would not blame anyone, because thanks to his grandfather, he had already come very far. The chairman was silent. He felt anger, greed, and hatred at the same time. Jack added that if his grandfather stole everything from him, then Lucas would not contact him for a week and would be offended. The chairman replied that it was too weak for a threat. Jack did not intend to discuss this any further, stood up, bowed, and said that he had to go. As Jack left the office, he thought that he would have to work hard to destroy all the aunts and uncles. The chairman called out to Lucas and told him to come in the morning. He needed to get some fresh air before fighting. Larry looked at the report and asked if he really had a majority stake in the company. The directors replied that it was so, except for the chairman. Larry asked what about the investors' shares? Can they stand up to the chairman? They answered that if Larry cannot inherit the chairman's shares, then he will not be able to obtain management rights. Larry asked what would happen to the shares if he died. The directors were stunned by this question and were at a loss for an answer. Larry told them that they need to think about his age. No one will be surprised even if the chairman dies tomorrow, and there are no arrangements for inheritance and transfer of rights. One of them replied that 23% of the shares would go to his wife, and about 15% each to his children. Larry asked if maybe there was some kind of will of the chairman. The directors said none of the company's lawyers had received any instructions, but the chairman's personal lawyer might have one. One said that there would be no will, but these were just his thoughts. Larry asked for clarification. The director said that the tax on inheritance of shares would be huge, and so far the chairman has tried to evade it. And if a will exists, then it only states personal property, the redistribution of land, and not company shares. Larry thought that with a normal inheritance of shares, he would have to pay a huge tax. Therefore, most tycoons try to transfer management rights as a gift during their lifetime. The chairman is clearly not one of those people who would want such a tax to be written off from his property in good faith. The director said that if there is no will and the inheritance is equal, then the situation will become more complicated. Depending on how everything turns out, the owner of the chairman's office may change. Larry suggested what would happen if his wife took his side. The director asked if the chairman's son Nick Wilson is not his man. If Larry has his wife and son on his side, then there will be no problems with the chairman's position. Larry replied that this was something, but it was better to sort out the rights of succession before the chairman died. The director said that there was another problem. Almost 18% of the shares were given away during the transfer to Wilson Motors. He added that he had heard that Larry was friends with director Heinrich. Larry replied that Heinrich loves movies, and family squabbles are not interesting to him, so everything will be fine. He said that the directors could go. They needed to think things over carefully. Left alone, Larry thought that he had to worry about the younger one, whom he had not paid attention to before. He went to the window, lit a cigarette, and thought how long the chairman still had to live. Everyone goes to the next world empty-handed. Why leave a coal, which will cause complete chaos in the family? He couldn't believe that he was now worried about his youngest son. He hoped that the children would not interfere in family squabbles. Most of all, Larry was worried that his older brother would not do anything stupid. The next morning at dawn, the chairman's car was already racing along a country road. Jack looked at his grandfather, who was looking thoughtfully out the window. Finally, the chairman turned and asked Lucas if he was interested in where they were going. Jack replied that he was going crazy with curiosity, but grandfather was so serious that he did not dare to ask about it himself. The chairman replied that they were going to where the history of Synthes Group began. Jack realized they were going to the city of Gunson. He knew the history of the company and remembered it when he was preparing for an interview in his previous life. Gunson was the site of a rice warehouse abandoned by the Japanese after the liberation of Korea. Grandfather secretly hid the rice, which was the most valuable in the warehouse, and resold it. This became the starting capital for the creation of Synthes Group. Jack asked in surprise whether that rice warehouse was still standing. The chairman looked at Lucas in amazement and asked how he knew about this warehouse. Jack realized that he had blurted out too much and had to somehow get out of it. He said that this warehouse was often mentioned in an interview with his grandfather. All company employees know about it, since his grandson would not know. The chairman laughed and replied that his 10 grandchildren only know how to spend his money, and only Lucas knows how it was earned. Grandfather said that during the war it was given to American soldiers, and after the war it was returned. Now it is a historical museum. The chairman wanted to preserve it and therefore donated it to the state. Then the grandfather laughed again and said he couldn't leave it on himself with the notes that he had once stolen. He added that for small thefts they are criticized and punished, but for large ones you will get almost nothing. The chairman turned to Lucas and asked if he knew why this was happening. Jack replied that the big shot is not so easy to touch because the truly big thieves are in power. The chairman added that this is true. If you give them some of the stolen money, they will simply turn a blind eye to it. At that time, he did just that. He shared it with the right people, and with the rest he built a factory and founded a company. Then the chairman didn't even have time to calculate how much money it brought in. He invested everything in expanding the company. The number of buildings increased and Synthes Group grew. Grandfather sighed heavily and said that now is the time when he himself has to defend himself from thieves. Jack asked if this was the reason for him to say goodbye to his brother and protect his company. The chairman replied that he stabbed Teddy's brother in the back to survive. Jack looked at his grandfather. Did he really think that there was nothing wrong with betraying his brother for the sake of his own survival? The chairman said that at that time the military had seized power and were putting pressure on businessmen, and his brother was the director of a factory and knew nothing about running a company. Then Synthes Group became the target of the regime. Either he or his brother would have been destroyed by that government. If Richard had been captured, the company would simply have disappeared. The chairman showed cruelty and sold his brother. At that moment, Lucas was asked by his grandfather if he was willing to sell his family to protect what belonged to him. Jack thought about what to answer, the truth or what he wanted to hear. When Jack came to his senses, his body was in great pain, he was dizzy, and he could not understand what had happened. Gradually, reality began to return. He was in a hospital room and thought only that he was alive. Suddenly, Jack heard a woman's voice nearby and turned his head. It was a nurse who said that she was glad that the guy had woken up, and she would call the doctor. The doctor immediately came into the room and began performing manipulations to understand the patient's condition. Jack moved the doctor's hand aside and asked how grandfather was, if he was alive, and if he was badly hurt. From this conversation, the doctor realized that the elderly man brought in with Lucas was his grandfather. The doctor reassured Jack that he was fine and would wake up soon. Only one of the 5 would need surgery. Jack opened his eyes in surprise. How many people were injured in this accident? He jumped up in bed and said that his grandfather was the chairman of Synthes Group, and they must take all measures before the hospital became too noisy. The doctor replied that it would be worth calling the police first to find out the circumstances of the accident. Jack replied that when Grandpa woke up, he would start looking for him, and therefore he should be near him. The doctor said that Lucas needed an urgent examination to rule out hidden injuries to the body. But Jack stood his ground. He insisted that he needed to see his grandfather. Jack said that all this might be a simple matter for the average person, but his grandfather's accident could cause fluctuations in the stock market of the entire country. With this, Jack suggested that the doctor avoid publicizing for now what happened with the chairman of Synthes Group. Having obtained the doctor's permission, Jack quickly found his grandfather's chambers and immediately entered him. The chairman asked him how Lucas was feeling and if he had any pain. Jack replied that he just had scratches and inquired about his grandfather's health. The grandfather said that according to the doctor, everything was fine with him too. He was glad to see his grandson. Jack asked if everything was okay, why he was in intensive care, and his grandfather replied that he wanted to spend a couple of days in peace. The chairman added that he had taken appropriate measures, and Lucas need not think about the accident. Jack thought that in any case, he and his grandfather were very lucky because they were both alive. He remembered the moment when a truck was rushing towards them, and Jack tried to protect his grandfather. It was mechanically. Only now Jack realized what he felt. The time when he only pretended to be a good grandson in order to take away Synthesis Group was over. Richard Wilson is his grandfather, and he is his grandson. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room, and the doctor entered. He asked if he had disturbed their rest. The chairman replied that everything was in order and the doctor could come in. The doctor said that they found the wallet of a man who is currently undergoing surgery. they may know him. Jack began to sort through the man's bank cards and business cards, and then he saw a document confirming the name of the person. It was Thomas Grieg. But why does a person who should now be resting comfortably lie on the operating table? The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he knew this man. Jack replied that it was Thomas Grieg, his driver, who brought him to his grandfather's residence in the morning. But Jack let him go, saying that he was free for today. Apparently, Thomas ignored Jack's words and showed maximum responsibility by accompanying Lucas until he returned back. The chairman asked if the doctors could save him, and the doctor replied that they were doing everything possible to do so. The chairman said that this man should live. Perhaps he saved their lives. When the doctor left, the chairman said that Lucas was a good guy and had met someone like him. Jack thought the same thing about Thomas. He sacrificed his life for him, and it seems unreal. The chairman said that many went to prison for his sake, but no one had ever sacrificed their life. The grandfather smiled and said that now he and his grandson owe a huge debt to this brave guy. Jack suggested that the chairman get some sleep. It was unlikely that they would be able to do anything here until the operation was completed. Grandfather agreed with Lucas and closed his eyes, and Jack carefully covered him with a warm blanket. It was midday, and the chairman's personal assistant, Michael, was sitting in the chief inspector's office. He asked if they had thoroughly understood this situation. The inspector replied that additional investigation was needed, but road service employees already had their version. He began to draw a diagram, saying that the chairman's car was at a traffic light and a truck came out on the left, but lost control. The truck had to crash into the chairman's car. Michael looked at the drawings and assumed that the chairman must have suffered greatly then. The inspector added that at that moment there was another passenger car standing behind the chairman's car. And judging by the tire tracks of the second car, it sharply stepped on the gas and thereby blocked the truck's path, taking the entire blow upon itself. The inspector suggested that the driver of the second person, who was sitting in the chairman's car, was in this car. The inspector added that no matter how reliable this German car was, its driver would not have survived a collision with an 8-ton truck. Michael realized that the chairman's car had been involved in a secondary accident and asked if the identity of the driver was known. The inspector replied that this was Kim Grieg, manager of the strategy department at Synthes Group. The chairman's assistant asked what was wrong with the truck driver. The inspector said that he was also injured and was undergoing treatment. A police officer was assigned to him, and he would not run away. Seeing Michael's thoughtful face, the inspector asked if this case seemed strange to him. The assistant replied that he did not see anything unusual. It was earlier in the morning, and the truck driver simply dozed off. This often happens. The inspector said they were of the same opinion, but a more thorough inspection needed to be done. Michael asked if the inspector could give all the information about the driver of this truck. The inspector agreed and placed a folder with the relevant documents in front of Michael. Michael said that they would contact him soon and asked him to cover this case for now. He saw the inspector's surprised face and said that information about the chairman's accident would have a negative impact on many areas, and the injured driver was their employee, so there should be no problems. The inspector replied that if the Synthes Group company itself deals with this case, then he will close the case. Michael thought, one problem has been solved. All that remains is to go to the hospital and shut everyone's mouths there. He reported to the chairman that the police would hush up the matter, and reminded the head of the hospital not to disclose the details of the incident. In addition, he ordered a secret investigation of the truck driver, and is confident that they will find something on him. The chairman asked the assistant why this was needed, what it could give, and in general what Michael was thinking about. The assistant asked a counter question if there are no concerns. Why has the chairman not yet notified his family? He replied that no one knew that the chairman was going to Gunsen, and the fact was that the driver simply fell asleep at the wheel. The aide suggested that the chairman took Lucas with him on the trip. Michael knew that no more than 10 people knew about the warehouse in Gunsan, that the warehouse had become the chairman's family museum. It was a storehouse of little things that were dear to the chairman and awakened his fond memories. It was there that his sons Philip and Eric received the status of heirs. Perhaps the chairman wanted to give the status to Lucas there. The chairman asked if Michael thought Lucas was missing something. The assistant replied that despite the grandson's young age, everyone knows what an outstanding personality he is. The chairman said his sons were overjoyed when he told them to run the company well. He wanted to see what Lucas's reaction would be, but it didn't happen. Michael replied that Lucas was very serious, and the reaction would have been appropriate, or he would have given up on it altogether. The chairman said that this is unlikely. Lucas is an excellent schemer. He added that his 20-year-old grandson had a subordinate who was ready to sacrifice his life for him, and asked if Michael could do the same for him. Michael replied that he had a wife and 3 children who were waiting for him to die so they could spend all the money, and it would be extremely disappointing to die in such a situation. The chairman looked at Michael and quietly said that he had also aged. It seemed that even he was afraid of death. He added that he will always remember that Michael spent 3 years in prison instead of the chairman and is grateful to him for that. The assistant replied that there was no need to thank him, because then he received a sufficient amount of money. At that moment, the doctor looked into the room and told Michael that they were looking for him. Before leaving, the assistant said that he contacted the security service and suggested that the chairman take a break, and he needed to go on business. Michael went out into the corridor and told the chairman's children that after the operation the chairman was transferred to intensive care. The results would be known tomorrow. His youngest son Henry was glad that his father was operated on, but was upset that the result would not be available until tomorrow. Philip said that his father could not stay here. He needed to be placed in a family clinic and the best doctors should be called.
Michael replied that the chairman could not be transported yet. We needed to monitor his condition.
Eric asked Michael what the doctors thought, to which the assistant replied that they couldn't guarantee anything either. Philip rudely asked if Michael found out about the incident. Then why didn't he tell them about it right away? But only half a day later. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied that it was the chairman's order. He was simply following his instructions in case something happened to him. While in the ward, Michael suggested that the chairman still inform the children about the incident.
Richard realized that the assistant wanted to observe their reaction to this.
Michael added that if this accident is not accidental, then one of them will move. The chairman said that Michael did not seem to think it was just an accident, to which the assistant replied that that was why the chairman had asked to be transferred to intensive care. Michael said that he would tell Lucas everything. He was smart and would understand everything. Then Heinrich asked how his son was feeling. Michael replied that Lucas was recovering. Michael added that he needed to check the situation. If something happened, he would certainly inform them. After the assistant left, Philip told Eric that he had a couple of questions for him.
Heinrich was indignant and said, "Are they really going to discuss something at a time when their father is in intensive care?"
Eric patted his brother on the shoulder and said that this is not what he thinks, and that he shouldn't think about all sorts of stupid things. With these words, Philip and Eric left the hospital, leaving Heinrich alone in the hospital corridor. Going out into the hospital courtyard, Philip said that he too was aware that the accident occurred on the road to Gunsan. Eric asked his brother what he thought about this. Philip replied that because of his brother's interest in his thoughts, maybe Eric himself wants to express his assumptions. Eric said that his brother was showing morbid curiosity about his opinion. Philip replied that he did not care what Eric thought. Philip added that his brother doesn't think that he is the cause of the accident, because if his father dies without distributing the shares, then Philip will have the advantage, if we take Lucas into account. Eric replied that he was not sure of his advantage, because it would take 6 months to make changes to the shareholder structure. Philip shouted that he was the eldest son, and in the event of his father's death, his face would appear in the news and newspapers. Everyone was sure that he would become chairman, and the shareholders and branches were on his side. Eric turned to Philip and asked directly if he really did it. Philip replied that his brother already knew what he would answer. But Eric insisted that Philip should not evade the question. Philip replied that he would be sorry if his father did not wake up at all. But the situation was not bad for him even now. Eric said that no matter how idiotic his brother was, he would not have caused such a stupid accident. But why did Lucas end up like this? Philip looked at the hospital windows and replied that if he was interested, he could find out about it himself. Eric asked his brother to promise that he would not touch the child, to which Philip asked why his brother began to pretend to be so kind. Philip added that if Lucas becomes a threat, he will be the first to take action, not Eric. Jack was in his grandfather's room. They were watching TV together when there was a knock on the door. 2 doctors entered the room. They seemed to be sad about something. The chairman asked what happened, whether Thomas Grieg's condition had worsened. One of the doctors replied that everything was fine. Thomas was recovering and would soon regain consciousness. The chairman asked what happened to their faces if everything was fine. The doctor replied that the results of his examination had arrived and a small tumor had been discovered. Jack exclaimed what kind of tumor they were talking about, if they wanted to say that they had discovered cancer in his grandfather. The second doctor said that judging by the size, it was an early stage and could be removed surgically. The chairman continued to insist and wanted to know why they were so pale, if the situation was fixable. The doctors replied that the tumor originated in the brain, and this is a very complex and delicate area. Jack was never able to find out why the real Lucas Wilson died in the past. It was only known that he died in an accident, so he does everything to stay alive. But a grandfather's brain tumor is a completely different matter. In Jack's past life, the chairman of Synthesis Group died at 78 years old. That is, the next year, but died of illness. Jack wondered if this disease was this brain tumor. The doctor said that at this time the tumor is so small that they cannot yet determine whether it is cancerous or not. The chairman replied that he had undergone a full examination last month, and there was no tumor. The doctor said that if it develops so quickly, then it is most likely malignant, and it is necessary to have surgery to remove it as soon as possible. The chairman ordered to prepare everything for the operation. He would tell them when it was ready. The second doctor replied that they were just a local government clinic. They did not have the appropriate equipment, and it would be difficult to provide ideal care. Both doctors said that they had no experience working with VIP clients yet, and the risk of mistakes was very high. The chairman asked the doctors who was the best surgeon in Korea. He turned to Lucas and said that he must live a long time to see him get married. Then the grandfather again turned to the doctors and told them to contact his personal assistant Michael and resolve all the issues. The chairman took Lucas by the hand and said that he was his treasure, which brings good luck because his grandson saved him so many times. Jack looked at his grandfather with surprise and love, and the chairman said that it was his assistant who saved them, and Lucas himself hugged his grandfather during the collision to protect him. He added that he was lucky that, thanks to this accident, the disease was detected before it became irreversible. Jack looked at his grandfather and said that he had a long life to live, and the operation would go well. At that moment, Assistant Michael ran into the room. He learned about the results and was very excited. The chairman replied that everything was fine. It was just an operation, and it was good that it was discovered not too late. He told Michael to take all necessary measures. Michael replied that the doctors recommended Professor Charles Muller. He would personally meet with him and discuss the date of the operation. The chairman said that Michael telling the children that further surgery would be needed would likely surprise or frighten them. And knowing this information, some of them will make a mistake. Caroline sat down opposite Larry and asked if her visit so late was not too rude. Larry replied that everything was fine. He still worked late. He asked why she was without Oliver. Larry would like to congratulate him on his victory. Caroline replied that he was currently at a meeting to select candidates for the Seoul government. Larry decided to get straight to the point and asked what brought her to such a late hour. Caroline said she was contacted and told that her father had been in an accident. Larry noticed that her face did not express the state that would correspond to the words spoken and asked if he was all right. Caroline replied that after the operation he was transferred to intensive care, and even if she rushed to him as fast as she could, she would not be able to see him. Larry was surprised. Her father was in intensive care in serious condition, but she didn't bat an eyebrow. Caroline looked at Laurie and asked if she should make a fuss about this. Larry was in no hurry to answer. He wanted to fully understand what was in Caroline's soul and mind. She said that if her father died, she would be more worried than upset, because she did not have many shares in Synthesis Group. Larry replied that he understood her. Caroline was born into the Wilson family and she had to give up the emotions of ordinary life. He added that since she was so calm, he would answer her honestly that the chairman was eager to receive the city media project and was asking her to give in to him. Caroline giggled and replied that she found it funny to watch Larry worry about it for nothing. She added that her father had no such thoughts. He was going to make Lucas the heir and would not take anything away from the child. Larry was surprised by what he heard and asked why Caroline decided this. She replied that her father had an accident with Lucas because it was not for nothing that they were driving somewhere together in the same car. Larry screamed. He only now learned from her that Lucas had been in the same accident with the chairman and asked if he was badly injured. Caroline replied sharply that Larry would later be able to show her humanity and concern, but now she did not have time for such conversations. Larry pulled himself together to listen to Caroline to the end. She smiled and asked if the chairman and Lucas did not wake up. Then what would happen to him, to Larry? Larry could not stand it and asked loudly what all this meant and how she could say such things. Carolina asked Larry to calm down and not get excited, because she came to him with a proposal. Larry tried his best to listen to Caroline, but he was overcome by thoughts about Lucas's condition. And Caroline, as if nothing had happened, stated that if her father dies without specifying an heir to the shares, then she and her brother Heinrich will receive 11% each for a total of 22. Larry listened as she counted the shares, that her older brothers already had a little more, and for a controlling stake they needed at least 15. Caroline recalled that Wilson Motors is now called Chrome Wilson and owns a controlling stake of 17%. If you add it all up, you get almost 30. She looked meaningfully at Larry and added that 30% was a sufficient basis to take the place of chairman of the company. Larry already understood what she was leading to, but still continued to listen to her in order to understand the final purpose of her visit. Finally, she said that if Larry helps her become the captain of the ship, then she will give him at least 10 branches, and if he joins them to Chrome Wilson, she will become the head of the corporation. Larry knew that he would surprise her with his answer, but he said that she had made a mistake in her calculations. Caroline thought she had it all figured out and asked in surprise what it meant. Larry replied that Heinrich was his close friend, although they were not relatives, and if he united with Caroline, then Heinrich's share would become insignificant, but it should be the other way around. Carolina still didn't understand what Larry wanted to say. He added that she should help Heinrich become captain of Synthesis Group, and then he would give her 15 branches, and that would be right. Caroline grinned and said that Larry is an amazing person, but for that matter, she must reveal one secret. She added that when their father died, their mother would inherit most of the shares, and she would never give them to Henry. Larry asked what Caroline meant by saying that Lucas would become the heir. She replied that, although Lucas is not the only heir, his father singles him out among all. To which Larry said that if Lucas becomes the heir, then he does not need to unite with her at all, because she has no shares. Carolina replied that even if Lucas becomes the heir, he will not be able to save Synthesis Group, because he does not have the true strength of the company. Larry suggested that she meant the company's extensive connections. Carolina replied that Larry is smart, because one call is enough for his father to have the Prime Minister come running. But will he come running at the call of a 20-year-old boy? In response, Larry asked if she really thought that without a call from her father, the Prime Minister would come running to her. Caroline made a dissatisfied face. She had nothing to answer Larry. The door to Jack's room swung open and the alarmed father and Larry ran in. The father ran up to his son and asked how he was. If he was badly injured, Jack replied that he was fine, only bruises and abrasions. He added that he was examined from head to toe and no injuries were found, so there is no need to worry. Larry asked how Lucas ended up here, to which Jack replied that he and his grandfather were going to the warehouse in Gunson. When Jack explained the details and purpose of the trip, Larry realized that it was just a stupid ritual. Henry said that he had no idea what kind of ritual they were talking about. Larry explained to him that the chairman had decided to make Lucas his successor, although not the only one. Hearing this, Jack also realized that they were not just going to the museum to get some fresh air. Jack was on his way to becoming the third heir to the Synthesis Group company. Larry looked at Lucas and said, "Is this what a person who has received long-awaited news should look like?" Jack asked Larry how he knew all this. Larry replied that before coming here he met with his Aunt Caroline. He thought that she had come to talk about Media City, but instead Larry heard from her about the accident. Larry turned to Heinrich and asked if he still didn't understand what happened. Heinrich replied that one should not expect much. He knew very well about this simple ritual. The grandfather had to tell the history of the company, and then add that he would continue all this. Larry looked at Heinrich in surprise, not understanding how he knew this. Henry replied that his elder brother told him about this. He was terribly happy when he heard that he had become the heir. Larry asked why Heinrich told Lucas not to expect much. Didn't that mean he became the third successor and would get a third of the company? Heinrich said that the eldest and middle brother inherited less than 10 shares, and 20 years have passed and nothing has changed. The father turned to his son and said that the chairman was terribly greedy and hated giving what was his to others, even if they were his children. In some ways, Jack agreed with his father, but not 100%, because the grandfather whom his father knew and whom Jack knew are different people. Although the father called the chairman greedy, he had a desire stronger than greed, the prosperity of the company. Therefore, Philip and Eric received only 10% each. Grandfather did not expect prosperity under their leadership. Jack said that he was not destined to become the heir to the company. The accident was like a sign, but he would be grateful if he received at least a small share of the shares. Larry looked at Lucas. He knew all his dark intentions, and he says things like that without blinking an eye. The father patted Lucas on the shoulder and said that he was glad that his son thought so and did not chase other people's money. Michael told the chairman that rumors of the accident had spread wildly, and his children were feverishly assessing the state of affairs at the company's branches. The chairman smiled and said that now there is a chance to understand who is behind his two sons. He asked if anyone had asked for outside investment. Michael replied that not yet. Everyone was proceeding cautiously. The assistant added that it seemed that both of his sons had nothing to do with the accident. The chairman looked at Michael carefully and asked why he thought that. The assistant replied that he overheard their conversation. They are well aware that if the chairman dies, the structure will shake. The chairman was glad that his sons were not fools and understood that the structure of the company was in danger. Michael said that although there were suspicious aspects to the accident, it seemed more likely that it was an accident, and the chairman ordered to dig further. At that moment, the head of the hospital belonging to Synthesis Group burst into the chairman's room. He immediately transported the chairman to their hospital. Professor Charles Miller was ready to operate on him. The chairman answered whether he really thinks that he is here, because he does not trust his own hospital. The chairman asked the head of the hospital where the tumor came from, because he assured a month ago that everything was fine. The head hesitated. If he gives the wrong answer now, then the end will come for him. And he said that a month ago the tumor could not be identified due to its size. The head added that, for sure, we are talking about a rapidly developing education. They cannot say anything for sure without the results of the tomography. The chairman asked if the head could assure him that at the time of the examination, this tumor was not present. The head replied that all the results were carefully checked dozens of times and everything was in order. The chairman told him to go. He wanted to rest a little. The chairman then told him to make sure that the operation took place in this hospital and hoped that the chairman understood what he was asked to do. The chairman asked Michael if he thought that his hospital had hidden something from him during the examination, to which the assistant replied that the doctors at this hospital had said the same thing. And yet, it seemed to the chairman that the concealment of the diagnosis and the accident, everything was going according to someone else's scenario. He lay down more comfortably and told Michael to assign a man to keep an eye on the chairman of the commission. The assistant replied that he had already taken all measures to find out who he had been in contact with recently. The chairman added that in a couple of months a board of directors would be held at which he would be fired. Entering Thomas's room and seeing that he had come to his senses, Jack bowed and thanked him. Thomas, all traumatized, lay and silently looked at Lucas as he entered. Jack got a little scared and asked if Thomas had problems with his speech. Thomas replied that everything was fine. He was just a little surprised by Lucas's arrival and words. Jack said that he had a few questions for Thomas, and asked him to answer without worrying or rushing. Thomas replied that he also wanted to talk because after 10 days his tongue was itching. Jack asked Thomas to remember and tell what happened on the day of the accident. Thomas said he thought the chairman's car would be accompanied by a secretary, but he went alone. Although Lucas allowed him to rest, Thomas thought it was strange to leave work at dawn. In addition, Lucas changed his car and Thomas wanted to test it out because it was morning and the roads were clear. Jack said that Ginny changed the car in time, although she was injured, but Thomas survived. And then Thomas said that he was sure that the truck did not accidentally turn around on the road. Jack was surprised and asked what Thomas meant. Thomas replied that he had noticed this truck in advance. Assessing the situation on the road, the truck was standing and waiting for them. Hearing this, Jack could not say a word, but he also could not help but believe Thomas. Thomas added that, at least it seemed so to him at the time. But Jack didn't listen to him at this moment. If this accident was planned by someone, then who was the target? Did Grandpa really understand this and hide it from Lucas, saying that everything was fine? Jack told Thomas that he was not going to interrogate him or question his words. Jack just wanted to know why such a sacrifice was necessary because Thomas could have died. Thomas replied that he made this lightning decision at that moment, thinking that this was an excellent chance to conclude a profitable deal. Jack asked what deal Thomas was talking about. Thomas reminded Lucas that when he and Sean first met Lucas, he offered to become his people. Jack replied that no loyalty was required from them. It was a simple deal. He gives them money, and in return they do something for him. Thomas said that when he woke up from his coma, he wondered how much this deal was worth, what he needed to write down in the contract box for it to be successful if his boss's life was on the line. He added that now it was Lucas's turn to fill out his contract. There must be something worthy of trading for his life. Jack asked whether Thomas wanted a lump sum payment or benefits for life. Thomas replied that he would receive a lump sum payment from the chairman. Jack said he could pay him a huge lump sum too. Thomas replied that he had already decided and was ready for installments. He added that he still doesn't know where to spend a large amount of money. He only knows that the pleasure from it quickly wears off. And if he can continue working with Lucas, he can get more enjoyment out of the money. Jack asked if Thomas remembered what Lucas once said to him. He himself answered that if Thomas did not have the skills, then he would not be able to stay with him. Thomas opened his eyes in surprise and was afraid to hear what he didn't want. Jack said that he knows that nothing compares to saving his life. He has money, and only he can use it to express his feelings. But moving on together has a different meaning. Thomas begged, saying that he would continue to develop his skill to work alongside Lucas. If this was not enough, then he would simply resign as soon as Lucas said the word. Jack showed 3 fingers and said no matter what mistake Thomas makes, Lucas is giving him 3 chances. But the 4th mistake will end their relationship once and for all. Thomas replied that he would try to ensure that these 3 chances never came in handy. Jack told Thomas to take care of his health and return to Seoul. As soon as Jack left, the chairman's assistant Michael entered the room. Suddenly, the chairman himself entered the room after Michael. Thomas wanted to get up from the bed, but the chairman stopped him with a gesture, saying that in the hospital whoever had more injuries was the eldest. Approaching Thomas's bed, the chairman lightly squeezed his hand and said thank you. He added that not everyone is ready to throw a young life into the heat in order to save the life of an old man. Thomas asked the chairman not to worry, there are younger people better than him. Then the chairman asked if Thomas did it for Lucas. Thomas replied that he sacrificed his life for Lucas, but everything turned out okay. Without letting go of Thomas's hand, the chairman said that he was much more grateful for saving his grandson than his own. The chairman sat down on a nearby chair and said that he wanted to generously reward Thomas for his action, and he could ask for anything. The chairman warned that there was no point in mentioning such things as housing or the cost of educating the children. His family had already moved into expensive apartments, and the chairman had covered all the expenses for educating the children. Thomas listened that the chairman was ready to pay for the school and all the clubs his children wanted to go to. Richard thought to himself, now that the problems with housing and training have been settled, Thomas can show all his greed. He said out loud that he was just an old man, and could only repay him with money. Thomas looked at the chairman and replied that he did not need money. He added that all people at his level worry about is housing and their children's education. And since he has nothing to worry about now, he couldn't ask for more. The chairman thought that if Thomas asked for billions, he would give it. But Thomas is reluctant, refusing to take the chance to change his life. He said that there are many greedy people in the world, but he doesn't want anything from an old man who only has money. Thomas admitted that he actually doesn't know what he wants. The chairman replied that he certainly could not know what Thomas wanted. After thinking a little, he asked if Thomas knew that a person is given 3 chances, but he has already missed 2. Thomas looked at the chairman in surprise, not understanding when he missed 2 chances at once. The chairman explained that the first chance is to be born into a successful family if you are rich. Then half of your dream has already come true. He asked if Thomas's parents were rich, and he replied that they were not, which means that the first chance had already been missed. The chairperson said that second chance is a university where connections are already beginning to be made. And if you use these connections correctly in the future, you can change or customize your future. Thomas did not have such connections, so it turns out that there was only 1 chance left. The chairman said that this last chance was now right in front of him. He added that he would give him a sum that was not held in the hands of a rich man born of good parents. The chairman exchanged glances with Michael and said that Thomas spoke from the bottom of his heart, that he rushed to save Lucas, not him. Thomas replied that it was so because he was Lucas's man. With these words, Thomas meant that he wanted to be as close to the leader as possible and not completely put his life in his hands. The chairman wanted to know why Thomas wants to stay with his grandson because there is only 1 life. Thomas replied that he also wanted to stand in front because he had to remain invisible, like a shadow. He was embarrassed by his role, and when Lucas asked what he wanted, Thomas replied that he did not want to be ashamed of his role, but to be proud of it. This answer angered the chairman, and he shouted, "How dare he!" Did he really think of using his worthless body and then sticking to his grandson like a leech and forever sucking his blood? Thomas nervously replied that he had not thought about it. If the chairman felt that Lucas did not need Thomas, then he himself would resign. The chairman told him to shut up, because now Thomas is throwing away the 3rd chance with his own hands. He added that people like him are always like that. They can't tell the difference between a pile of manure and soybean paste. Heading towards the exit, the chairman said that he would not take away from Thomas what he had already given, but as soon as he got stronger, he would be thrown out into the street. Turning around, he added that if he found out that Thomas was hovering around his grandson again, he would take his worthless life away from him. Jack was already fully recovered and even brought spiced chicken from a nearby restaurant to please the chairman. The chairman said that he called him to ask if Lucas knew that there was a man who wanted to become his mongrel. Jack replied that perhaps grandfather meant Thomas Grieg. The chairman said that he offered him a lot of money, but he refused, just to stay close to Lucas. Maybe the grandson himself allowed him to do this. Jack replied that he gave him a chance, but on the condition that he would forgive him 3 times if he ruined things for him. He added that since the assistant saved his life, he, in return, gives him 3 chances, because this is enough to pay off the debt. The chairman agreed with the grandson and asked if he knew what the dignity of a dog was. Jack assumed that it was in devotion, because even among people there is an expression as faithful as a dog. Grandfather said that this is not true. Loyalty stems from honesty, because it is not the dog's devotion that makes a person move in the right direction, but appropriate criticism of his dog. When a person is walking in the wrong direction, a real faithful dog should stand in his way and force him to change direction. Jack objected, "Isn't it loyalty that makes a dog follow its owner even if he is wrong?" The chairman replied that the virtue of a dog is selflessness. Giving their body and mind, they do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves, in contrast to devotion. The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he was confident in Thomas's dedication. Jack replied that it had been like that until now, and he did not hide his true feelings. He understood everything from 1 word. The chairman said that Thomas had already made 1 mistake by saying that he wanted to serve Lucas. Grandfather added, "Should a dog ask someone's permission to choose its owner?" Grandfather said that Thomas was simply making it clear that the chairman was higher than Lucas. Jack thought that since he was his grandfather and the chairman of the company, that should be enough. But now we are talking not just about the employee, but about what will become his arms and legs, although this is not enough. Jack wondered if Thomas had made another mistake. The chairman said, "The man who decided to become a mongrel said that he wants to be a self-confident person, but does a dog have self-respect?" Jack listened to the fact that even if the owner hits her with a stick, she will still come running at the first call, and this is the 2nd mistake. Jack asked if there was a 3rd mistake he had made, and Grandpa asked if Lucas still wanted to give him a chance. Jack replied that there was an agreement between them, and he was not one to renege on his promises like worn-out shoes. The chairman replied sharply that there were many talented people in the company and Lucas could choose anyone. Jack replied that he didn't have that connection with them. He could always make them his people, but he needed something more. The chairman got out of bed and told Lucas to follow him. Now before his eyes, Thomas will make a third mistake. He will add that now Lucas will see who Thomas is afraid of and who he's eyeing. Jack realized that his grandfather wanted to check if Thomas decided to become his person. Then he will not pay attention to the chairman who is nearby. The dog's gaze should be directed only at the owner. But this is not easy, because this is the chairman of Synthesis Group, who moreover is much older than Jack. Jack was sure that this was why Thomas would pay more attention to the chairman. They entered Thomas's room and Jack began to watch who his subordinate's gaze would be directed at. Who will he talk to first and who will he ignore? Thomas bowed his head and asked Jack for forgiveness. The chairman's face showed great bewilderment. Thomas continued to tell Jack that their partnership was over. Thomas lacked too much and would only disappoint him. The chairman was shocked and could not say a word. Jack, on the contrary, was very pleased with the check that his grandfather arranged. He told Thomas he didn't know what happened, but Thomas gave in too quickly. Thomas replied that he realized only now, during their rescue, that he was motivated by a selfish desire to get something more. Jack said that a person always wants something, and when a chance arises, he tries to grab it. Thomas replied that he did not have enough abilities, and his skills were at the very bottom. He admitted that he was too greedy. He added that he was grateful to the chairman for showing him the boundaries. Jack thought, although the chairman was nearby, Thomas addressed him first. Jack wondered what grandfather would do in this situation. The chairman quietly told Lucas to leave the room and leave him alone with Thomas. When Jack left, the chairman sat down on a chair and told Thomas that he had saved 2 lives, and in return, he only received an apartment and an education for the children. He asked if Thomas thought the exchange was unfair. Thomas replied that he had no choice but to be content with a short but colorful sleep. The chairman said that there was something about Thomas giving in so obediently. He would give him so much money that he would not need for anything. Thomas replied that he was still too young, so he could not spend his life idly, spending money, which the chairman suggested to him. The chairman reminded him of the proverb, give, take, hit, run. So this is a chance to live with everything ready. Thomas smiled slightly and said that it was his dream to come prepared and not want for anything. He added that when he met Lucas, he realized how stupid and immature he was. Thomas said he works in the planning department, so he hears rumors about how Lucas's cousins are living. They all have unlimited cards that never run out of money no matter how much you spend. Thomas added that Lucas belongs to the same category of people, but he never wasted his time like they did. Every morning at 7 o'clock, Lucas goes to work, reading the morning newspapers. Every day, he quickly has lunch at one of the nearby restaurants and returns to the office. Thomas said that he would not be able to live the same way if he had money, but would simply waste it in his life. But he did not want to do that. The chairman replied that no matter how much Thomas shouts that he is trying, no one will hear him. There are many working people in the world, but they have difficulty making ends meet. Thomas replied that it is better to suffer diligently than to simply waste life. The chairman said that he knew about the 3 chances Lucas had given him and asked what would happen if he didn't succeed. Thomas replied that he was already grateful to Lucas for his work, and he had nothing more to say. The chairman asked why Thomas didn't ask him to do this because just one word, and he would have become Lucas's man. Thomas replied that the chairman's words made sense and Thomas does not want to drag Lucas down, he wants to be different. The chairman smiled and said that he could still be useful since he realized the situation so quickly. He will add that he will not throw Thomas away. He will find him a suitable vacancy and he will continue to work in the company. Thomas said that you shouldn't feel sorry for him. Deciding to leave, the chairman remembered that he wanted to ask Thomas about that truck. Could it have been just an accident or was it a planned, staged accident? Thomas replied that he had already told Lucas everything he thought about the situation. The chairman was surprised that Thomas told Lucas about this before he did. When the chairman returned, Jack eagerly asked what they had been talking about for so long. The chairman said Thomas admitted to reporting the accident to Lucas, and the chairman wanted to know what it was. Jack realized that Thomas hadn't told him anything, and that made him happy. He replied that Thomas did not want to say anything because he was not completely sure, but perhaps it was not an accident. The chairman was very surprised, or pretended to be very surprised. Jack explained that it seemed to Thomas as if the truck was not just driving, but was standing and specifically waiting for them. He saw that his grandfather was upset and decided to calm him down, saying that all this was not yet certain, but only an assumption. A minute later, the chairman replied that he would take care of it himself. Walking towards his chambers, Jack asked what about Assistant Thomas? Should it really end like this? The chairman replied that he wanted to make a man out of him. But if he does not see abilities in him, there is no need to worry. He will still only be a hindrance for him. He added that the most important condition is that the subordinate wants to follow his superiors, and Thomas respects Lucas. The chairman said that overall, Thomas has what it takes to master the job. Grandfather told Lucas that if Thomas couldn't handle it, it didn't matter whether he qualified or not. In the morning, Philip Wilson gathered the directors at his country house. He apologized for the inconvenience, but there have been a lot of eyes on them lately. Philip looked around at everyone present and asked if they had checked everything properly. One of the directors replied that they found out at the hospital that the operation was successful and he was healthy enough to be discharged. Philip asked what kind of operation it was, and was told that they removed a malignant tumor in the brain. There was silence and a long pause at the table. Philip approached the head of the hospital and asked what the chances were that the tumor would not recur. He replied that the brain is the most complex area, and malignant tumors are called that because of the high probability of relapse. Philip looked carefully at the head and asked what the chances were that his father would not have this happen again. He replied that for older people this chance is most often 50%. The head added that the reason for this half is that the remaining half simply do not survive, dying of old age. Philip told him that they should take better care of him. The chairman should live a long time. The head of the hospital bowed and replied that he would try to do everything possible for this. Philip said that he did not have time to sit around and ordered him to urgently go about his business. After taking a sip of tea, Philip said that the directors perfectly understand what the warehouse museum in Gunsan means. He explained that the chairman recently took his grandson there. The directors reacted with surprise to the message. This event meant only one thing. The system of two suns was destroyed and divided into 3 parts. Philip said no one knows when the chairman will die, and dark clouds continue to gather over the company, and the management situation continues to deteriorate. He expressed his fear that this grandson could take over most, if not all, of the company. Philip began to get nervous, and added that it was all because his grandfather was too attached to him, and did not see what was right and what was wrong. At that moment, a man entered the office. It looked like it was one of the company's lawyers. He took out some folders with documents from his briefcase and placed them in front of the directors. Upon opening the folders, the directors saw a list that listed all the shares owned by their companies. Philip said that they only need to put their signatures and the seals of their companies. He continued, adding that all the shares would then be pooled together to later be sold to Wilson Mechanicum. The directors were surprised, because Philin was the largest shareholder of Wilson Mechanicum. This would give him the power to shake up the entire Synthes Group company. Philip reminded that they are general directors, which means they have the right to sell all shares owned by their companies. One of the directors replied that according to the contract, this would be an abuse of authority. Philip replied that he looked at it a little differently. He simply let them know what power they had, and did not force them to do anything right now. He sharply added that when a 20-year-old boy plays chairman, this will lead to the split of Synthes Group and its complete destruction. Philip suggested that the directors use this power to avoid the complete collapse of the company. Philip later visited the home of his son Kevin and his daughter-in-law Jessica to discuss the situation. After listening to his father, Kevin said that he would meet with Lucas, find out what he was thinking, and try to persuade him to give up. The father replied that Kevin should not do anything stupid. The accident happened on the way to Gunsan, so Lucas may not be aware of the matter. Kevin said that Lucas had saved enough money. He could have been idle all his life. Maybe it was just his grandfather's wish, and Lucas didn't care about Synthes Group at all. Jessica said that Kevin is right. Lucas always carries fantasy entertainment business cards with him. Director Larry Baker takes Lucas with him everywhere, teaching him the business of mergers and acquisitions. Jessica added that Lucas continues to study at the Faculty of Law because he is interested in mergers and acquisitions. It is unlikely that he is interested in the Synthes Group company. Philip looked at his son and asked if he thought the attempt to persuade Lucas to surrender would be successful. Kevin replied that they had already had a conversation, so maybe it would be better for him to become the second person in the company than to inherit a worthless branch. He added that Lucas was smart and would be a great fit as an advisor to the company. Kevin said that younger children would always prefer to rest in the shadow of older ones than to overcome all the difficulties themselves. Philip knew there was nothing wrong with finding out what Lucas had in mind and trying to get him on their side. In any case, Lucas is the most diligent and conscientious in their entire family. Using him as an advisor would be simply ideal. The father gave his son consent to meet with Lucas, under the pretext that he came to find out about his health, because Lucas had been in an accident. Philip warned his son that this was a very sensitive conversation, so he should be careful not to go too far. As soon as his father left, Kevin abruptly asked Jessica what right she had to barge in on their conversation. He arrogantly reminded his wife that she should be quieter and lower than the grass, and not poke her nose into their family affairs. Sitting on a soft sofa, Jack looked at the staff and the decor with interest. After some time, Kevin appeared, and Jack expressed his admiration for the huge area of the villa. Kevin replied that he bought the house with the idea that it would be ideal for thinking about business and enjoying cocktails in solitude. But Jack knew his cousin very well and his interests, which had nothing to do with thoughts about business. He understood that this luxurious place with strict security was ideal for inviting girls here and having fun. It was obvious that Kevin bought this house with company money, and the costs of the rich interior were paid from the same piggy bank. Kevin probably didn't think that this was an illegal waste, and easily spent the money that many earn by working late. Jack looked at Kevin and tried to understand why he invited him here. He knew that Kevin clearly understood the meaning of his trip to Gunson, so what did his brother want to find out from him? Kevin poured alcohol into a glass with ice for Jack and inquired about his health, whether there were any complications after the accident. Jack knew that Kevin wasn't really interested in the answer, but he said that for him the accident wasn't that bad, and he only got away with bruises. Kevin replied that he was very glad, otherwise he thought it was something serious, because he had been in the hospital for so long. Jack said he would have been discharged sooner if Assistant Chairman Michael hadn't made a fuss. He told how Michael brought the employees, blocked access to the wards, then secretly transported them to Seoul, even controlling the media so that they would not find out anything. Kevin replied, "It's good that the media didn't find out anything. Otherwise the stock price would have fallen sharply, and asked how Grandpa was doing, how the operation went." Jack replied that he had not seen him for a long time from the moment he was transferred to another hospital, and Jack was discharged almost immediately. Kevin wondered if he could ask how he and his grandfather ended up so far from home, or if it was a secret they shared. Jack didn't want to answer right away, and, deciding to tease Kevin, he asked if Grandpa really had any secrets with his other grandchildren. Kevin replied that he personally does not have any secrets with his grandfather, because the chairman does not like him. He added that he had not met his grandfather since his wedding. His father advised him to focus on work. Maybe then his grandfather would look at him differently. Kevin asked Lucas again what he and his grandfather were doing in that area early in the morning. Jack replied that his grandfather suddenly called him and said that they were going together to Gunson, to the museum, which is the origin of the synthesis group. Kevin exclaimed whether his grandfather had really taken him to that same warehouse, to which Jack replied that, apparently, with age, his grandfather was increasingly overwhelmed by memories. When his brother asked if there was anything special, Jack realized that Kevin was going crazy with curiosity whether Lucas had been appointed as the successor or not. He asked what could be special about some almost abandoned warehouse in Gunson. Kevin quickly replied that everything was fine, he was just asking. Jack asked if Kevin wanted to tell him something. Otherwise, this whole thing was kind of awkward. Kevin replied that Lucas was very insightful and asked if Lucas would like to work with him. Everything became clear to Jack. His brother is trying to win him over to his side before Lucas becomes the successor to the chairman. Kevin said that when he was a manager, he had a hard time finding someone like Lucas. He added that the people who work for him have good position and status, but Kevin feels some kind of regret. Jack replied that his brother's proposal was, of course, interesting, but he was not satisfied with it. Kevin asked what exactly didn't suit him, his brother himself or some circumstances. Jack replied that he did not like working with people. He liked to act alone and study and work. Kevin asked if this was the reason he took the job at the investment firm. Jack replied that this is true. He collects information, compiles databases, and makes decisions on his own, and does not need to adapt to anyone. Having said this, Jack made it clear to Kevin that he was not interested in the Synthes Group company, and it seems he succeeded. Kevin replied that hearing all this made him want to get Lucas even more. He explained that he is weak in matters such as planning and analysis. He is good at managing people, but not with numbers. Jack was surprised, because if Kevin admitted that he couldn't plan and analyze, it meant that he couldn't do his job. Out loud, he told his brother that in this case, he could hire smart people who would perform this task for him. When his brother replied that they were only so shiny on the outside, Jack realized that he had almost swallowed the first bait, and if he bit, he would throw the second one. Jack said that if he really decides to do something other than investing, he will have to work for Synthes Group. Having received an affirmative answer, Jack continued by asking what Kevin meant by suggesting they work together. Kevin replied that Jack would become just like Assistant Chairman Michael, but would have more powers than him. The brother added that Michael is an outsider, but Lucas is a member of the family and will be able to manage the affairs of the company. Kevin said that the third generation will take over the management of the company, and Lucas will become the second person, because he is the favorite grandson of the chairman, and no one will complain. The brother continued to persuade Lucas, promising that he would gain strength while Kevin would be able to stand on his feet. Jack replied that he would then automatically become an ordinary employee and would not have any shares in the company. He slammed his glass on the table and said sharply that he was a member of the family, and Kevin was offering to become him an ordinary farm laborer without any rights or shares. When Kevin jumped up and shouted, did Lucas really think his brother was such a scoundrel? Kevin probably already knew what Lucas would answer. Kevin reminded his brother that they both don't own any shares right now, and what they are talking about now is the entire future. He added that first his grandfather would transfer the company to his father, and only 10 years later Kevin would head it. Jack understood that his brother did not trust him completely, but he should not act in such a way that he was not interested in the company's shares. He jumped up and shouted to Kevin, Should he really wait 10 years for the shares to become his brother's property and work for him, just believing in the future? Exhaling heavily, Kevin collapsed into a chair and said that he promised that in the future he would share shares of the company with his brother. Jack looked at this whole circus put on by his brother and thought that he would make a good actor. Kevin said, since it comes down to it, he asks Lucas to answer directly, as much as he wants. Jack needed to give the correct answer so that his brother would not doubt Lucas's greed, but would also understand that he did not need company. Jack replied that he wanted to own a quarter of the shares that Kevin would receive in the future. He saw that his brother had nothing to answer. He was so pitiful now, although we were talking about the distant future. Jack understood that his brother was not going to share even that amount. He had to stand his ground without giving him time to think. He told his brother that this 25% would be the guarantee of their friendship and the protection of the rights of government. And then Jack unexpectedly added that when Kevin transfers the reins to his son, Lucas will without hesitation give his nephew all these shares. Kevin laughed, saying that you can give it to a child who hasn't even been conceived, yet Lucas would be better off leaving these shares to his future son. Jack thought that if his grandfather could hear them now, he would faint as he watched his two grandchildren discuss and divide the shares of the company. He told Kevin that they had gone too far with these promotions because Lucas had not even agreed to work together yet. Kevin replied that Lucas could just consider all this as a plan for the future, which he could remember at any moment. Jack decided to adjust the situation a little and thanked his brother for taking care of Lucas and at the same time throw a second bait. He told Kevin that they should support each other, and if he would work with his brother, it would only be as an ally. Jack drank his glass and decided that now was the time to cast the bait. He put the glass down and asked his brother if he had any money. Kevin, not hiding his surprise, asked if Lucas really needed money. Jack replied that not really. He just wanted to show his brother that he was completely on his side. He added if Kevin knew that Larry Baker had invested a lot of money to make their Uncle Oliver become mayor. Judging by his brother's reaction, Jack realized that Kevin was completely unaware of what Lucas knew. Jack said that at first their Aunt Caroline came to Lucas for help, but since all his money is in fantasy entertainment, Lucas introduced her to Larry and they made a deal. Kevin asked if Lucas knew what Larry got in return. Jack was silent for a while, then pointed his brother's gaze at the two guards who had been standing in the doorway all this time. Kevin turned sharply to them and told them to go out the door. He would call them when he needed them. Left alone, Kevin asked what his uncle promised him. Did it really concern Media City? Jack said that this is why Larry absorbed Contour Group, and the directors moved to that company. He added that Larry has a good relationship with her grandfather, and they are both hiding some information. Kevin listened with his mouth open and like a sponge absorbed every word Lucas said. Jack said that they are both hiding the location of the future Media City, which is why it has not yet been announced. Kevin understood that as soon as the location of such a large facility became known, prices there would skyrocket. Jack added that advertising, permitting choosing subcontractors for construction is an ideal option to hide extra money. Finally, Kevin couldn't stand it anymore and shouted if Lucas knew where this place was. Jack paused and then replied that it was in the south of Korea, and the area was called Sanam. He said that most of the land is not national but municipal property. Kevin was so surprised that he could hardly say that it was just a wasteland. Jack replied that this is not entirely true. Despite the fact that this area is separated from civilization only by a narrow street, you can buy real estate there for pennies. Kevin understood that when land and real estate prices rose there, it would affect the surrounding areas. Jack replied that their uncle was the mayor, and he would not miss the chance to win the support of this area and part of the surrounding area. Kevin instantly decided that he urgently needed to buy some land there using his pocket money. Jack replied that this was true, but advised his brother to use only part of the funds, because it was not known exactly what part of the civilized area would be included in this project. Kevin was already starting to make plans that in some places he would earn a lot, in others nothing, but in the end he would still make a profit, so he needed to buy as much as possible. Jack replied that the risks were great, to which his brother said that it was difficult to miss when there were a lot of bullets, meaning money. At that moment, the doors opened, and two young, beautiful girls entered the room. Jack immediately got up from the table and said that he urgently needed to go. He wanted to see a girl whom he had not seen for a long time. Eric sat opposite Heinrich's brother in his house. He asked if Heinrich now understood what their father was thinking about. Heinrich replied that his father was already old. He probably went to Gunsun to give a gift to his beloved grandson. Eric replied that the reason, not the result, is important for the company. Lucas is still young, so people will gravitate to Heinrich instead. Henry replied that Eric should already say the purpose of his visit, because he was not interested in his brother's opinion anyway. Without waiting for an answer, Heinrich said, if Lucas dreams of becoming the chairman of Synthesis Group, will Eric really fight with his nephew? He added that if Eric went through with it, then Henry would no longer be his younger brother, he would simply be his father's son. Eric replied that these were all just vain dreams, so Henry would have to intervene in this and stop his son. Henry replied that he was not going to be a father who would prevent his son from dreaming and pursuing his goals. He added that Eric would follow his own path to the position of chairman, fighting with his older brother. Heinrich said that he would not allow Lucas to unconditionally make his concessions and succumb to Eric's pressure. Eric understood that Henry did not really like the situation in which his son was drawn into the struggle for the inheritance, but he was not going to give it up either. He told his brother that he would talk to Lucas himself, and this would be the first step towards solving this problem. Heinrich replied that he would be present at this conversation, and Eric agreed. After some time, Lucas returned and shouted from the doorway that he was already home. Jack saw that his uncle Eric was visiting them and politely greeted him. Jack thought that both uncles were lined up right in line, but he understood why they both wanted to talk to him. Eric invited Lucas to have a drink with him and his father. Jack handed him a glass. Eric immediately asked the question whether Lucas wanted to become chairman of the company, and whether it would be rude to skip a generation. Henry asked his brother to behave more politely, to which he replied that his son was not such a sucker as his other nephews, and he would communicate with him as equals. He added that he just wanted to hear about Lucas's plans as if they were a grown, independent person. Jack said that he is aware of the significance of the Gunson warehouse, but he understands that this is not possible at the moment. He added that if his uncle wants to know about his plans, then Lucas is ready to take everything his grandfather gives him and then resell it to the highest bidder. Eric was surprised by his nephew's answer, which means Lucas's goal is only money. Jack replied that his plans had no goal of receiving money for any goods. He added that it is still difficult to talk about it until he gets his hands on something. Jack hoped that this answer was enough for Eric to understand what Lucas was trying to say. The uncle grinned and said that Lucas was very careful and smart. Eric said that it looks like Lucas wants to put both uncles on the scales and see whose scale wins. He added that if neither side weighs, then Lucas's goods will skyrocket in price. Jack replied that this was too labor-intensive for him. He intended to sell everything at the very beginning. Eric stood up and said that Lucas was the youngest in their family, and if not for this shortcoming, he could have become the third-generation chairman. Jack took Eric's hint that Lucas would never become the second chairman. All this said that Eric did not lose hope of becoming the second chairman of the company. After Eric left, Heinrich asked his son if Lucas had really given up on the chairman's chair. Jack, clearing the table, replied that that was the case for now. The father asked if this meant that Lucas could change his mind at any time. Jack said that everything would depend on what exactly and how much his grandfather offered him. Heinrich replied that Lucas should let him know if he needed help because it was his parental duty. Assistant Chairman Michael informed Richard that Philip had held a breakfast with the directors of the secondary branches. The chairman asked if Michael found out exactly what was discussed at that meeting. The assistant replied that he had some guesses, but there was no point in calling and asking everyone present there. He added that this would cause suspicion, and if Deputy Chairman Philip became more vigilant and began to carry out secret affairs, then it would become more difficult to observe him. The aide suggested that Philip asked the directors to support him with shares belonging to the branches and promised that in the future he would treat them as large investors. He said he knew that Philip asked his son Kevin to meet Lucas, and Eric personally visited his grandson Lucas later. The chairman understood that if this was the work of the eldest son, then the middle one was also involved in this. Everyone wanted to win Lucas over to their side. The aide suggested they all hoped Lucas would have the last word. The chairman called them idiots, that they are not even sure that if everything goes according to their plan, there will be no problems. The chairman asked Michael what he thought, to which he replied that the chairman wanted to avoid the risk of splitting the entire company group, and whether it was possible to give the final vote to Lucas. The chairman said that this right should be given to someone alone, but as Michael said, Lucas cannot be included among the candidates. The assistant replied that he only meant to say that Lucas's age should not be ignored and taken into account. The chairman said that the boy with the decisive vote would stir things up, and the other two couldn't help but notice. He added that the question is who is stronger, the one who rocks the boat or the one who notices it. Michael wondered if Lucas had enough power to shake up the board, how much of an inheritance the chairman was thinking of leaving him. He asked if the chairman was going to make Lucas the balancing force in this situation. The chairman replied that first we need to figure out how to increase the controlling stake, and then find a way to transfer the chairman's share. The assistant replied that he would prepare everything. The chairman asked what was known about the accident. Michael replied that he had assigned a man to the driver of the truck. He added that he is constantly being watched, and sooner or later it will become known who is behind all this. Kevin's people came and reported that there was practically no land for sale in the Sanam area. They explained that someone had already bought everything. They checked the real estate register, and it turned out that all the transactions took place in the spring of last year. Kevin clenched his fists and thought that this was definitely the work of Larry Baker and his uncle Heinrich. Kevin asked what about the part of the civilized area adjacent to Sanam? Was everything sold out there too? The aides responded that there were almost no deals going on in that part of the area, and Kevin would be able to buy as much property and land there as he wanted. Kevin replied that as soon as he gave the appropriate instructions, they should immediately begin the transaction. As soon as the assistants left, Kevin called another one and found out from him that he could get a loan from the bank without collateral of only up to 2 billion won. Kevin shouted into the phone why it was so little. He was told that this was due to special restrictions of the bank. He was told that if he took out a loan on behalf of 2 Synthes Group companies for the supply of materials, he could get much more. But there were conditions. The company's property as collateral. Kevin replied that they should do so and asked for an advance from Wilson Construction for materials for his company of about 10 billion. He was told that such a transaction would require the approval of CEO Barry Barton. Kevin shouted for them to ask Barry to make concessions. He should understand and help. He told Barry to tell him that he was going to buy the land, then use it as collateral to take out a loan if there were problems, then Kevin will simply return the advance to him. Kevin hung up. He still needed to collect some money from other branches, because he needed at least 100 billion. He thought that if he had married the daughter of the head of the bank, now there would not be such problems with obtaining a loan. Oliver sat opposite Larry and said that the National Assembly and the government had completed a settlement. The matter fully fits the current cultural policy of the country. Larry replied that this was great news and asked when the mayor was going to make an announcement about it. Oliver replied that he simply wanted to release an unofficial announcement in order to quietly conclude a lucrative contract with Counter Group. He added that what worries him is that he still cannot meet his father-in-law. If Wilson Construction interferes, then he will not be able to do anything. Larry agreed that if the chairman interferes, the project may fail. Only Lucas can help. Jack, who was sitting next to Oliver, replied that his grandfather was now in the hospital and was unlikely to be greedy, but he would talk to him anyway. Oliver thanked Lucas and asked him to leave him and Larry alone. He wanted to discuss something with him. Larry replied that he had nothing to hide from Lucas. He would have told him everything anyway. Oliver said his term ends in June of 22. He recalled that at the same time the presidential elections would be held. Jack knew that it wouldn't be enough for Oliver and he wanted to run for president. Jack couldn't fully know how greedy his Uncle Oliver was, but it seemed like it wasn't just his idea. But what he could know for sure was that it was not without the influence of his Aunt Caroline. Oliver said he has been a prosecutor, a member of parliament, and the mayor of Seoul. So if he becomes president, it's unlikely that anyone would say he doesn't have enough experience. Larry smiled faintly and answered Oliver that his qualifications were really decent. He added that if his position as mayor plays into his hands, then the people are unlikely to accept the president, knowing his status as a person from the family of a tycoon. Oliver replied that he had 4 years ahead of him. He just needed to do something good for it. And besides, he was a son-in-law, not the son of a rich family. Larry said that they would leave this problem for later. Then he asked if Oliver had anything else he wanted to say, since he didn't come here just for this news. Jack looked with a smile at Larry, who was pushing his uncle to squeeze out this unpleasant truth. Oliver said that since he's going to clear the image of a man from the tycoon's family, he will not be able to ask for money from Synthes Group during the presidential elections, and a captain is needed for the elections. Larry answered if Oliver thought that Fantasy Entertainment should provide it to Oliver. He replied that he was not asking to take responsibility for the entire election fund, but tycoons could also become assistants. Oliver has presented the advantage of Synthes Group if he gets into the government, so he plans to accept money from other tycoons, letting them know that he is not their enemy. Jack thought that these were his uncle's own thoughts, and he could only aim his sword at Synthesis Group if he could identify his grandfather's weaknesses, and with the help of power, remove his sons and transfer the company into the hands of Caroline. Realizing that this was a great chance for him, Jack suggested that Oliver get rid of the image of the tycoon's family. He explained to Oliver that the method was on the surface, but it was not so easy to implement. Because you will have to stain your hands with blood. Oliver replied that he had already been the sword of the prosecutor's office and was not one to be afraid of something like that. Larry told Lucas that this was too strange a proposal and asked him to stop. But, Jack continued, saying that this is the person with whom grandfather is most dissatisfied and whose denunciation will not harm Synthesis Group, whose elimination will seem deserved. When Lucas suggested that his uncle choose such a person, he became seriously thoughtful. Jack said that given the losses Synthes Group could incur, it is better not to touch the second generation. All that remains is to choose from the third. Oliver thought for a few minutes, turning over the candidates in his head, and replied that, in his opinion, only Kevin was suitable. He explained that Kevin is now married and more careful, but he brought shame on his family, scandals with celebrities, drunk driving, and violence. Jack calmly replied that the one whose blood would be shed had been determined. He added that in order to build an honest soul, Oliver would have to give up his nephew and the Wilsons' eldest grandson. But Jack understood that his uncle was not the person who would make this decision. Only Aunt Caroline could do this. Oliver said that even if Kevin had an accident with a celebrity while drunk, there would be nothing the mayor of Seoul could do. Jack told him that he had to figure out a way himself. He suggested that Oliver simply hand everything over to his aunt, and she would be smart enough to finish everything for him. Oliver stood up and said he needed time to think about it. Caroline welcomed Jack with open arms and a sweet smile. She told Jack that every year he became more and more like his mother. Caroline said that she invited Lucas because she heard something interesting from his uncle. Jack replied that he was simply offering his uncle a way to get rid of the tag of son-in-law in the tycoon's family. The aunt replied that Lucas is very insidious. Doesn't he know how easily his uncle believes everything? Caroline took the tea and said that as she understood, Lucas suggested that his uncle give up his relative. Jack replied that if his aunt could cope with such a loss, then they could come up with a plan together. Caroline said she assumed Lucas really didn't like Kevin. Jack honestly answered that he didn't like it. He was always acting out and showing how cool he was. He added that Kevin thinks he is better than everyone because he was the first grandchild and treats everyone as if they are inferior to him. Caroline said that even if Kevin was scolded, her father would not be too angry. She would bear it. Jack replied that the people of this family do not care about the harsh law. They are only afraid of their grandfather's condemnation. He understood that his aunt thought that since Kevin was the eldest grandson, he would simply be scolded. But he is not sure that this time everything will be resolved so simply. Jack said that he would trust his aunt and asked him to tell his uncle that during the announcement of the construction of the Media City, he added one more district to the announcement. Jack asked his uncle to say Sanam and part of the Susek district instead of the Sanam area. He added, he just had something on his mind. Caroline replied that Lucas wasn't trying to come up with a plan, he already had one. Jack replied that there might be a plan, but so far only in general terms. Caroline replied that this was probably why his grandfather was crazy about his grandson. Jack replied, it's just that he's the youngest. Caroline said when she gets the power, Lucas can give her what he has and get half. None of her brothers will offer him that much. Jack asked what power she was talking about. Caroline said she was referring to the power his uncle would gain by becoming president. Jack responded, even after becoming president, because his uncle would not be able to do anything with Synthesis Group. The aunt replied that he would have the tax, intelligence, prosecutor's office, accounting chamber, trade commission, and much more in his hands. She added that they cannot do anything with the Synthesis Group company, but with people, yes. Jack asked if by people she meant both uncles. Caroline replied that if you knock out all the dirt that is stuck to their hands, then only she will remain. Then the shareholders themselves will understand that there is not much choice. She added that Lucas, as a shareholder, could also take her side, for which she would give him half. Jack thought, one will make Lucas the second person. The second one is ready to buy it at a high price. The third is ready to give him half. Out loud, Jack said that all this would happen in 10 years, so they were in no hurry. He added moreover just one whim of his grandfather, and Lucas will forever remain his last child. Caroline replied that everything might happen earlier, before the chairman changes his mind. The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he wouldn't give at least half. Jack replied that this was already crossing all boundaries if he gave half. What would he have left? He added that Wilson Construction could survive without this project, but Contour Group would sink without it. In the end, Jack told his grandfather that he was giving him 30%. The chairman said that Lucas spoke as if he made a living from construction and suggested that he and Larry were up to something. He added that he meant Sanam and its surroundings, because they must have made good money there. Jack replied that there was no speculation with the land. It just so happened that at that time his uncle became the mayor of Seoul. To reassure his grandfather, Jack added that this was the first project since they took over the board of Contour Group, so he would not get into a scandal. The chairman said that he was ready to stop at 30%, but Lucas would be in his debt. Jack understood, although in his grandfather's understanding, this was not a very profitable agreement, but rather a concession on his part. So Lucas remained in debt. Philip called his son and asked what Kevin had been doing lately, to which Kevin replied that he was doing nothing. Philip said that he heard that he was going to buy land. Kevin looked at his father and wondered who could have leaked this information to him. The father got angry and asked his son to give a clear answer. Is it true or just rumors? Philip said that he would listen to all his son's explanations and then make a decision. Kevin reminded his father that when he dated Lucas, they had a good talk. Philip remembered that his son said that he and Lucas then found a common language. Kevin relayed his conversation with Lucas to his father in every detail. Philip clarified that it turns out that Kevin is pouring money into the ground only because he believed Lucas's words. Kevin replied that he had checked everything in advance. In addition, Uncle Oliver, upon taking office, confirmed the same. He added that in the end, the land development plan was confirmed by the authorities. Philip asked his daughter-in-law when she found out she also began to prepare money to buy land. Jessica answered positively. He pointed to his son and asked her if his daughter-in-law believed his words. Jessica replied that she also checked everything. The information was confirmed and prices there were starting to slowly rise. Philip sharply asked where she got the money from, whether she had borrowed it from her parents. Jessica answered fearfully that it was so. Philip sighed and said, "It turns out that they were also aware of this plan, and may have also bought a huge amount of land." He added that this is tantamount to stealing money from your husband's parents and giving it to your own family, because now is a time when information becomes money. Philip said that his son and daughter-in-law are the perfect couple. Kevin couldn't resist and shouted that the information was 100% correct. Isn't it a fresh idea to make money using information? He continued to shout at his father, not understanding why he was so unhappy. The father could not stand it and hit his son in the face. He shouted at his son, reminding him how much money he used to buy the land. Philip continued by saying that if Kevin took out a loan against his property, he wouldn't care whether prices went up or not. But the son was extracting money from the branches, having received a deposit from Wilson Construction. Does the son really think that this was a sensible thing to do? Kevin did not understand the problem, because when prices rise, everything can be compensated by profits from sales. Philip said that he knows very well what is on his son's mind. He is confident that he can repay the debt. He added whether Kevin really thought his grandfather didn't know what Philip knew. The father asked Kevin why the chairman didn't say a word. Although he's well aware of everything, he just doesn't interfere if the problem is solved on its own. Philip said that what was lost cannot be returned. If Kevin screws up, then he should not dare to crawl to him. He added that since his son started all this on his own, then he must take full responsibility upon himself. Kevin asked his father not to worry, because the ending would be great. As soon as the chairman was discharged from the hospital, he was immediately invited to a restaurant by the chairman of Prestige, Matthew Lee. The chairman said that he had undergone brain surgery, and Matthew did not visit him even once, but he called immediately when it came to money. Matthew replied that the chairman would survive everyone, although it would be sad if he threw away his skates right on the operating table. The chairman replied that if he had died first, Matthew would have been lonely to live out his life, but at least it wouldn't be boring. Matthew asked about the accident if the real culprit had been caught. The chairman did not answer. Then Matthew said that if he were in his place, he would divide and give half. The chairman replied that he has many sons. They are his pride, and they are in the same boat. Then he added, if divided, then when he goes to the next world, the sons will begin to fight, and everyone will want to get everything. Therefore, in order for the father's heart to be calm, they need to point their knives at each other now. Matthew replied that this was their problem. He would not look down on the chairman from the other world. What difference did it make whether they fought or not? They drank, and the chairman told Matthew not to pay attention to his son-in-law. It had nothing to do with them. He added that Matthew should pay attention to the government's plans. This time it's time for business. They will be able to earn money without Oliver. The chairman suggested not to fuss and wait quietly. He would take care of everything. Matthew smiled and replied that he would pay today then. Matthew then said that there were rumors that after becoming mayor, Oliver was planning to run for president of the country. The chairman exploded. What kind of presidential elections can we talk about if his son-in-law is just a puppet in the hands of his wife? Matthew replied that he doesn't see the difference. People vote anyway. If the media supports him, then his dream can come true. The chairman replied that this would never happen. 4 years as mayor would put an end to his political career. He looked carefully at Matthew and asked why the chairman was interested in the affairs of someone else's family. Matthew laughed and replied that he was just asking, just in case his son-in-law became president and started putting a spoke in the wheels of his company. Then there was nothing he could do. The chairman thought that if Oliver became president, the Prestige company would fade into the background, and Synthesis Group would become the first company in Korea. Matthew said he didn't think his daughter was so greedy. The chairman replied that Caroline grew up this way because she was his only daughter. Matthew replied that he still suggested that the chairman divide and distribute everything as soon as possible. At this point, they decided to end the conversation and go their separate ways. Matthew said he would be late and had another appointment. Finally, the chairman said that if he gave everything away, he would remain a simple old man in an empty apartment. As soon as the chairman left, Matthew walked to the door that led to the next booth. He apologized to Mayor Oliver Bong for keeping him waiting so long. Oliver replied that he had spent enough time here to get hungry. Sitting down at the table, Oliver said, if Matthew has something to say, then there's no need to waste time. Matthew replied that he only asked for a meeting to congratulate him on his election victory. Oliver replied that congratulations were accepted, and then ordered to abandon the Sanam district. As the chairman had already said, he adheres to the policy of excluding such large corporations as Prestige and Synthesis Group from business. As planned, Mayor Oliver Bong was able to hear the entire conversation with the chairman from the next room. Matthew said that the mayor has made an excellent decision to revive construction companies that are in crisis, and he will follow this policy. Oliver wanted to leave, but Matthew said that a man capable of great things should not rush. He added that, as Oliver already knows, getting along with his in-laws is not that difficult. Matthew continued by saying that living with what his wife thinks is something most men in Korea have to deal with, but the mayor also has to accommodate his father-in-law and nephew. Oliver said that there is no need to hurt his pride now. It is not so difficult to tie prestige hand and foot with just one permit in the Seoul construction market. Matthew laughed, saying that men who live with an eye on their in-laws can only shout loudly when leaving the house. He added that he would help Oliver get rid of these relatives. Matthew said that he would even order a carriage that would take him straight to the government house. He reminded the mayor that his father-in-law had already drawn the line and was ready to throw stones at the road leading to the government house. The chairman is one of those people who will resist to the last, so as not to give what he has even to his relatives, let alone his son-in-law. Oliver asked why Matthew was telling him all this. Matthew replied that it was natural for him to invest in people. The current regime would fall and a new era would begin. He continued that the new era needs a new character, which could be Oliver Bong. The mayor replied that he was a synthesis group man, to which Matthew replied that the roots of a politician are here today and there tomorrow. Matthew added that the one who pushes and supports him cannot be the root. He said that it doesn't matter whether the mayor or the president. He must have a big heart that can accommodate not only synthesis group, but also prestige. And then Oliver will become a force for two companies at once. Matthew asked permission to give some advice to the mayor, to which he replied that he was listening to him carefully. Matthew said he had 3 wives and only 2 were listed in the family register. Nowadays, there is nothing wrong with getting a divorce and getting married again, and more than 1 wife can be added to the register. Oliver waved his hands and said that everything had gone too far. He was not going to divorce his wife. Matthew replied that no one is saying to break up right now. You can live together and decide for yourself when to cry for help. He looked at the mayor intently and added that, to tell the truth, when he became the mayor of Seoul, the knife had already appeared in his hands. Oliver thought that without him, Carolina wouldn't even be able to get a department store, and as mayor, he could aspire to the presidency. And if Oliver becomes president, Caroline won't be able to use him. He'll be the one using her to get synthesis group. Oliver asked if fornication would soon be brought. His brutal appetite awoke. Matthew laughed in response because it sounded ambiguous. Caroline sat in the office of her husband, Mayor Oliver, and asked him how much Kevin had managed to collect. Oliver responded that after the development plan was announced, various speculators began buying up land like crazy. Jack said that Kevin had intended to buy the land by paying twice the market price, but the cost had risen so sharply that he had to invest 5 times that amount. Caroline expressed her fear that suddenly everything would change. Jack replied that then it would be a huge blow for him and it would be difficult to recover. Oliver sat down in the mayor's chair and said that it was time to detonate this bomb. Caroline asked her husband to be calm, because after Kevin realizes the scale, he will lose his mind. Oliver said that he had another idea. If they deal with Kevin right away, then they could be in big trouble. Oliver suggested removing Kevin from his grandfather's site, thereby changing their original goal. Caroline reminded Oliver that in order to remove himself from the label of son-in-law in a family of tycoons, he must personally condemn Kevin. Oliver replied that he would do so, but if the first shot was fired elsewhere, he would simply have to step on Kevin, who was knocked down by the shot. Jack was surprised. The man who always did what his aunt told him suddenly came up with his own plan. Oliver continued by saying that he has worked as a prosecutor for so many years that he knows that investigations always start at the edges. You can't act openly. The tax office will be his bullets, and the prosecutor's office will be his knife. Jack thought maybe Oliver had some hidden intentions that he wasn't talking about. At the press conference, Oliver spoke to overcome the crisis. Ordinary people began to take out old rings, stashed away for a rainy day. But when the price of the precious metals stabilized, the rich began to buy gold, land, buildings, and shares for next to nothing. So that in these difficult times, the construction company does not lose its last strength. A cultural and construction project was developed. But it was discovered that real estate speculation was taking place for the purpose of personal and unfair enrichment. An investigation was carried out, which confirmed the fact of speculation in the Susek area. The mayor drank a glass of water and said that in connection with this, the development project had been revised. At this point, he announced that the Susek area was excluded from the development plan for the new city, and the scale would be limited to the Sanam area only. Oliver added that as long as he is the mayor of Seoul, he will carefully monitor to ensure that speculators do not make a penny of profit. Jack heard all this and understood that there was no money in the country. But here there was land speculation. An investigation would definitely begin. Larry thought, after all, Oliver is a former prosecutor, and when he sets a goal for himself and deals with it, his true colors appear. He said out loud that after all, Oliver had a head on his shoulders. He caught Kevin and didn't even get his hands dirty and didn't upset the chairman. Jack asked if Larry had noticed that Oliver had changed a lot. Larry agreed with Lucas's suspicion. Jack assumed that Oliver was planning to escape from his wife's oppression. Larry replied that this position could change Oliver so much, that's why confidence pours out of him. He added that he even heard that Oliver had already moved out from his wife and was living in a hotel, leaving Caroline. Something told Jack that Kevin's conflict with Jessica would begin earlier than that of the family of the mayor of Seoul.